Chapter 12:15 The Heavenly Elixir is obtained. Is this the heavenly elixir? Sure enough, it's well-deserved. I didn't expect that I can smell the aroma of the elixir from such a distance. If you take just one bite of a pill of this level, wouldn't it increase your strength greatly? Watching the elixir being taken out, all the disciples of the tomb spirit sect also sighed one after another, with envious expressions on their faces. This point also made Xiao Xuan interested. In his estimation, a mere third-grade alchemist shouldn't be able to refine a pill that has no side effects at all. And if what the tomb spirit master said is true, there is only one possibility. There should be extremely precious spiritual grass treasures in this elixir. After taking the jade bottle, Xiao Xuan saw that there were only 2 pills in the bottle. This made him couldn't help but glance at the tomb spirit master and thought to himself, "Are you, old guy, a little too pushy? Just 2 pills? Can't we give a few more? Little friend Xiao Xuan, don't say I'm stingy. Elixirs of this level are not something I can just take out." Seemingly seeing a bit of dissatisfaction in Xiao Xuan's eyes, Master Tomb Spirit also said, "Speaking of which, it is not so easy for ordinary people to get this pill from me. It's rare for an old guy like you to bleed." Mr. Chen also nodded. "If I guess correctly, there should be blood of the ancient demon emperor in this elixir, right?" "What? Ancient demon emperor? How can this be? Could it be that there is really something like this in this elixir? It's unbelievable." Some tomb spirit sect disciples were shocked. Everyone looked at each other with shock on their faces. "Good. You old guy still has some sense." Tomb spirit master also nodded. "Speaking of which, it is precisely because there are 2 drops of the demon king's blood in this elixir that it has such an effect. I only have 2 drops in my body, so it is an advantage for you." "Say it." Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling also looked at each other, with surprise on their faces. After all, even a strong person at the level of dragon god might not be able to see such an existence as the ancient demon emperor, let alone get 2 drops of blood essence. This is enough to prove how important this police need is. How do I say this? 1 per person is enough. Xiao Xuan also said and handed a pill to Bai Ling. "Thank you, master," Bai Ling said with a smile. Okay, I'm a little tired as a teacher. Let's go back and rest." Xiao Xuan rubbed his eyebrows. "I'll take master back," Bai Ling said with a smile on his face, supported Xiao Xuan and sent him to his residence. "Tomb Qing, give these elixirs to restore your soul and physical strength, too, Mr. Xiao Xuan," Master Tomb Ling said to Tomb Qing. Yes. The cold poison on the tomb spirit master's body was cured. This is a great thing for the entire tomb spirit sect. At this time, no one needs to say much. Xiao Xuan has become the benefactor of the entire tomb spirit sect. Return to the room. After swallowing a few pills to restore physical strength, Xiao Xuan could feel that the energy in his body was gradually recovering. Under such power, he also carefully observed the heaven-level elixir. He saw that there were a few thin red gaps on the white pill. It was obvious that the so-called bloodline of the ancient demon emperor was inside. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 12:16, Great Improvement in Strength, Little Golden God Realm. You know that is the fire of Nirvana? Xiao Xuan was a little surprised. He knew that Xiaolu had always been in his space magic weapon and was aware of the situation outside. She must have heard the legends about the flame cemetery, but he did not expect that she would make such an inference. Fire of Nirvana. Although, he may not understand that well. But in a literal sense, this Nirvana fire should symbolize resurrection and rebirth, and since this thing can be valued by Dragon God realm experts and saints, it is enough to prove that this thing is no small matter. You, the ancient demon king, also know about the fire of nirvana? Xiao Xuan was a little confused and asked, if this is true, doesn't it mean that this fire of nirvana also comes from ancient times? Good. The fire of nirvana, which has been burning for thousands of years, originally represents rebirth and resurrection. In the ancient times, some powerful people in the Dragon God realm, in order to obtain a better realm, would take the initiative to destroy their bodies and souls and achieve nirvana in the fire. Rebirth. Xiao Lu said. Hearing these words, Xiao Xuan was also surprised. Nirvana rebirth? This is not just a few words said casually. To be honest, every strong person in the Dragon God realm who can cultivate his own Dragon God realm, whether it is body or soul, is extremely powerful. And he must have experienced countless difficulties and obstacles along the way, in order to reach a better realm, voluntarily giving up the results of thousands of years of cultivation also requires great determination. For the average person, it may be difficult to make such a determination. But Xiao Xuan knew that sometimes, if cultivation encounters bottlenecks, it may really require the courage and decision-making to achieve nirvana and rebirth. From this point of view, perhaps those saints in ancient times were in this situation. For these situations, Xiao Xuan also became interested. If there is really hope for rebirth in the nirvana fire, then naturally, there are not a few strong people in the Dragon God realm who have entered the flames over the years. Under such circumstances, then in the flames, wouldn't there be more treasures? Think of this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but show curiosity on his face. What's wrong? Seeing Xiao Xuan's appearance, Xiao Lu also asked in confusion. If according to what you said, there are many corpses of Dragon God realm experts in this flame, doesn't it mean that there will also be many treasures? Xiao Xuan asked casually. Humph. Do you think you can get it if there's a treasure inside? Then you have to see if you have such great ability, right? Xiao Lu said disdainfully, with you, who is only at the peak of the blue god realm, it is simply unreasonable to want to obtain the treasures in the nirvana fire. Not to mention, as long as you get close to the flame, you will be burned to death immediately. Even if you enter, do you still want to come out? Hear this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but feel a little confused. As the most powerful flame in the flame cemetery, the fire of nirvana is very powerful, which he can understand. However, what he didn't understand was why Xiao Lu said that he didn't want to go out after entering. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 12:17 The magical effect of dragon acquaintance increases in strength. So strong. Are you telling the truth? Xiao Xuan couldn't believe it. He has also seen powerful people in the Golden God realm. It can be said that, with their strong physical fitness alone, Taoism below the earth level cannot cause harm to their bodies. It is really because of this that the strength of some strong people in the Golden God realm extremely terrifying. He has always believed that it is extremely difficult to cultivate to the Golden God realm. But now, according to what Xiao Lu said, he discovered that even if he couldn't directly upgrade his realm to the Golden God realm, he could still improve his physical fitness to the Golden God realm. And the dragon tree we obtained before turned out to be a very good nourishment? He was actually a little hesitant about this. You know, he also learned before that this Nagarjuna is called the Emperor of Nagarjuna, and he has a respected status among the Nagarjuna race. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can harm. If he devours the Emperor of Nagarjuna in order to increase his strength, I am afraid that he will also die. There will be trouble. What's more, he had heard before that Nagarjuna would have human form when he grew up. Now swallowing Nagarjuna, isn't it equivalent to swallowing a baby? Therefore, Xiao Xuan is also a little hesitant now. However, in response to Xiao Xuan's behavior, Xiao Lu seemed to have expected it, and said directly, "It is up to you to decide whether to swallow it or not. There are dangers in this flame cemetery." After entering, Mr. Chen and the tomb spirit master can only outside if you face a group of powerful people in the Golden God realm and you don't have the strength. How will you deal with them? Say it. Xiao Xuan also looked serious. He knew that Xiao Lu was right. According to what the tomb spirit master said before, in the flame cemetery, only the strong can survive. And since the Valley Old Man Cemetery in the Flame Cemetery is restricted to only those at the Golden God level can enter, then those strong men in the Golden God realm, naturally, they will flock to the Flame Cemetery. When you enter the cemetery of the real Old Man of the Valley, you can tell with your knees that those powerful people in the Golden God realm don't know any moral rules and will definitely have the strength to grab as many resources as possible. If Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling didn't have the ability to protect themselves, in the end, it seemed natural to be torn to pieces and killed. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan's face became more solemn, and he could only say, "Seriously, I have to say, you are right about this matter. Maybe, I really have to find a way to improve my strength as soon as possible." That's right. You should have seen before that the defensive capabilities of Nagarjuna are amazing. If you devour them, you can at least ensure that you still have the ability to protect yourself when facing a powerful person at the level of the Golden God. Xiao Lu said, with the addition of the soul cone and the time and space wall, we can at least be in an invincible position. In fact, Xiao Lu didn't need to say these words, Xiao Xuan also knew them well. However, facing the so-called Emperor Nagarjuna, he really couldn't bear to devour it directly, that's all. Present. Take out the black and round King Nagarjuna. Poking it with his hand, Xiao Xuan felt that the Emperor of Nagarjuna was very resilient. Even if he used the power of the avenue, he would only be able to leave a shallow mark on it, and this mark would soon disappear. Xiao Longjun, I'm sorry. Originally, I thought that when you grow up, I might be able to make friends with you, but the current situation is really dangerous, so I can only borrow your power. Xiao Xuan's face was solemn. Chi. Originally, he was planning to start devouring it after saying this. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 12:18 Guidance, Refining the Emperor of Nagarjuna. Then give it a try and see if your method can refine the Emperor of Dragon Tree. Xiao Lu said with disdain on his face. Just try it. Xiao Xuan didn't care. Even Emperor Nagarjuna has taken the initiative to recognize him. Is there any trouble left? At that moment, Xiao Xuan also used the power of his skills and began to slowly invade the body of Emperor Nagarjuna. At first, he thought it would be a simple matter. But gradually, he felt that something was wrong. The power of the Great Avenue in his body, which was not weak, was actually in the body of Emperor Nagarjuna, and he could not penetrate it no matter what. This was the first time he encountered this situation. To know, as the most important cultivation force on the Tao continent, the power of the avenue should be omnipotent, but Xiao Xuan found that his power of the avenue could not invade the skin of Emperor Nagarjuna. What's going on? Do you mean to use the soul? Xiao Xuan was a little confused. You can try. Xiao Lu said with a smile. Okay. Xiao Xuan was more serious this time. The majestic divine soul was released, and the entire room was under his control. However, facing the Emperor Nagarjuna, it still had no effect. This? The skin of this thing is so hard? Xiao Xuan was shocked. After soul exploration just now, he unexpectedly discovered that he could not feel the presence of Emperor Nagarjuna at all in the room. However, when he opened his eyes and looked, the Emperor Nagarjuna was clearly here. What's going on? Could it be said that Emperor Nagarjuna still has the ability to block the detection of divine souls? For a moment, Xiao Xuan was a little surprised, and couldn't help but use the power of the soul again, but the detection result this time was still similar to before. Nothing was detected. Incredible. After Xiao Xuan's investigation failed, he suddenly felt a little surprised. If it is said that the Emperor Nagarjuna has the ability to block the detection of divine souls, doesn't this mean that if he swallows the Emperor Nagarjuna, he can obtain the ability to shield the detection of divine souls? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get excited. You know, on the great Tao continent, apart from the method of using spiritual treasures to detect, the simplest method for cultivators to detect is soul detection. If he has a way to shield the soul from detecting, and combines it with the attack technique of the dead soul cone and the movement technique of the time and space wall, his strength will definitely be greatly improved in the cemetery of the old man in the valley. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan also remembered the scene when he met the Emperor Nagarjuna for the first time. At that time, he really didn't rely on his soul to discover the Emperor of Nagarjuna. On the contrary, even if he found the location of the Emperor Nagarjuna, he still had no way to determine what the Emperor Nagarjuna was. After throwing this thing into the space magic weapon, he didn't have time to pay attention. He didn't expect that this thing could evolve to this point in such a short period of time. This was definitely something he couldn't believe. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? As for what Xiao Xuan is thinking in his head, Xiaolu sometimes feels a little confused. I'm thinking, maybe there really is some secret in the body of this Emperor Nagarjuna, which can actually block the perception of the soul. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but said, with this, I'm afraid it's not something ordinary people can do. Bar? Good. You feel right. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 12-19 The Feeling of Becoming Stronger, King Nagarjuna. 2 hours passed. Xiao Xuan's whole body was covered with a layer of red light, as if his whole body was surrounded by a red energy core. At the same time, earth-shaking changes also occurred within his body. Waves of extremely powerful power were constantly transforming his body every second, making his body continue to grow stronger. Meridians, muscles and bones, blood vessels. Every part of the body has undergone a qualitative change under this power. If we say, the previous high-quality dragon body pill only improved his physical recovery ability, so this time, the energy core of Emperor Nagarjuna has greatly improved his body's ability to resist blows. Now, even if he stands motionless, the average little golden god realm cannot cause fatal damage to him. If combined with the movement technique of the time and space wall, even ordinary people in the golden god realm can't do anything with his powerful body. Good. He is truly a talented pervert. In just 2 hours, you have been tempered into the true body of Nagarjuna. It's shorter than I thought. Until the last ray of red breath penetrated into Xiao Xuan's body. Xiaolu also nodded and sighed. The body of Nagarjuna? Xiao Xuan then opened his eyes, and he felt that there seemed to be red energy cores in his body that were constantly running, protecting every part of his body. Could it be that you got such a name just because you swallowed the Emperor of Nagarjuna? Isn't this a bit too casual? Xiao Xuan joked. Humph. You kid really don't know how lucky you are when you're in the midst of all the blessings. Do you know how many people in the entire Nanzhan Haizhou are envious of your physique? Xiao Lu couldn't help but say, if they knew that such a body was taken away by you, a peaked Songshan realm, I'm afraid they would die of envy. In response, Xiao Xuan also smiled and remained noncommittal. He punched out, and in an instant, he felt that the space in front of him seemed to be compressed. The sudden burst of power was extremely terrifying. Even if there are real powerful people in the Golden God realm here, they will be knocked back by the cyclone. Then use the serious sword to lightly cut his arm. As soon as the bright red blood flowed out, the restorative power brought by the exquisite dragon body pill in the body made the wound completely healed. The body of Nagarjuna. So scary. Xiao Xuan couldn't help being shocked, and secretly sighed, with such a powerful body, who else can stop him from going to the flame cemetery? Don't be complacent yet. Don't you still have a heaven-level elixir? It's better to turn it in and swallow it. Xiao Lu said, if a large number of tomb soul vibrations really break out in the flame cemetery, I am afraid that those strong men in the Golden God realm will come out in full force and go to the tomb of the old man in the valley to explore the secrets. You must seize the time to improve your strength. You are now the peak strength of the Blue God realm is far from enough. Okay. I'll devour it now. Although Xiao Lu's words were straightforward, but Xiao Xuan also knew that this was the real reality. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1220 Golden Chi Si, Little Golden God Realm, accomplished. Another sleepless night. When the sky dawned, Xiao Xuan also felt exhausted after a night of practice. And then slowly fell asleep. Wait until he wakes up. It's already afternoon. After walking out of the room, Xiao Xuan also felt refreshed, and the power of the avenue in his body had increased to a higher level. More importantly, he clearly felt that his qi turned into a little bit of pale gold. This means that he has entered the realm of the little golden god and has his own understanding of the power of space above the great Tao continent. This is extremely important and is also one of the signs of entering the Golden God realm. Although there is a small word on the front, but it is undeniable that his current strength is no longer on the same level as the previous peak of the Blue God realm. Xiao Xuan just went out. I also met Bai Ling, who was yawning. Although Bai Ling looked lazy, it could be seen that the power of the great Tao in her body was much more solidified than before. It was obvious that the heavenly elixir was also swallowed by her. Master? Have you achieved the little golden god realm? Bai Ling just glanced at Xiao Xuan, with a look of surprise on his face. Xiao Xuan nodded slowly and said, yes, Master Tomb Spirit's heaven level elixir is indeed extraordinary. It seems that this thing will be of great help to us. Say it. The disciples of the Tomb Spirit sect also heard it and started talking about it. However, what they said was just envy. For them, they naturally wanted to get the heavenly elixir of Master Tomb Spirit, but they didn't have enough credit. This thing obviously had little to do with them. Master Xiao Xuan, Miss Bai Ling. Master's friendship, the Tomb Spirit shakes, starts early. At this moment, Tomb Qing came over in a hurry and said with a solemn expression. Good. Let's go. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling's expressions also changed slightly. In fact, they have long felt that the flame cemetery has not been peaceful recently, and various forces are coming one after another, which may affect the date of the Tomb Spirit's shaking. Now it seems that, as expected, the vibration of the Tomb Spirit has started. In advance. The three of them quickly came to the meeting hall. At this time, Master Tomb Spirit and Mr. Chen were already sitting upright, waiting for Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling. You are here. Unexpectedly, this time the Tomb Spirit shaking actually started early. Tomb Spirit Master said seriously, if I have a good premonition, the tomb of Old Man Valley will be opened again tomorrow, at the latest. At that time, the two of you can enter together with our Tomb Spirit sect disciples, so that you can have mutual understanding. Take care of it, the leader is Tomb Ching. Yes. Tomb Ching nodded. Tomb Ching, this time, you brought 18 Golden God Realm experts into the tomb of the old man in the valley. In addition to searching for holy artifacts and treasures, you also have to protect the safety of Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling. You have a heavy responsibility. Do you know? The Tomb Spirit Master's face was serious. Sect Master, please rest assured. I will do my best to never let my two benefactors get hurt. Tomb Ching nodded quickly and said with a solemn expression, but, this time, various forces are mixed in the cemetery of the old man in the valley. Even the sects of Zhongzhou will participate. Do we have any countermeasures? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1221. Enter in advance and plan ahead. The plan for Tomb Soul Master. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling did not object. They knew that the Master Tomb Spirit, as the leader of the sect in the Flame Cemetery for many years, knew far more than they did. Now that he has made such a decision, that was enough to prove that there must be a so-called reason behind such a decision, so the two of them nodded in agreement. Old Chintu. Tonight we will send them to the outskirts of the Valley Elder Cemetery. Maybe they will encounter some surprises along the way. The Tomb Spirit Master said. Hearing this, everyone present looked solemn. They also all know that the surprise mentioned by Master Tomb Spirit will not be a real surprise at all. On the contrary, it may be danger to know. Normally, the Flame Cemetery looks busy and chaotic, but now that it has reached this point, I am afraid it will be even more dangerous. If they want to pass through the Flame Cemetery smoothly, I'm afraid it won't be an easy task. Not to mention at this critical moment. However, now that there are two strong men in the Dragon God realm standing guard, their safety should still be guaranteed. What are you going to do? Mr. Chen also asked directly, looking at you. You should be prepared. Certainly. If you are completely unprepared, how can you ensure that 20 of them are safely sent to the tomb of the old man in the valley? The Tomb Spirit Master nodded. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan also became curious and wanted to hear what the Tomb Spirit Master could do to send them in. But in the end, no matter how Mr. Chen asked, Master Tomb Spirit always looked mysterious and unwilling to say anything. This also made Xiao Xuan a little helpless, so he had to give up in the end. Faced with such a situation, if he were an ordinary person, he might have given up, but Xiao Xuan was not an ordinary person. He deliberately smiled and said, Master Tomb, your method is not shameful, right? How can it be? What's so shameful about this old man's soul transposition technique? The Tomb Spirit Master was so anxious that he blurted out the words, but when he said it, he realized that he had let something slip. He quickly covered his mouth, but by this time it was already too late. Soul transfer method? It's amazing. Old Tombstone, you actually succeeded in cultivating this magical power? Mr. Chen was also shocked. Tomb Ching and Bai Ling were equally surprised. It's true that Xiao Xuan has never heard of any spiritual soul transfer method, but after hearing the word supernatural power, his face became more solemn. He knows. For the average Dragon God realm powerhouse, the ordinary fighting skills should be heaven-level Taoism. However, heaven-level Taoism is not that powerful for those who are strong in the Dragon God realm. The real fighting skills should be supernatural powers. It's been so long since I came to Dao Dao continent. Xiao Xuan has never seen any magical powers. Today was also the first time he heard about the existence of supernatural powers, and he was instantly interested. For these supernatural powers. If Xiao Xuan said that he was not curious, that would be false. This magical power. Is it just teleportation? Xiao Xuan didn't believe it. Now that we have reached this level, it is a bit unbelievable that the magical power has no fighting ability. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1222. Advantageous position, enviable magical powers. This is already amazing. Mr. Chen nodded. As a strong man in the dragon god realm, he also knows how powerful a strong man in the saint realm is, so naturally he will not force the tomb spirit master to do anything. In the end, he nodded and said, then we will prepare and take action in advance tonight. When we get to the place, we can arrange some magic formations to gain some advantages. Yes, I mean the same thing. Master Tomb Spirit nodded. Going ahead of time? Are there any advantages and disadvantages of location outside the tomb? Xiao Xuan was indeed a little confused. Of course. Generally speaking, the closer you are to the tomb, the better. This way. When the vibration of the tomb spirit starts, you can be the first to enter the tomb and have the first chance to get the treasures inside. When Tomb Qing saw Xiao Xuan's look, he also smiled and explained, maybe, for those of you who have never been to the Flame Cemetery, it is a bit novel, but for us, it is indeed a very important thing. I see. Xiao Xuan nodded but still asked, but if there is danger in the tomb of the old man in the valley, wouldn't it cause thunder to other sects? The sooner we enter? Won't. The tomb of old man of the valley is complicated. So far, no one has actually entered the core of the tomb of old man of the valley. There are almost tens of millions of corridors inside. If we go there early, we can also choose a few familiar corridors. Tomb Qing explained patiently. After hearing these words, Xiao Xuan also completely understood. At the same time, he also knew that in the Flame Cemetery, he might really need to listen to the advice of the Tomb Spirit sect disciples, otherwise he might suffer a big loss. In that case, then let's go get ready. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling looked at each other. Unexpectedly, Tomb Qing directly took out two space magic weapons and handed them to Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling. I have prepared them for you too long ago. You are all from outside areas. I'm afraid, for our protection, I don't know much about the cemetery, so it's better for me to prepare it for you. Thank you very much. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling also thanked them. It doesn't matter. When we enter the tomb of the old man in the valley, we will really encounter danger. At that time, we still need to cooperate well. Tomb Qing said seriously. Good. Xiao Xuan also nodded. At the same time, his heart became more solemn. He had also thought about some issues before. Since it was said that only those in the Golden God Realm's tomb could enter the tomb of the old man of the valley, I'm afraid that the level of danger would not be low. As a sect that often explores tombs, the Tomb Spirit sect should know a lot about them. But even so, if you want to truly explore the tomb of the old man in the valley, you will also encounter trouble. Should he listen to the disciples of the Tomb Spirit sect throughout the process? However, he has never been a person who likes to leave his destiny to others. So on some things, he always has his own opinions and judgments. During this trip to the tomb of the old man in the valley, although he knew that the Tomb Spirit sect should be more experienced than him, he still thought about doing something unique. But things are a little different now. Judging from the appearance of the tomb, it seems that he is experienced in exploring tombs. In this case, there should be nothing wrong with following his arrangements. Figure this out. He felt a lot relieved in his heart. He nodded and saw that Master Toon Ling and Mr. Chen were talking about other things. He also took the initiative to smile and said to Toon Ching, "Brother Toon Ching, it seems that this time, the tomb of the old man in the valley. I really have to rely on you for this trip. Did you often go to the tomb before? Please, log in to continue reading." Chapter 1223, Sincere Cooperation, the White Bone Sect Attacks. At night, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling also arrived at the meeting hall on time. At the same time, the 18 Golden God Realm powerhouses from the tomb Spirit Sect also gathered together. Xiao Xuan also sighed with emotion for these powerhouses. Just from the aura on their bodies, one could feel that their strength was extraordinary. However, although he is only in the little Golden God Realm now, he is not without the power to fight against these people. Let's go. Good. Following the order from the Tomb Spirit Master, everyone also came to his side and looked nervously at the Tomb Spirit Master. A powerful oppression of the soul appeared instantly, making everyone feel that the soul was almost collapsing. The next second, everyone was teleported to a certain place in the Flame Cemetery. This place turned out to be on a mountain peak in front of the tomb of the old man in the valley. In terms of location, it is definitely the closest to the tomb of the old man in the valley. Feel the heat coming over you. Xiao Xuan was also surprised. Before, he was more suspicious and curious about the so-called soul teleportation method. But when he actually used it, he discovered that there really was such a magical power in this world. It's indeed a magical power. It's actually possible to teleport so many powerful people in the Golden God Realm at the same time. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but sigh. If during the battle, the Tomb Spirit Master wanted the enemy to die and directly teleported the enemy into the fire of Nirvana, wouldn't he be invincible? It's not that simple. Master Tomb Spirit heard Xiao Xuan's words and said, "My teleportation method requires that the other party does not have to resist the soul, or the soul is too weak to resist, in order to be able to teleport. And who can know those other people? Wouldn't a strong person in the Dragon God Realm have his own magical powers? Yep. If you can cultivate to the Dragon God Realm, you must have your own strength, and maybe you will also have magical powers." Xiao Xuan nodded. But as he spoke, he seemed to feel something was wrong. Listening to the words of Master Tomb Spirit, it seems that he is referring to something, as if he is talking about Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is also a strong man in the Dragon God Realm. It seems like you haven't demonstrated any magical powers before? You little guy, didn't I tell you before? When you truly achieve the Dragon God Realm, I can also teach you a magical power. Elder Chen thought thoughtfully. Moreover, I am preparing to strengthen this magical power recently. After all, my magical powers cannot be compared to this old tombstone. You. Ha ha ha. I heard Master Tomb Spirit and Mr. Chen starting to bicker again. Xiao Xuan also nodded, and at the same time, he felt a little more grateful towards the two of them. After all, such a thing as supernatural powers. It was almost a trump card that a strong man in the Dragon God Realm kept at the bottom of the box, but now he took it out on his own initiative. Doesn't this also show his trust in him? What's more, he and Mr. Chen don't even have the status of master and disciple. The latter had already promised to teach him magical powers. This kindness was enough for him to repay. What? Mr. Chen, you also have magical powers. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1224, Sitting Back and Enjoying the Success, Zhongzhou Giant. Thunder Sect. Whale. Do you think I am a fool? You want to make a profit? I will not give you this opportunity. Lord Bones said with a sneer. This is no longer interesting to you. What does it mean to be a fisherman and get a profit? I thought you were about to start a fight. That's why you came out. I didn't expect you to stop fighting? The venerable giant whale sneered, we've been making trouble for a long time. Are you all bluffing? Say it. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling couldn't help but be stunned. This chubby giant whale venerable is quite interesting. It can be seen that he also wants to compete for this mountain peak, but if he really wants to make a profit, he should take the initiative to wait until the Lord Bones and the Tomb Spirit Master fight before coming out. Why are you taking the initiative now? Isn't this a little weird? But the current situation is not bad. The three families are facing each other, and no one will take the initiative to leave opportunities for others. What's more, the Tomb Spirit sect still occupies a geographical advantage. If the other two families want to attack by force, they will also have to pay a little hardship. Prepare a defensive formation. Even so, Master Tomb Spirit did not neglect at all and asked his 18 Golden God Realm powerhouses to set up a defensive formation. These 18 Golden God Realms are all powerful men carefully selected by the Tomb Spirit sect. On weekdays, the Tomb Spirit sect often cooperated and created many defensive formations together. At this time, they did not panic at all when facing strong enemies and quickly set up defensive formations. Seeing that the Tomb Spirit sect's defensive formation has been formed, the White Bone sect and the Giant Whale sect also looked at each other and took the initiative to retreat. They also know that at this time, the tomb of the old man in the valley may be opened soon, and they must not lose their vitality. If you attack the Tomb Spirit sect here, you will probably cause losses to yourself, which is not worth the gain. They probably won't attack by force. Seeing the two sects retreating, Master Tomb Spirit nodded with satisfaction. He also did not want to fight this battle. But at this moment, 5 or 6 strong men in silver robes appeared and walked directly towards the mountain peak, acting as if there was no one around, as if they were the owners of this mountain peak. Who dares to compete for the position of this mountain peak? Ridiculous? The middle-aged man in silver robe who took the lead sneered. You? Court death. Lord Bones and Lord Whale looked angry. Seeing that there were not many people in silver robes, they also attacked the middle-aged man in silver robes who took the lead. However, before their attack could get close to the silver-robed middle-aged man, they were directly deflected. Then the two of them took several steps back, sat down on the ground, and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that there was a huge gap in strength between them and the silver-robed middle-aged man. You must know that they are also strong men in the Dragon God realm, and their strength is not weaker than that of the Tomb Spirit Master. Now that the two of them joined forces, they were easily defeated by the middle-aged man in silver robe. This is enough to show how strong this silver-robed middle-aged man is. Who are you? This mountain peak has been occupied by our Tomb Spirit sect, please move away. Seeing these people daring to grab the position on the mountain, Tomb Spirit Master also showed an angry face and said rudely, do you want to fight? Hear these words. The middle-aged man in silver robes who took the lead raised his head with sarcasm in his eyes. How can a mere external sect be qualified to occupy such a good position? Get out of here quickly, or don't blame me for going on a killing spree. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1225 The Hidden Master, The Incredible Protector Chen. It seems that you still know me? Mr. Chen didn't care at all and said, this area has been taken over by my friends. You should retreat. Yes. Yingzong didn't dare to say a word, he just nodded and waved to signal the Golden God Realm powerhouse behind him to leave, while he was still half kneeling on the ground. See this scene. Mr. Chen also knew that this Yin Zong also had something to say. If you have anything to say, just say it. I don't have time to waste with you. Mr. Chen said politely. The sect master has an order. If I see you, Mr. Chen, I must ask you to return to the sect. Yin Zong said directly. After hearing this, Mr. Chen stared. What if I don't go back? Then Yin Zong will follow Mr. Chen. I will go wherever Mr. Chen goes. Yin Zong said, other elders from the sect will also be sent to ask Mr. Chen to return to the sect. You hear something like this. The expressions of the people next to him also changed slightly. They all knew that this could be considered a threat. After all, if a strong man at the peak of Dragon God Realm is following him, who can guarantee that this guy is just following him? In case of a sneak attack, wouldn't it be easy to take Mr. Chen back directly? What's more, the Yin sect also said that he would report to the sect and ask other elders to come, which was also asking for help. Mr. Chen, please think about it carefully. The sect leader still attaches great importance to you. Yin Zong said, as long as you agree to return to the sect, the position of the sect's protector will still be yours. That's all. Even if we want to return to the sect, we have to wait until this tomb spirit vibration ends. Mr. Chen said rudely, I don't want to see you before that. Yes, you can step back now. Yin Zong nodded, and then left directly. This? Didn't he say he would follow you? Xiao Xuan was stunned and couldn't help asking Mr. Chen. On the contrary, the tomb spirit master next to him said, this person's strength has reached the peak of the Dragon God Realm, and he is one step away from entering the Holy Realm. Such a person, as long as he knows your location, he can arrive in an instant even if he is thousands of miles away. No need to follow closely. So, Mr. Chen, why does he respect you so much? Xiao Xuan continued to ask. Could it be said that you are also at the peak of the Dragon God Realm? Or even the Holy Realm? How can it be a Holy Realm? At most, I have to be a little stronger than him. Otherwise, this guy would have taken action long ago and taken me back by force. Mr. Chen said calmly. After saying this, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling were also stunned. They knew before that Mr. Chen must have reached the Dragon God Realm, but they didn't expect that his strength had reached the peak of the Dragon God Realm? Doesn't this mean that Mr. Chen is the truly most powerful person? But since he is so strong, why were you never willing to show your strength before? But Xiao Xuan didn't ask much about this question. After all, some truly strong people do have some quirks in certain things that ordinary people don't have. Maybe this is his quirk? Think of this. Xiao Xuan also shook his head and said no more. By the way, Mr. Chen, since you are so powerful, if anything happens next, you will have to help. Xiao Xuan said with a smile. Too lazy to take action. Isn't there that guy from Yinzhou? If you need anything, just go find him. Mr. Chen seemed to realize that he was going back to Zhongzhou. He was also lazy and obviously not as joking as before. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1226 In the Tomb of the Old Man in the Valley, the Spirit of the tomb is shaking. Boom! With a burst of light flashing. After the loud noise, the grave of the old man in the valley returned to calm. And everyone's eyes were focused on it. Not a moment. The barrier on the tomb of the old man of the valley was also broken, and a hole appeared. The cave is open. Charge. Ha 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 ha. Rush in and grab the treasure. Boys of the Whitebone sect, go in and snatch the treasures. For a moment, All the major sects at the entrance of the tomb started shouting, and all of them had extremely excited expressions, as if they were ready to get the treasure inside easily. On the other hand, the tomb spirit sect is relatively calm. Tomb spirit master still patiently helped them with various preparations. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling also had serious expressions. They also knew that the more treasures there are, the more likely they are to be in danger. Since there are holy vessels of saints inside, it is very likely that there will be traps or tests set by the saint. However, since this tomb is restricted and only cultivators below the golden God realm can enter, it is unlikely that there will be forces inside that the golden God realm cannot resist, which is also a good thing. For these forces, maybe ordinary people don't have much understanding. But anyone with a discerning eye can know that if you want to get strong enough power, you have to pay a heavy enough price. For a time, it also attracted the attention of many people. Strength, power and sacred weapons are important, but you must know that if you want to obtain these things, you may have to pay a price. The grave spirit master warned. Master, please rest assured. My disciple knows what to do. There are some things that if we cannot challenge, we will never take action, casually. Tomb Qing nodded. I'm assured of that. But Master Tomb Spirit was relieved about the steady Tomb Qing, but after seeing Xiao Xuan, he became a little worried. He knew that Xiao Xuan had the kind of character that faced challenges head on. Sometimes, it seems that they are no match for some challenges, but Xiao Xuan will not give up easily. Although such a character may help turn defeat into victory at critical moments, more often than not, they still need to be careful and serious about facing it. For this point, he was somewhat worried. Hey. Don't worry, Master Tomb Spirit, I won't mess around. Xiao Xuan also smiled and said, however, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to finally wait until the tomb of the old man in the valley is opened this time, isn't it? He said this. Everyone present also looked solemn. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye can hear that although Xiao Xuan promised not to mess around, the meaning of the second half of the sentence is also very obvious, that is, if there is a suitable opportunity, he will not give up lightly. Such a personality may not be a bad thing for the exploration team. That's fine. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1227, The Secret in the Tomb, the Violent Old Man of the Valley? Could it be that this old man in the valley is a violent and unscrupulous person? Faced with the fact that his death was imminent, he deliberately killed his disciples and let them be buried with him? Xiao Xuan asked. Regarding this issue, a group of Tomb Spirit sect disciples were also talking about everything. Some people say that this is probably what happened. Otherwise, why would the old man of the valley let so many people be buried with him? Some people say that the old man of the valley prepared tombs for his disciples. If he just planned to let his disciples be buried with him, why did he do this? Others said that these disciples probably did something bad and were discovered by the old man in the valley, so they were killed. However, these analyses have little basis. All said and done, it's all just speculation. Xiao Xuan was very interested in this. This time he came to the Flame Cemetery. Although it was ostensibly to compete for the holy artifact, he knew that the more precious thing should be the inheritance of the saint. Saint, isn't he the old man of the valley? So since he wants to get the inheritance of the old man of the valley, he must first find out what kind of person this old man of the valley is. If he is a cunning, vicious, and evil person, Xiao Xuan also disdained his inheritance. About what I said, they are actually just legends, and most people may not know it. Tomb Qing smiled and said, our purpose this time is to find the tomb of one of his disciples, and tried to get as much information as possible. The treasures in it are already considered very good. A disciple? Senior brother Tomb Ching, your appetite is a bit too small, right? We have already arrived at the tomb of the old man in the valley, and we are only looking for the tomb of a disciple. This is too unpleasant. Yes, let's go find the tomb of the old man of the valley. 18 powerful men in the Golden God realm. With such strength, even in the Flame Cemetery, as long as you don't encounter a Dragon God level sect master, you can basically walk sideways. With strong troops and strong horses, they are naturally confident. On the contrary, the tomb is a bit dignified. As a person who grew up in tombs, he has a very deep understanding of the dangers in tombs. He knew that in a tomb of this level, sometimes having more people is not necessarily an advantage. As long as you touch any mechanism or trap, it is very likely that the group will be wiped out in an instant. This is also the reason for his cautious character. For such a long time, although before leaving, Master Tomb Spirit said that he could boldly explore, things like personality cannot be changed casually. Now that you're all here, let's give it a try. If we don't try it, I'm afraid, even if we go back safely, we will have regrets. Xiao Xuan thought for a while and said, why don't we divide into 2 teams? One team will search for the disciples' tomb according to the original plan. The other team will find a different way to find the tomb of the old man in the valley. How about that? Okay, that's a good idea. This way we will at least have a guaranteed income from the tomb, and maybe there will be some really good stuff. I agree with young Master Xiao Xuan's suggestion. Anyway, there are 20 people, even if they are divided into 2 teams. There are still 10 people in each team. In this case, there will be no danger. Therefore, Xiao Xuan's suggestion was supported as soon as it was put forward. Seeing so many people supporting him, Tomb Ching reluctantly nodded in the end, saying that Xiao Xuan should pay attention to safety, and gave Xiao Xuan a copy of the map. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1228, The Body-Devouring Monster, the 6-Winged Iron Hand. Flame Monster. Is there really such a monster? Bai Ling carefully took Xiao Xuan's hand and couldn't help but ask, can such a monster eat people? Are you afraid of monsters? Xiao Xuan was stunned. He remembered that when he was in the 10,000 Beasts Tower and fighting against those monsters in the 10,000 Beasts Tower, Bai Ling performed well, right? I'm not afraid of ordinary monsters, but I'm afraid of the ones that eat dead human flesh. Bai Ling's palms were sweaty. It doesn't matter, there are so many of us, there is no need to be afraid. Xiao Xuan also comforted, and then asked Tomb Ching, Brother Tomb Ching, if a monster appears in this tomb, what is its approximate grade? Hard to say. According to the records of the disciples who came in last time, it should be a 7th level or 8th level person, equivalent to a powerful person in the human race's little Golden God realm. It poses no threat to us. Tomb Ching hesitated for a moment and then added, but I feel it's more than just that. Since the old man in the valley has reached the holy realm, it's hard to say what kind of monsters there will be in his tomb. Say it. All the disciples of Tomb Spirit sect also became nervous. At the same time, some people's faces became more solemn and serious, as if they felt that these roaring monsters would rush out and bite them at any time. Do you have any confidence in your heart? What kind of monster do you think it might be? Xiao Xuan looked at Tomb Ching's calm look and couldn't help but ask, why don't you come and listen? At the same time, the disciples of the Tomb Spirit sect also focused on Tomb Ching. Obviously, they also want to hear Tomb Green's introduction. All right. In this case, I will tell you my guess. It may not be correct, but it is close to 10. Tomb Ching is worthy of being a cultivator who grew up in a tomb. His words aroused the curiosity of many disciples. Six-winged iron hand flame monster. This is the most likely monster. It is a 9th level monster. Its strength reaches the golden god realm of the human race. It likes to devour carrion. It can fly and spit poisonous fire. Its claws are very sharp and can be crushed in one grasp. Human skull. Tomb Ching's face was ashen and he said, "Once, I encountered a juvenile 6-winged iron hand flame monster that killed 3 powerful men in the golden god realm." Say it. The disciples present were all shocked, their eyes widened, and they couldn't believe it. How could a juvenile 6-winged iron hand flame monster kill 3 powerful men in the golden god realm with 1 against 3? If this were an adult 6-winged iron hand flame monster, wouldn't it be 1 against 10? Didn't you say that this 8th level 6-winged iron hand flame monster is equivalent to the human race's powerful golden god realm? He probably didn't know the 8th level when he was young. Why is he so powerful? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. That's what I want to say with a little bit of caution. Actually, although these 6-winged iron hand flame monsters are powerful, they are not without their weaknesses. Their eyes are their biggest weakness. As long as they hit their eyes, they will take the initiative to escape. Tomb Ching said, "It's a pity that almost all the cultivators, when they saw this terrifying 6-winged iron hand flame monster in the dark tomb, their first reaction was to run away, so they were chased one by one. Kill and die." Say it. All the disciples of Tomb Spirit sect also fell into silence. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1229, Beheaded, Swallowed by the Giant Whale Gate. At this time, however, Xiao Xuan stood up, squinted his eyes, looked at Gu Feng and Jing Tun, and said, "Baby? It seems that you have obtained the tomb of the disciple of the old man in the valley? I won't bother you anymore." Gu Feng sneered, "If you want to fight, then fight, if not, then get out." "Beat? Then let's fight." Xiao Xian's eyes were sharp and his figure was like lightning. He disappeared instantly and then appeared behind Gu Feng. Gu Feng reacted quickly and stretched out a huge bone to hit Xiao Xian. But the next second, Xiao Xian's figure disappeared on the spot again like a ghost, and the Tianlang sword stabbed Gu Feng between the eyebrows. "Dare!" Gu Feng was angry. He could see that Xiao Xian was just a cultivator of the little golden god realm and was much worse than him in realm. This means that he has just experienced a big battle. Otherwise, for him in his heyday, Xiao Xian was simply not a guy to be afraid of. Bone spirit technique. At that moment, Gu Feng did not dare to neglect, and directly used his strongest heaven-level Taoist technique. The damn thing turned out to be bone spirit art. Seeing Xiao Xian take action, Tomb Ching quickly followed behind. "Jingtuan, what the hell are you waiting for? Take action now." Faced with the attacks of the 2 men, Gu Feng was suddenly at a disadvantage. Pfft. But the next second, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Jia Tun, who was about to take action just now, spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. There was a wound on the chest that had been pierced by an awl. Obviously, he can no longer survive. Jingtuan from the Giant Whale Gate, a strong man in the Golden God realm, was actually killed with one move. For a moment, everyone's eyes were a little dull. Finally, his eyes fell on Xiao Xian, behind him. At this moment, Xiao Xian wiped the blood on his hands and sneered. As expected of the heavenly Taoist soul cone of death, it's amazing. Xiao Xian smiled and said, "How about it? For the rest of you, do you still want to fight? I'm happy to accompany you." This completely frightened the people of the giant whale sect and the white bone sect. To know what Xiao Xuan showed was only the strength of a small golden god. Even if Jingtuan was injured, he was still a real golden god. But in just such a moment, Xiao Xuan was killed directly. With such strength, it is not something that ordinary people can fight against, which really scares the disciples of the two sections. Gu Feng, surrender. Tum Qing was also pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that Xiao Xuan was so powerful. Surrender? Humph, do you think I'm so stupid that you will let me go if I surrender? Gu Feng gritted his teeth and said, even if I die, I will drag you to be buried with me. After saying that, he actually forced the bone spirit technique to activate. In an instant, countless little skeletons holding swords and shields were summoned around them. Each little skeleton has the strength of a small golden god. Although one-on-one, Tomb Spirit sect disciples are not afraid of these little skeletons. But there were too many little skeletons, and soon they were a little tired of dealing with them. In addition, the little skeletons were immortal. Even if they were broken, they could stand up and fight again. Catch the thief first and capture the king first. Tum Qing, catch the bone wind. Xiao Xuan soon noticed that Gu Feng was hiding behind a group of small skeletons and was constantly reciting Taoism. Go together. Tum Qing took out a big iron hammer and swept it across the group of small skeletons in front of him. With each attack, the group of small skeletons in front of him fell to pieces. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1230, The Six-Winged Iron-Hand Flame Monster is terrifying. Not good. It's the Six-Winged Iron-Hand Flame Monster. Everyone gather here and prepare to fight. Tom's green eyes were sharp, and he could tell at a glance that the big bird that just appeared was the six-winged iron-hand flame monster mentioned earlier. Xiao Xuan also drew out the serious sword and prepared to fight. Bai Ling also got ready, but her current state was obviously not as handy as when she was chasing down the two sect disciples just now. Zitsidi. After having a successful example from the sky above the tomb, huge six-winged iron-hand flame monsters are constantly flying out. The 6 wings are like 6 large fans. When attacked by the steel-like claws, even stones will be crushed instantly. Soon, 2 or 3 more Tomb Spirit sect disciples were taken away without even a chance to resist. This frightened the remaining people even more, because they discovered that these 6-winged iron-hand flame monsters were far more terrifying than they imagined. Facing these monsters, they didn't even have the ability to resist. No. We can't just sit there and wait for death. There are a lot of 6-winged iron-hand flame monsters. We have to find a safe place. Take the initiative. Xiao Xuan could tell. Under the pressure of such death, the powerful men of the Golden God realm of the Tomb Spirit sect were likely to be dragged to death, and they immediately decided to take the initiative. But, this thing is very fast, how are you going to fight back? Tum Qing was also worried. Fight fast, with fast speed. If it's fast, I'll be faster than it. After Xiao Xuan finished speaking, he spotted a 6-winged iron-hand flame monster and flew down to grab someone. He flew up, swung the serious sword, and with the blessing of Tian Tsung's swordsmanship, he directly cut off the 6-winged iron-hand flame monster head. Foul-smelling blood spurted out instantly. After the 6-winged iron-hand flame monster landed on the ground, it struggled for a while before becoming motionless. See it? These guys are not invincible. Come on, let's fight them together. Xiao Xuan roared angrily and directly commanded the Tomb Spirit sect disciples to fight tooth and nail. In fact, these disciples of the Tomb Spirit sect are also strong men in the Golden God realm, carefully selected by the master of the Tomb Spirit. They all have strength, but they were frightened by the fierce attack of the six-winged Iron Hand Flame monster at first. I don't know how to use all kinds of Taoist combat skills. Seeing that Xiao Xuan, a small golden god, could take the initiative to kill monsters, they all became excited and began to fight against the six-winged Iron Hand Flame monster. The situation turned around in an instant. Although some Tomb Spirit sect disciples were bitten to death from time to time, at least they were no longer beaten on one side. At the same time as the battle progresses, the disciples of the Tomb Spirit sect also discovered some of the weaknesses of these six-winged Iron Hand Flame monsters. Various Taoist techniques attacked their eyes, and quickly drove away the group of six-winged Iron Hand Flame monsters. Count the casualties. In this battle, 8 powerful men of the Golden God realm were lost. It can be considered a heavy loss. However, they also killed many six-winged Iron Hand Flame monsters. The monster essences of such 8th-level monsters are also expensive. Damn it. I just said, there must be this kind of monster in this place. Tum Ching felt a little sorry for his brothers. He sat on a stone, wiped his sweat and gritted his teeth. Do not be angry. Now that we have arrived in this tomb, we can already imagine that the battle will be life or death. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1231, Xiao Xuan's prediction, valuable trust? Xiao Xuan, what's wrong with you? Seeing Xiao Xuan's appearance, Tum Ching couldn't help but be a little suspicious. He and Xiao Xuan have known each other for a long time. Since Xiao Xuan cured the cold poison on the Tomb Spirit Master, he has a little understanding of the latter. In his impression, Xiao Xuan was not a person who liked to talk casually. But now, he actually pointed directly behind him and said that there was the tomb of the old man of the valley. However, behind him, there is clearly a wall. Xiao Xuan, you mean that all the treasures of the old man in the valley are hidden behind the wall? It's not that simple, right? Tum Ching couldn't help but ask. Don't you have a bronze compass? Take it out and look at it. Xiao Xuan said, with a smile. Right. I haven't used it yet. Tum Ching also nodded quickly. Speaking of which, this was the first time he took out the bronze compass since he came to this tomb. After taking out this thing in front of everyone, Tum Ching injected a great power into it, and then, in front of everyone, the pointer of the bronze compass actually pointed to the wall behind him. This really surprised everyone. Even Tum Ching and Bai Ling had disbelieving looks in their eyes. They couldn't understand what was going on with Xiao Xuan. After all, Xiao Xuan is just a cultivator of the Little Golden God realm. Even his Little Golden God realm, he still managed to reach it by relying on the heavenly level pills of the Tomb Spirit Master. Such strength. Xiao Xuan has indeed created many miracles that ordinary people cannot believe. Heal the tomb spirit, kill the whale, and guide the direction of the treasure hunt? Not to mention all of these things, even one of them is worthy of surprise. You are really a person that I can't see through. Tum Ching couldn't help but look at Xiao Xuan and said seriously, besides, you are also the strongest Little Golden God realm powerhouse I have ever seen. Ahem. I hope that small print can be removed as soon as possible. Xiao Xuan was a little dumbfounded. The strongest should be the strongest, why should we add a Little Golden God realm? Is it possible? Does anyone really care about this small word? Think of this. He was also embarrassed. On the other hand, Tum Ching smiled and said, Master Xiao Xuan, I can guarantee this. It won't take long before your small character will be removed. We can bet. Ha ha ha. Xiao Xuan laughed. Of course, but master, do we want to take a bet, which one of us will enter? The Golden God realm first? Bai Ling asked slyly. This, I won't bet with you. Xiao Xuan shook his head quickly. Ha ha ha. This time, another burst of smiles arose from the Tomb Spirit sect disciples. After all, as Bai Ling's master, at this time, he did not dare to compete with his apprentice to see who could enter the Golden God realm first. It was a bit embarrassing for such a thing to spread. Okay. Let's get down to business. After seeing a burst of ridicule, everyone relaxed a lot, Tung Qing also nodded and continued, although the White Bone sect and the Giant Whale sect are finished, there are still other powerful sects in the tomb. For example, Broken Star Sword sect, True Fire Academy, Yamahal. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1232 True Fire Academy, Hualai. Oh? It turns out to be Brothers Tomb Green. I don't dare to take it seriously. It's just good luck. What? You are also going to look for the cemetery of the old man in the valley? Hualai is a tall man with red eyebrows and beard. You can tell from the look that he must be someone who practices the way of fire. Not bad, traveling with us? Tung Qing glanced at the Broken Star Sword sect. And Yama Palace, not far away from the corner of his eyes, I can also have someone to look after me on the way. That's what I meant. Hualai also agreed directly. What's going on? I remember that your Tomb Spirit Sect's team was pretty good. This time? How could the damage be so serious? Hualai couldn't help but ask. When he saw that there were only 10 Tomb Spirit Sect disciples. Don't mention it. I encountered a group of monsters, and several disciples encountered the mechanism, so they were damaged to this extent. Tung Qing sighed, I had known this, alas. They come, the security. Look, aren't the Broken Star Sword sect and Yamaluadian about the same? They are probably even worse than you. I heard that they even met people from Zhongzhou. Hualai lowered his voice and said, the people in Zhongzhou are not polite to them and they attack them when they come up. Look at their appearance. Hear the news. All the Tomb Spirit Sect disciples were also surprised. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling also looked at each other and listened to what Hualai said. Seeing that someone was listening, Hualai also continued, but speaking of it, the Tianlai sect in Zhongzhou is indeed the #1 sect in Zhongzhou. In the time it took us to search one tomb, they actually searched 3, and there was no trace found. Not damaged. Is this so strong? Tung Qing was surprised, is it just luck? How can this be? Look at the miserable state of the Broken Star Sword sect and Yamaluadian. They were probably robbed by the sects in Zhongzhou. Hualai said, moreover, the Tianlai sect in Zhongzhou has only 5 disciples, all of whom are high-level Golden God realm. We are afraid that we will not be our opponents. 5 people obtained 3 Dragon God realm tombs unscathed. Such a record. It is definitely the most glorious one among the tombs of the old man of the valley. For a while, Hualai and Tung Qing both felt a little solemn in their hearts. They also all know that the sects in Zhongzhou have always been domineering. And they will directly snatch anything they like. If anything goes wrong, they will be killed directly. The key thing is that, according to Hualai, these 5 people are also ridiculously strong, so the situation they have to face may be a bit dangerous. How about, let's retreat? Tung Qing hesitated and said. This? You mean, just give up the search for the old man's tomb in the valley? There was a little hesitation on Hualai's face. He was not stupid. He knew that this was indeed the safest way, but he was a little unwilling in his heart. How can this be done? There are so many people in our True Fire Academy. Are we really afraid of that Tianlai sect? At worst, we can just compete to see who is stronger. Yes, we are not afraid of the Tianlai sect. You True Fire Academy are not afraid, and our Tomb Spirit sect is even less afraid. Then let's go together. The conversation between Hualai and Tung Qing was also heard by the disciples of the two sects, and they immediately started talking. This time, both of them looked a little ugly. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 12:33. Strength slaps you in the face and conquers little. Yama. It seems that many people are not convinced. Hualai actually didn't admire Xiao Xuan very much in his heart. In his opinion, in the entire Tomb Spirit sect, except for Tung Qing, no one was worthy of his trust. Can you give me a chance? Xiao Xuan asked. This? Hualai hesitated. After all, Xiao Xuan was also doing it for the benefit of the external sects, and just like them, he wanted to go and snatch the Zhongzhou sect's opportunity to explore the tomb of the old man in the valley. I believe you. Tung Qing supported Xiao Xuan without hesitation. Grey blue? Hualai was confused. Brother Hualai, why don't you give me some face and just trust Xiao Xuan once? Tung Qing said with cupped hands. Okay, then let's go with you. Hualai originally wanted to say something, but when he saw Tung Qing's sincere face, he could only nod. Not far away, the Star Sword of the Broken Star Sword sect and the little Yama of the Yama Palace both had gloomy eyes and gloomy faces. They originally each found the tomb of an old disciple of the valley. He had just defeated the guardian monster in the tomb, but was intercepted by the Tianlai sect in Zhongzhou. Not only did he lose his treasure, but he also injured many disciples. Therefore, when I saw the relatively complete True Fire Academy and Tomb Spirit sect, I was obviously a little unhappy. Now, seeing Xiao Xuan taking the initiative to come over with Tung Qing and Hualai, he became even more vigilant. He held a sword and would take action if he disagreed. What are you going to do? Are you taking advantage of the situation? Xing Jian held the long sword. Even if our Broken Star Sword sect fights, we will never let you succeed. Come here if you have the ability. Xiao Yanluo said gloomily. It's not true. Don't be nervous, you two. We are here to discuss cooperation. Xiao Xuan said directly. Who are you? Seeing that Xiao Xuan really had no intention of taking action, Xing Jian also put away the long sword in a cool manner. A small person in the Golden God realm is worthy of coming over to discuss cooperation with me? Xiao Xuan is from our Tomb Spirit sect. He represents our two sections. He came here to talk with you. Tung Qing said from behind. Humph, you two sects are really getting better and better, and you actually let a person from the little Golden God realm negotiate on your behalf. Is it because your sect has no one left? Xingzhan mocked. I think that since you have this time to ridicule, you might as well listen to what he has to say. Hualai said disdainfully. Good. Then just tell me. Xingzhan looked at Xiao Xuan and said, could it be that he wants to annex us? I am not interested in annexing you. Instead, I am interested in the sacred artifact of the old man in the valley. After Xiao Xuan mentioned the word sacred artifact, he clearly saw some emotion on the faces of Xingzhan and Xiao Yanluo, and continued said, I think you are also interested in this sacred artifact, right? Nonsense, the old man in the valley is an ancient saint. Who wouldn't want the holy artifacts he left behind? Xiao Yanluo said impatiently. But with the strength of our external sects, even if we fight alone, we are no match for Tianlai sect. Xiao Xuan said. Say it. The 4 sect leaders present were silent. They all knew that this was an indisputable fact. What exactly do you want to say? Xinjiang asked directly. Cooperate. The 4 of us cooperated to fight against the Zhongzhou Tianlai sect and obtain the holy artifact of the old man of the valley. Xiao Xuan said directly, we can divide the sacred weapon equally after that. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1234, Bloody Oath, a battle between ordinary people. Okay. Brother Xiao Xuan, you are really capable, and you can actually find a way to get them to cooperate. Just now, how did you deal with that little Yama? Like this, you can be behind him in no time. Your movement skills are really good. Along the way, Hualai turned into a chatterbox and kept mumbling beside Xiao Xuan. This made Xiao Xuan's ears a little calloused. He didn't understand why Hualai, a tall and strong man, could talk endlessly. Fortunately, there was a tomb nearby to stop him. He didn't keep talking. Okay. Although this is our first time working together, I still want to say a few words. We let Xiao Xuan take charge. Do you have any objections? Tum Qing asked directly. This time, the remaining 3 people were silent. Xinjiang and Xiao Yanluo were both subdued by Xiao Xuan, so naturally they didn't say a word, while Hualai, who has now become Xiao Xuan's fanboy, even more agreed with both hands. Instead, Xiao Xuan waved his hand. In fact, he didn't care what headquarters ordered it. What he is more concerned about is, how is the operation of Zhongzhou Tianlai sect? With Hualai, Xiao Yanluo, Xingjian and Tum Qing, can they each stop a Zhongzhou disciple? In this way, he had the opportunity to kill a Zhongzhou disciple. In this way, the inheritance of the old man in the valley is taken away. Have you ever seen the disciples from Zhongzhou? Tum Qing asked Xiao Yan Luo and Xingjian directly. I've seen it. They robbed our things, and in the end, they probably came this way. Xingjian looked annoyed. If I catch them, I will kill them all. Xiao Yanluo said even more bitterly. Then let's just wait quietly. Xiao Xuan nodded. When he said this, although the 4 sect disciples were surprised, they could only nod and wait honestly. What they can feel is, as time passed, the temperature in the tomb actually became warmer. This means that the time for the tomb to be closed is coming. For a while, people would look at Xiao Xuan from time to time, wanting to see what happened to him, but unfortunately, Xiao Xuan kept sitting still, as if he didn't care about anything. I don't know how long it took. Finally, in the distance, 5 young men in silver robes passed by. He is a member of the Zhongzhou Tianlai sect. Ha ha ha. You can't find anything after wearing iron shoes. I didn't expect that all of you are here. This saves us from searching one by one. The silver-haired man who took the lead sneered, in that case, just call out what you got. Why? Hualai was equally disdainful. Not cooperating? The silver-haired man shook his head, looks like I'm going to take action again. Come and give it a try if you have the ability. Hualai slapped his chest. And red flames instantly rose up. Thunder fist. The silver-haired man said nothing, flew up, and punched Hualai directly in the chest. Minch on flame palm. Hualai didn't give in, and also hit him head-on with a huge red flame palm. Boom. Boom. The two collided. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1235, Opponents not on the same level, fight to the death. Boom boom boom. The silver light that had completely entered a state of rage was extremely terrifying. Although he was holding a giant hammer, his speed did not slow down at all. The whole person is like a silver lightning. In this hall, chasing Xiao Xuan and attacking crazily, even the earth was shaken. Boom! The giant hammer fell to the ground. The gravel flew instantly, but Xiao Xuan had already dodged it. You ant! Don't you dare to confront me head-on? His silver eyes were red, and the blood flowing from his face made his expression even more ferocious and terrifying. Humph! Xiao Xuan sneered. With his many years of fighting experience, he would not really face this guy head-on. I thought I could run away like this. Thunder step. Yinguang sneered, and there was a lightning power under his feet. Then, it was directly instilled into his body. In an instant, his speed increased to an extreme. Then, he chased directly towards Xiao Xuan. With this thunder step, he was no slower than Xiao Xuan's time and space wall. In fact, when it comes to Taoist skills, this thunder step is not as good as the space-time wall given by Mr. Chen. It's just that now, Xiao Xuan only has the little golden god realm, which is far inferior to the silver light of the golden god realm, so he is caught up by the latter. If Xiao Xuan is now at the peak of the golden god realm, relying on the space-time wall, this silver light thunder step can't even touch the corners of Xiao Xuan's clothes. Interesting. Then let me show you how strong my body is. Xiao Xuan sneered. Under the movement of Tian Tsung's sword technique, the serious sword directly collided with the thunder and lightning giant hammer. Boom! Under a loud noise, Xiao Xuan and Yinguang took several steps back at the same time. They fell to the ground, and then each spit out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that the impact just now had severely injured them. Come again! With the strength of the golden god realm, Yinguang quickly stood up, raised his hammer, and roared, "Today I will trample you into a pulp. Come on!" The dragon blood in Xiao Xuan's body quickly repaired the injury. And at the same time he raised his sword and faced him. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The two seemed to be tireless. A crazy fight started in the center of the hall, and the hard rocks on the ground turned from big rocks to gravel, and finally turned into powder. During this period, both the Zhongzhou disciples, Huolai and Tongqing all thought of stepping forward to help, but every time they were shaken away by the huge aftermath, unable to get close at all. Finally, in the final showdown, Xiao Xuan was hit with a hammer in the chest, and at the same time he cut off Yinguang's neck with a sword. Xiao Xuan, a tragic victory. This scene made everyone present stunned and couldn't believe what they were seeing. Even Xing Jian and Xiaoyan Luo were stunned. They also didn't expect that Xiao Xuan could be so strong. With the strength of a small golden god, he could kill the peak of the golden god? Moreover, this person at the peak of the golden god realm is from the Zhongzhou sect. If this matter spreads out, wouldn't it cause an uproar in the entire Nanzhan? Haizhou? You. Silver light. Several disciples of Tianlizing were also surprised. They saw that Yinguang and Xiao Xuan were fighting fiercely, but they all believed that Yinguang would win in the end. But who knew that in the end, this would be the result? This is beyond belief. Impossible. This is impossible. You external sects must be using some secret method. I will make you pay for the silver light with your lives. Several Tianlizing disciples roared and rushed towards Xiao Xuan. Everyone, I'm begging you. Xiao Xuan spat out a mouthful of blood, raised his hands, and said to Tongqing, Huolia and others, "Do not worry. We can't deal with the leader. We have no problem dealing with these miscellaneous fish. Grandma, I'm going to take revenge too." Tomb Green Fire Star Sword, Xiao Luo, and others are also excited. Over the years, the sects in their outer areas have been looked down upon by the Zhongzhou sect, and their disciples are also holding their breath. Today, I watched helplessly as Xiao Xuan defeated the strong with the weak. They were also excited in their hearts and took action one after another, stepping forward to fight. In fact, their strength is similar to other disciples of Tianlai sect, but now, they are excited, and the strength they can exert is naturally stronger than usual. Gradually, these Zhongzhou disciples were suppressed. Not a moment. Of the 4 remaining Zhongzhou disciples, 1 was killed each by Tun Qing and Hualai, and the other 2 ran away when they saw that the situation was not going well. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1236, The Old Man of the Valley appears. Xiao Xuan? Could he be the descendant of that old guy Xiao Zhu? The old man in the valley frowned slightly, then shook his head and said, I didn't expect that old guy Xiao Zhu would have such an outstanding descendant. After living for hundreds of years? Xiao Zhu? What Xiao Zhu? At this time, not only Chu Yuan, but also Toma Qing and others looked at Xiao Xuan with a little doubt in their eyes. Speaking of which, they can be regarded as people who have known Xiao Xuan for a short time. Just now, Xiao Xuan killed Tianlai's Yingguang in a single fight, but it also proved that his strength was extraordinary. But now, Xiao Zhu is involved again? This had to arouse their curiosity. Logically speaking, since Xiao Xuan comes from an outside area, he should not have a great background, but now it seems that this is not the case. Thinking of this, Tun Qing and Hualai also looked at each other with confusion and surprise in their eyes. If this is true, then it is not surprising that Xiao Xuan has such strength. Dare I ask the old man in the valley, who is Xiao Zhu? Tun Qing couldn't help but ask. Ancestor Xiao is one of the ancient gods and has nothing to do with you. Juniors. What is your purpose in coming to my tomb today? The old man in the valley shook his head and asked everyone directly. This time. Everyone present looked a little embarrassed. Purpose? What could they find in the tomb among the tombs? It's nothing more than hoping to get some treasures or inheritance in the cemetery. However, if he said it directly, he might really offend the old man in the valley. We want to visit your tomb and pay homage to your great heritage. Xingzhan said hesitantly with a bit of embarrassment on his face. Inherited? Are you here for the holy weapon? The old man in the valley sneered, otherwise, what purpose would you have in coming all the way to the tomb of an old man like me? Say such a sentence. The people present felt embarrassed again. They looked at each other and didn't know how to answer the question. I believe that you, old man of the valley, have set up such a restriction just to select disciples suitable for your inheritance, right? This junior is here for this. Xiao Xuan did not shy away from it at all and said directly. Inherited? So, you want to get my inheritance? After hearing what Xiao Xuan said, old man Gu seemed a little surprised. He looked at the former and said directly, this is the first time in such a long time that someone wants to inherit my legacy. At the same time, people around Xiao Xuan were also surprised. Especially Tun Qing and Bai Ling, they have known Xiao Xuan for a relatively long time, but even so, they didn't expect Xiao Xuan's goal to be so ambitious. Directly want to get the inheritance from the old man of the valley? You must know that old man Gu was a master in the realm of saints during his lifetime, and his every move could destroy the world. For a person of this level, his inheritance is naturally extremely precious. However, it is naturally impossible for the old man in the valley to give his precious inheritance to just anyone. If Xiao Xuan wants to get his inheritance, At least, you have to show your excellent strength, so there may be a chance. However, Xiao Xuan is just an ordinary little golden god realm. His realm is far more than 1,000 miles away from the old man in the valley who is a saint. How can such a state be valued? This sounds simply impossible. However, Xiao Xuan can say such words in front of the old man in the valley, which is enough to prove his courage. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1237, The Trial of the Old Man in the Valley, the Ancient Inheritance. In the cemetery of the old people in the valley. For a while, everyone's eyes were focused on Xinjiang, wanting to see what he would encounter. At this time, Xinjiang was also very nervous. He also understood very well that the test of the old man of the valley was definitely not a simple matter. If you were not careful, you might fail and become a laughingstock. At the moment, the star sword is also the power of the great avenue running throughout its body. The whole person was like a taut bowstring, walking forward step by step, with vigilance in his eyes. I'm afraid something unexpected will happen. At the same time, Xiao Xuan and others also looked at Xinjiang with curiosity in their eyes, wanting to see what kind of things he would experience. Although the star sword is not far away from the old man in the valley. However, every step he took was extremely difficult, as if he was carrying heavy shackles. This also made the faces of those present look serious. You must know that Xinjiang's strength is also in the pseudo-golden god realm. It goes without saying that he can be sent to the land of flames. But now, what he faced was just a shadow of the old man in the valley. But look at him. It seemed like they were bearing such a heavy burden, but Xiao Xuan and others also understood that this was probably the pressure of a strong person in the saint realm. In the realm of saints, turning your hands becomes clouds and turning your hands becomes rain. With a single thought, he can kill all living creatures within a corner. With a single thought, he can also resurrect everything within a corner. The old man in the valley can cultivate to the realm of a saint, so there is no doubt about his strength. As for the inheritance on him, it is naturally extremely precious. These things must be much more precious than the treasures on his disciples. Although now the old man in the valley is just a sad memory. But if you take it lightly because of this, you will definitely pay the price in blood. So this time, Xiao Xuan and others also looked at Xinjiang carefully, wanting to see how far he could go. Under everyone's gaze, Xinjiang only took a few steps out, but his face turned red, and there were fine beads of sweat on his forehead. The power of the avenue on his body was also running wildly. It was obvious that he had used his power to the extreme. But even so, he didn't take a few steps. On the contrary, under the invisible suppression of the old man in the valley, he only took 3 or 4 steps and sat down on the ground, sweating profusely and panting. This also shocked everyone present. Although Xinjiang is arrogant, his strength is not weak, otherwise it would be impossible to represent the sect into the flame cemetery. But now, faced with the pressure of the old man in the valley, they couldn't even hold on for a few steps, which surprised them. At this time, the remaining people looked at each other in confusion. There was a bit of surprise on every face. They could imagine that if the old man of the valley was going to test them, the conditions he would propose would of course be extremely harsh. However, looking at the appearance of Xinjiang, he didn't even have the ability to withstand it. This really made them a little bit unbelievable. There was even a little doubt on everyone's face, and they looked at the old man in the valley with basically awe. Xinjiang, what's going on? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1238, Pessimistic Attitude, Black Mist Soul Gathering Technique. I would like to see how powerful this black mist soul gathering technique can be. Xiao Xuan smiled slightly and asked Tung Qing and Bai Ling beside him, "Do you think this little llama can succeed?" After this question was asked, Tung Qing and Bai Ling also looked at each other, with a somewhat dignified look on their faces. In fact, as sects from external areas, they don't know much about central sects like Tianlai sect, but they are relatively familiar with some external sections. Therefore, they have also heard of the secret techniques of Yama sect. I think it's very possible. It is said that if Xiao Luo really refines the black mist soul gathering technique to the extreme, he can break through his own realm and reach the Dragon God realm. If you can really reach the Dragon God realm, it is indeed possible for little Yama to win the favor of the old man in the valley. Tung Qing couldn't help but say. Hearing this, everyone else nodded, but all of them had solemn looks on their faces. In fact, even these people understand it. In fact, their strengths are quite similar to each other. If Xiao Luo has secret skills at his disposal, doesn't it mean that others don't? Don't say anything else. Xing Jian and Hua Lai must have their own sect secrets. Even Tom Qing and Bai Ling might have something at the bottom of the box that they haven't taken out. At this time, watching little Yama walking towards the old man in the valley, step by step surrounded by black mist, the others gradually became excited. You know, the old man in the valley is a strong man at the level of a saint. Even the real strong ones at the Dragon God realm level would probably salivate over his inheritance, let alone the ordinary Golden God realm like them. More importantly, this can be seen from the condition of the old man in the valley. This old man was not as rebellious as he appeared, but actually gave them a chance to inherit. Opportunities like this don't come around all the time. Therefore, everyone wants to show their true skills, hoping to be favored by the old man in the valley. Red blood flame. The 13 swords of prison heaven. White flame technique. Grave soul technique. Then in front of Xiao Xuan, Hua Lai, Xing Jian and others also showed their magical powers through the 8 immortals across the sea, using all their abilities to forcibly improve their strength. This also made Xiao Xuan nod frequently. You know, these are still sect disciples from outside areas, and everyone can actually produce such powerful secret techniques. This is enough to prove their strength. However, the performance of these people was not necessarily noticed by Xiao Xuan. He knew that relying on these secret techniques might improve his strength in a short period of time, but this method would not last long. Perhaps they could get closer to the old man of the valley. But it is almost impossible to obtain the inheritance of the strength of the old man in the valley by relying solely on secret techniques. Then, I would like to see it. How powerful is the so-called saint? Xiao Xuan also used the colorful aura on his body to recover from his previous injuries, and at the same time, he also slowly used the skills on his body to the extreme. Rely on the effect of dragon blood body pill. If he strengthens his current skills, he can at least raise his strength to the peak of the Golden God realm. Although it can only last for a short time. But this is already amazing, and he believes that even if the old man in the valley will set up some difficulties, it will never be a problem for him. Boom. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1239, Cold Air Erosion, The Saint's Remnant Thoughts. I think this frozen staircase is definitely not that simple. Before you step forward later, be careful to use the power of the avenue to protect your heart to prevent the cold air from invading the 5 internal organs. After carefully observing the frozen stairs for a while, Xiao Xuan also reminded Tung Qing and Bai Ling with a solemn expression. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will leave permanent scars. Hearing this, Toma Qing and Bai Ling, who were still eager to try, were stunned. In fact, after seeing the frozen stairs, they didn't think too much about it. They simply thought that it was a kind of cold air, at most it was just a bit colder than ordinary cold air. Not to the point where they can't handle it. However, hearing the meaning of Xiao Xuan's words, they were a little confused. In fact, before coming to the flame cemetery, Tung Qing still had some doubts about Xiao Xuan's strength, thinking that the latter was just an ordinary little golden god. Maybe I can rely on medical skills to save the tomb spirit master. But this is not very convincing. After all, in a place like the flame cemetery, you rely more on your own Dao strength, not just your medical skills. But what happened next was Xiao Xuan's performance. This made Tung Qing very surprised. He did not expect that Xiao Xuan could single-handedly fight against the top disciples of Tianlai sect and kill the latter directly. This kind of strength is enough for him to treat it carefully. You know, there were so many core disciples from external sects present today. And when they faced that guy, they had no ability to resist at all. This is proof enough. Xiao Xuan's strength is far stronger than them. Naturally, they still have to pay attention to strong people. After looking at each other at this moment, their faces became solemn. Brother Xiao Xuan, are you saying that there are still dangers in this frozen staircase? Tung Qing's expression became serious and he asked, then how should we deal with it? I can give you the recovery power of dragon blood to help you resist this cold power. Xiao Xuan said. This? Is it useful? Tung Qing and Bai Ling couldn't help being stunned. One of them is a talented disciple of Tomb Spirit sect, and the other is a proud and talented person of Baiyan Valley. Apart from anything else, his strength has now reached the Golden God realm. Relying on this, even in the Flame Cemetery where there are so many powerful people, he can be regarded as a unique existence. But now you actually need the help of a little Golden God realm? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? What's more, they didn't feel much threat from the ice-cold power that Xiao Xuan mentioned. Can this thing really be so powerful? Even stranger. They had never heard of the restorative power of dragon blood mentioned by Xiao Xuan. Before, they had heard that the so-called pure-blood dragons had strong restorative powers, and some humans with dragon blood attractants also has great advantages in recovering from injuries. But this is only limited to people who have taken dragon blood elixirs or practiced dragon skills. For ordinary people, they naturally do not have this recovery ability. But Xiao Xuan actually said that he could put this kind of recovery ability on them. This is a bit strange. For a while. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1240, The Power of Dragon Blood, Climbing the Frozen Stairs. It's truly amazing. At this moment, Bai Ling looked at Xiao Xuan with the same surprise and praised, Master, you are so amazing. You actually have dragon blood factor in your body. Have you ever practiced dragon blood technique before? In response, Xiao Xuan just shook his head slightly and explained, I just accidentally swallowed a dragon blood pill, it's nothing. Say it. Naturally, Tung Qing and Bai Ling were shocked. You know, for ordinary practitioners, even seeing dragon blood is an extremely rare thing, let alone dragon blood pills. But now, Xiao Xuan can say it so lightly? Like this is such a common thing? Is this a bit too arrogant? In fact, Xiao Xuan didn't mean to brag at all. He came from Tianjin continent, and he had seen countless true pure-blooded dragons, let alone a mere pill of dragon blood. Therefore, he did not mean to brag. However, now in front of Tung Qing and Bai Ling, he didn't want to say anything more. He just nodded slightly and agreed casually. Ah, the powerful ice power. It's unbelievable that the old man in the valley can have such a powerful understanding of the ice avenue? There are nearly 100 steps in this frozen staircase. I have only walked less than a dozen steps, and I have to use a secret technique. Hualai and other testers were secretly shocked. Although they didn't want to believe it, it was the fact, and they had to accept it. At this moment, facing such a long frozen staircase in front of them, they really felt helpless. Without any choice. Fire Star Sword and others also completely stimulated the secret power in their bodies and began to move forward forcefully. At the same time, I saw them all using their true skills. Tum Qing and Bai Ling couldn't help but feel a little anxious. The old man of the valley said that he would choose one of them as his successor, but he did not say how many people he would choose. If only to pick one. Then the competition between them will naturally be fierce. If they can set foot on the frozen stairs early, the chance of inheriting will naturally be greater. What you need to know is Star Sword, Xiao Luo and Hualai are actually not weak in strength. Now, not only did they use the secret skills of their sect, but they also planned to fight tooth and nail, which was quite stressful for Tum Qing, Bai Ling and the others. Then let's try it. With the help of young master, Xiao Xuan, I am very confident about this trial, Tum Qing said with a solemn expression. Not only did he say this, he actually thought so in his heart. However, if you really want to say it, he is still a little afraid of Xiao Xuan. Don't say anything else. Just relying on Xiao Xuan's record of handling Ying Guang alone was enough to make him admire him. In addition, Xiao Xuan also has the blood of the dragon clan, so his recovery ability is naturally amazing. Maybe this time Xiao Xuan is the one who has the most hope of receiving the inheritance from the old man in the valley. Thinking of this, Tum Qing couldn't help but take another look at Xiao Xuan and asked proactively, Master Xiao Xuan, why don't you get up? Do you want to finally exert your strength? Not in a hurry. I feel that this frozen staircase is a bit weird. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1241 Dragon Blood, Pure Dragon Power. This. Master Xiao Xuan, if that's the case, what should we do? Are we just waiting here? Tum Green is also a little confused. He could feel that since Xiao Xuan said this, he must know some secret of this frozen staircase. After all, Xiao Xuan's fighting ability is better than Tum Qing Bai Ling, and even better than Hualai and Xingzhan, so what he said is naturally of great reference value. Therefore, he asked curiously at the moment. Yes, just waiting. Xiao Xuan nodded. Okay. Tum Qing and Bai Ling looked at each other, their eyes showing a bit of solemnity. What they could feel was that Xiao Xuan's words were not just casual words, but what he truly thought in his heart. So, how long do we have to wait? Bai Ling also asked doubtfully. Wait until they fail. Xiao Xuan was full of confidence. Master, are you so sure that they will fail? Bai Ling was also a little surprised. Don't you know that they are all the best among the disciples of the external sect, and they are not weak in strength? I've heard of that. However, their strength is somewhat stretched in front of the old man in the valley. Xiao Xuan smiled. After he said this, Tum Qing and Bai Ling also looked at each other and nodded at the same time. In fact, there is no need for Xiao Xuan to say such things. Both of them also know very clearly that the old man in the valley is the former Saint Realm. And they are just some of the Golden God Realm. There is a difference of 2 major realms. This is something that should be obvious. However, it seems that the old man in the valley did not set up trial levels like the frozen stairs to completely stump them, right? Most likely there will still be a chance for them. As for Xingzhan Hulia and Xiao Luo, as the best in the Golden God Realm, The probability of getting this opportunity is not low. So why is Xiao Xuan so sure that they will not be able to pass the trial? Isn't this looking down on them a little too much? For a while, Tum Qing and Bai Ling also looked at each other with doubts on their faces. When you were in the tomb before, didn't you realize that old man Gu was a strong man of both body and soul during his lifetime? Seeing the confusion of the two people, Xiao Xuan also asked. Double cultivation? The saint realm of dual cultivation? This is impossible. After saying these words, Tum Qing and Bai Ling were instantly shocked. In the cultivation path, there are outer sect cultivators who focus on tempering the physical body, and there are also inner sect cultivators who focus on tempering the inner elixir. Under normal circumstances, most practitioners will only choose one of them as their main practice direction. The advantages of this are obvious. That is, they can concentrate all their energy so that they can achieve a breakthrough in a certain direction of cultivation and improve their strength as soon as possible. However, there are also some practitioners with extraordinary understanding who will rise to the challenge. They will practice the inner sect and the outer sect at the same time and use their powerful talents or sufficient resources to make themselves equally powerful in body and inner elixir, becoming so-called dual cultivation practitioners. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1242, The Heart of Tao is Broken, The Challenge of Star Sword. Hualai, don't talk nonsense here. Don't think I'm really afraid. Today, my star sword will definitely be inherited by the old man of the valley. Xinjiang said angrily. He just deliberately persuaded Hualai to give up. In fact, he just didn't want Hualai to become competitors with him. Unexpectedly, he was defeated by Hualai, which made him feel a little embarrassed. But this time, Xinjiang looked back and found that Xiao Xuan and Tum Qing Bai Ling were still standing outside the frozen stairs, and seemed to have no intention of coming forward, which made him feel a little disdainful in his heart. Fire brothers. Look, Tomb Spirit Sect and White Flame Valley don't seem to be planning to compete with us. How about we discuss it and cooperate together? Xinjiang rolled his eyes and asked Hualai. Hearing this, Hualai showed a trace of hesitation on his face and looked at Xinjiang with some doubts in his eyes. In fact, he still knows a little about the arrogant Xinjiang. Although this guy is not weak in strength, he is conceited and does not take anyone else seriously except himself. Even Xiao Xuan, whose strength far exceeded him. He only slightly acknowledged it, that's all. If he suddenly wanted to cooperate with him today, it was inevitable that there would be other purposes behind it. Master Xinjiang is not joking. If I remember correctly, you always want to monopolize everything when you get benefits. It seems that what you dislike the most is cooperating with others, right? This time, with the inheritance of the old man from the valley here, are you still willing to share this inheritance with me? Hualai was rough and arrogant on the surface, but in fact he was as thoughtful as a hare. He could immediately see Xinjiang's inner thoughts. Hualai's words broke the news. Xinjiang's face was also a little embarrassed. Finally, he said bluntly. Brother Hualai, can't you see that you can't enter the frozen stairs with your strength? I can't see it. What is little Yama can't do, can it be that I, Hualai, can't do it too? Ridiculous. Hualai sneered. Hearing this, Xinjiang was also very angry. He originally thought he was proud enough, but who knew that Hualai would be even more arrogant than him? This fact made him a little uncomfortable, but now Xinjiang had to admit that without Hualai's help, he seemed to have no way to break through the obstacles ahead. Hualai, don't talk such useless nonsense. At that moment, Xinjiang gritted. his teeth and said, "You should know very well in your heart that if the two of us don't cooperate, no one will be able to pass the stairs in front." Really? In fact, Huolai also knew this in his heart. The reason why he rejected the star sword for the first time was just pretending. Now seeing the star sword being put on, Huolai sneered a little in his heart, but he still deliberately pretended. Arrogant look. Is it possible that you are still counting on Xiao Xuan and the others? Look at how cowardly they are, they don't even dare to challenge. Xingjian felt a burst of anger in his heart. Do you think they don't dare to challenge? Huolai smiled slightly. Otherwise, what else could it be? Could it be that you haven't seen how cowardly they are? Xingjian sneered. He was the first person to propose that. He wanted to get the inheritance of the old man in the valley, but the person who dared not go up the frozen stairs, actually, it's him too. It's so ridiculous. I don't think so. Huolai shook his head, looking disapproving. Oh? Is it possible that Brother Huolai still thinks that Xiao Xuan is hiding something secret? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1243 Challenge, Frozen Stairs. On top of the long icy stairs, a layer of milky white mist covers it. Judging from its shape, this layer of mist is like a beautiful white gauze scarf, which makes this frozen staircase very beautiful. However, only those who walk on it know how dangerous this mist is. At this moment, Xingjian and Huolai also had solemn expressions and serious eyes, walking step by step towards the upper level of the frozen stairs. What they can feel is, in this layer of mist, there is an indescribable terrifying pressure. This pressure not only comes from the soul, but also from the body. The intensity of the pressure is far stronger than that of the ordinary dragon god realm. This also makes them feel an indescribable pressure. But now, whether it was Xingjian or Huolia, they couldn't help but focus on the three Xiao Xuan people behind them. Although they are the best in their respective sections. However, after seeing Xiao Xuan fight against Ying Guang with one person's strength, and even kill the latter in one move, he had to admit that there was still some strength gap between them and Xiao Xuan. Under such circumstances, they were also more concerned about Xiao Xuan's next move. After all, they also wanted to see if he had the ability to climb the ladder. At the same time, Tung Qing and Bai Ling, who were following Xiao Xuan, also had solemn expressions on their faces. In terms of hard power, in fact, their strength is on par with Xingjian Huolia and the others, and is a step lower than Xiao Xuan. It's obvious now. Even two people like Xingjian and Huolai couldn't get any advantage on the frozen stairs. Now that they were walking up the frozen stairs, it was impossible to say that there was no pressure in their hearts. However, compared to Star Sword and Huolai, after all, Tung Qing and Bai Ling were following Xiao Xuan, and they also received the power of the Dragon Clan given by Xiao Xuan, so they still felt a little confident. However, after seeing what happened to Xiao Yan Luo, they also roughly understand that with their strength, it is still very difficult to reach the top of the frozen stairs. But even so, they are still somewhat interested in the end of the frozen stairs. Even if in the end, their strength cannot be recognized by the old man of the valley and cannot be passed down, the trial they have experienced is still extremely useful, not to mention that if they can get a few words of training, guidance from the old man of the valley, it will be beneficial to their future practice. It's something that's very beneficial. Master Xiao Xuan, do you have your own understanding of this frozen staircase? Regarding Xiao Xuan's sudden choice to challenge, Tung Qingxin was also very excited and asked quickly, "Are you confident that the challenge will be successful?" "I can't say that I have any confidence. I can only say that I will try my best. Xiao Xuan said casually. This? Tumqing was stunned. Unlike Bai Ling, he couldn't quite understand Xiao Xuan's way of speaking. Don't worry. As long as it is something my master promises, it will definitely succeed. Regarding Xiao Xuan's choice, Bai Ling looked confident and said, we just need to follow behind. Even if we don't get the inheritance from the old man. In the valley in the end, we will definitely get some good things. After she said this, Tumqing was also stunned, and then nodded slightly. In fact, Bai Ling didn't need to say this. He also knew very well that if Xiao Xuan hadn't been there during their previous exploration of the secret realm, they would not have been able to achieve the harvest they had achieved before. It's all a luxury here. Even so, the Tomb Spirit sect still lost nearly half of its manpower. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1244, The Old Man of the Valley, Such Terrifying Power. At the moment, on top of the frozen stairs, almost all the trialists focused on Xiao Xuan. After all, the strength he showed before was indeed extraordinary. At least when he killed Ying Guang, the extremely sharp swordsmanship was definitely not something that ordinary people could bear. Similarly, the old man in the valley also looked at Xiao Xuan with interest. As a strong man in the Saint Realm, even though it was just a lingering thought now, he could still see that there seemed to be something extraordinary about Xiao Xuan. Even occasionally, there would be a feeling that he couldn't see through. This also surprised him. At that time, he died unexpectedly, leaving only this residual memory on the Dao continent, but it is a pity that this residual memory can only be kept in his cemetery. It's a pity that his inheritance from those days was not completely preserved. Therefore, he prepared so many trials in his graveyard, hoping to find a talented person to inherit his saint heritage. It's a pity that hundreds of years have passed. There were tens of thousands of young disciples who came for the trial, but none of them could be noticed by the old man in the valley. Today's Xiao Xuan really made his eyes shine. At that time, Xiao Xuan was fighting against Ying Guang. He has also seen it several times through illusion projection. A cultivator of the small golden god realm can actually leapfrog and challenge a powerful golden god realm who uses secret techniques. This is enough to prove that Xiao Xuan is a person with strong talents and rare bones. But what he was more curious about was whether Xiao Xuan could reach the top of the frozen stairs with his own perseverance. If he could, he would be truly recognized. What you need to know is, perhaps, to Tumqing, Bai Ling and others, Xiao Xuan is indeed a very strong practitioner. But for the old man of the valley who has lived for thousands of years and has seen countless talents, if Xiao Xuan cannot truly climb the frozen stairs, he is not qualified to receive the inheritance. So now, the old man in the valley is also curious, wanting to see if Xiao Xuan has the perseverance. No one else knows. But he knew that the real danger of this section of the frozen stairs was not the power of ice on the surface, but the power of fear that he had arranged on top of the stairs. This power of fear is colorless, tasteless, and invisible. Even a strong person in the dragon god realm can't find any trace on the frozen stairs. This is also the only test set by the old man of the valley for all of them. If they can pass this test, even if they are not very strong at the moment, the old man in the valley is confident that he can be trained to become a strong man who can rule the party in the future. However, he did not think that Xiao Xuan could truly stand at the top of the frozen stairs. In his opinion, this is almost impossible. Back then, when he was recruiting disciples from the entire Dao continent, countless young cultivators came here to admire him, but only 6 people could catch his eye, namely, the 6 disciples in the flame cemetery. But even these 6 people can't reach the top of the frozen ladder. Therefore, the old man in the valley has not thought that Xiao Xuan can really stand on the last step of the frozen stairs. As long as he can stand on the frozen stairs and perform well enough to gain his approval, he can get his inheritance. However, even so, the old man in the valley still has to observe. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1245 Surprise, Fiery Eyes. What? Huolai, you would actually say that? After hearing Huolai's words, Xinjiang became a little confused. Although he is proud in his heart, he still understands Huolai's character. Huolai, who comes from the True Fire Academy, is also like fire and unruly. In his sect, except for the sect leader and a few elders, don't take anyone seriously. Why is it a little strange today? Do you really think so highly of Xiao Xuan? Xinjiang didn't expect this to be true, but he sneered and said nonchalantly. Brother Huolai, I think you are scared out of your wits. Even if Xiao Xuan can defeat Yin Guang, he may not be able to. How much can be accomplished on this frozen staircase? How do you say this? Huolai asked. You also know that this frozen staircase was set up by Old Man Valley. As a strong man in the Saint Realm, Old Man Valley will definitely place many restrictions on it. Xinjiang said, what's more, the result of this frozen staircase, it is also related to the inheritance of the old man in the valley, and it will definitely not let just anyone pass. Yes, but do you think Xiao Xuan is an ordinary person? Huolai sneered. Hearing this, Xinjiang originally wanted to explain something more, but when he thought of the previous situation where Xiao Xuan fought against Yin Guang and directly killed his opponent, he didn't know how to explain it for a while. After all, if he had been the one fighting Yin Guang at that time, he would never have been his opponent. It's even harder to hear. If Xiao Xuan wanted to deal with him, it would actually be an easy task. Even so what? The trial of the frozen stairs and fighting against others are two completely different concepts. Even if Xiao Xuan is better at fighting against people, there is no guarantee that he can progress further in the trial, right? Xinjiang sneered. However, Huolai didn't pay attention to what he said at all. This is complete nonsense. Speaking of which, fighting against others does not test a cultivator's skills and realm, but more importantly, a person's fighting will and combat experience. How could a cultivator who could succeed in a battle be weak against his opponent in a trial? This is basically something everyone knows. Therefore, Huolai also had a sneer on his face. After shaking his head, he looked at Xiao Xuan and the others with some curiosity on his face. At this moment, it's not just Huolai and Xinjiang. The trial participants from other sects were also looking at Xiao Xuan, and they were all paying attention to this. Have you heard of this Xiao Xuan before? Which sect is he from? It looks like they came with Tum Qing and Bai Ling. Could it be that they are from Tomb Spirit sect or Baiyan Valley? These two sects are not that famous in the outside world. They are not even comparable to the Fire Academy. Is it possible that there are such powerful disciples in these sects? Some trialists were talking a lot. These disciples can be selected to participate in the tomb trial in the Flame Cemetery, and they are basically the best among the external sections. In the future, they will also be people who will participate in youth conferences. Speaking of which, they participated in the trial of the Flame Cemetery this time, on the one hand, for the legendary holy weapon, and on the other hand, they also wanted to check out the young talents among the external sections. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1246, The Inheritance of the Saint, the Terrifying Power That Defies the Heaven. At this moment, Xiao Xuan was also moving forward with difficulty. What he could feel was that the deeper he went, the stronger the inexplicable and unknown power on the frozen stairs became. This kind of power, like a thin thread, slowly invaded his body. Such a situation. Even Xiao Xuan himself couldn't help but feel a little frightened. You must know that he had encountered many trial crises before, but these trials either came from the power of the avenue or the power of the soul. This really made him feel an inexplicable sense of crisis. He felt that if he continued to move forward, he would definitely encounter more of this kind of power. At that moment, he couldn't help but stop. This scene also made Tung Qing and Bai Ling behind him look confused. Although they were walking on the frozen stairs, they didn't feel anything. At most, they felt some ice power. Moreover, this is only the first step of the frozen staircase, and the power of the ice is not so overwhelming that it is difficult to resist. They also didn't understand why Xiao Xuan stopped at this time. Master Xiao Xuan, what's wrong? Seeing Xiao Xuan stop, Tung Qing was a little afraid to move forward. He stopped and asked, "What did you find?" Likewise, Bai Ling asked cautiously. At this time, in the hearts of Tung Qing and Bai Ling, Xiao Xuan was naturally a godlike existence. Since Xiao Xuan hesitated, it meant that there might indeed be danger ahead. And it was a danger that even Xiao Xuan was afraid of. After what happened before, the two of them also understood that Xiao Xuan's strength was far superior to them. Since even Xiao Xuan has felt the danger, it is enough to prove that there is indeed something ahead that they cannot handle. It's an indescribable feeling. However, this kind of danger should be the real test content of the old man of the valley. Xiao Xuan's face was solemn. In fact, he was somewhat curious about the content of the old man of the valley's trial. At that time, the old man of the valley just told them to go to the top of the frozen stairs. But it did not say what dangers and trials they would encounter on the frozen stairs. Therefore, people like Xinjiang and Hulia were also cautiously moving forward on the frozen stairs, not daring to move too fast at all. But now, Xiao Xuan seems to have seen something on this frozen staircase. The real test that the valley old man gave them was not the power of ice, but this extremely mysterious power. What kind of power is it that can even prevent these proud men from detecting it? Xiao Xuan frowned and muttered to himself. You must know that whether it is Tung Green Bailing or Xinjiang Hulia, they are the best disciples in their respective sections. Regardless of their cultivation level, their knowledge should be relatively broad. Even they can't see this power. This is enough to prove that this power is indeed extraordinary. Therefore, Xiao Xuan did not step forward directly at this time and directly communicated with the system in his body. After all, since coming to Dao continent, the system in his body is omnipotent. As long as the problem he raises, the system can basically solve it well. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1247, Demonic Blood Refining Technique, the Powerful Power of Fear. What's the situation? All the power of fear in the world. Xiao Xuan was so excited that he was speechless. Based on his long-term contact with the system, he can roughly know that the system will basically not talk randomly. Since it is said that it is the power of all fear in the world, there will be no error. But what excited Xiao Xuan was, the system has said before that this so-called power of fear can only be controlled by a strong person in the saint realm. Doesn't this mean that if he swallows and refines this power of fear, he will have the same power as a saint? Strength? If that's the case, coupled with the trump cards he still has, wouldn't his improvement in strength be even more exaggerated? After thinking about this, his face became a little more excited. Don't think so well. This power of fear is not something you can absorb if you want. According to the previous situation, practitioners who have not reached the dragon god realm will basically not end well as long as they are exposed to the power of fear. The system warned. After saying this, Xiao Xuan looked even more confused. What's going on? Just now, didn't the system tell him to use the magic blood refining technique to devour the power of fear? Why is it now saying that the power of fear is so dangerous? Then how should he devour it? For a moment, Xiao Xuan was a little confused. Brother system, can you please stop being careless? What is going on? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. Although the magic blood refining technique given to you by this system is powerful, it cannot make up for your shortcomings in realm. At the moment, you can only understand part of the secrets at best. The system explained. However, even if you only have being able to understand 1/3 of it is enough for you to get enough benefits. Really? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but doubt a little. Of course, can't you see that on this frozen staircase, just a trace of fear is enough to make you feel uncomfortable? The system asked. It's really uncomfortable. But this feeling is a bit indescribable. It's like there is something stuck in the throat, which makes people feel uncomfortable. Xiao Xuan also felt the changes in himself and spoke word by word. The system didn't respond at all to this, and seemed to be still waiting for Xiao Xuan to say something more. And this time, facing the performance of the system, Xiao Xuan was a little embarrassed. In the end, he could only nod helplessly and continued, moreover, I feel that the power of the soul and the power of the avenue in my body seem to be restricted. If we want to fight at this moment, I can't defeat the silver light. This is it. This is why the power of fear is called the saint's strongest method. The system then said with satisfaction. Hearing these words, Xiao Xuan's face became a little more curious. He could indeed feel that the power of fear was extremely terrifying, but he really couldn't imagine how he could instill this power into his body. Just imagine if he could suddenly send out a burst of fear when fighting against someone, how would his opponent respond? Faced with such a situation, Xiao Xuan still had a bit of curiosity on his face. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1248 Blood Shadow Tantric Sect, The Power of Demon Blood. Refining. Looking at the unpredictable blood shadow in my mind, Xiao Xuan also secretly sighed and couldn't help but say, if you can use the power of fear to change your form anytime and anywhere, this is amazing. If you turn into an ancient beast or something during a battle, how should the opponent respond? Brother system, if I learn the power of fear, can I also change like this? Theoretically, as long as there is enough fear power, practitioners can naturally change at will. The system replied. Theoretically? So, there are actual operational difficulties? Xiao Xuan heard something different. Then tell me, old man, are there any difficulties that are difficult to overcome? This time, the system smiled and said, don't the host know that if you want to obtain all the power of fear, you need to become a master of the saint realm? You are already almost invincible in this world, and you can change at will? After hearing these words, Xiao Xuan also reacted. Indeed, if you reach the realm of saints, you can already think of the stars and the heaven and earth. Under this world, you are already considered an invincible existence. People of this level may not care about ancient beasts. Just like before, when he was on the Tianqian continent and the Great Desolate continent. He is also the master of that piece of heaven and earth. On that piece of continent, it can be said that almost no one can do what he wants to do. However, after coming to Dao continent, Xiao Xuan did feel the strong suppressive force on this continent. Under such circumstances, it must be extremely difficult to become a top figure on this continent, and now, what is standing in front of them is just a remnant of the old man in the valley, and it already has such a powerful suppressive power. He couldn't imagine how powerful the old man of the valley would be in his heyday. Incredible. If I follow what you say, system brother, how much fear power can I swallow? Now? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. This time it was the system's turn to be silent. The system has been bound to Xiao Xuan for such a long time, and he has some understanding of his amazing talent and tenacity. Before, Xiao Xuan's performance could surprise him almost every time. So now, when he was asked to predict Xiao Xuan's performance, he was a little unsure. According to normal circumstances, cultivators in the Little Golden God realm are not qualified to come into contact with the power of fear. But, you are not an ordinary person. The system hesitated. Hey. Then I'm grateful for your compliment. Xiao Xuan was stunned. He was really surprised. He didn't expect that the system would praise him at this time. However, he was also secretly surprised. He quite recognized the so-called power of fear, but he didn't expect that even the system would react like this, which was a bit beyond his expectation. This shows that even the system recognizes the power of fear. Could it be said that on the Great Tao continent, the power of fear is the real top combat power? Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan also frowned tightly. Once again, he watched the changes in the blood shadow in his mind, silently trying to figure out the rules of the changes. In terms of intellectual talent. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1249 Incompetent? Is he just a fighter? At this moment, seeing Xiao Xuan actually meditating on the spot, those who had not entered the frozen stairs were also stunned and couldn't believe their eyes. After all, his choice was a bit too strange. When most people come to the frozen stairs, they are basically trembling with fear. They want to reach the second half of the frozen stairs as early as possible, so as to avoid dangerous contact with the frozen stairs as much as possible. But Xiao Xuan's approach was completely different. Instead of taking the initiative to avoid danger, he actually took the initiative to gain enlightenment. In the past, there were some trialists who would try to guess the formations eyes during the trial in order to improve their strength. However, this method was not only extremely difficult, but also dangerous. After all, the obvious point is, those who can set up the trial formation must be stronger than those who participate in the trial. It is naturally extremely difficult for those who participate in the trial to understand the formation's eyes. Could it be that Xiao Xuan really thought that with his ability, he could understand the core of the trial of the old man in the valley? Don't forget, the old man in the valley is a strong man in the saint realm. It is not that simple to penetrate a large array of characters of this level. If you are not careful, you may go crazy. This is by no means alarmist. On the Great Tao continent, there are countless talented cultivators who, just because of their overconfidence, tried to understand those trial formations during the trial, and ended up going crazy, or even exploding to death. Under such circumstances, Xiao Xuan actually dared to comprehend the trial formation in such a big way? Isn't this just looking for death? What you need to know is that this frozen staircase belongs to the old man of the valley who is a saint. How can ordinary people have the ability to comprehend it? Not to mention that Xiao Xuan is just a small golden god realm now, even if he is a real golden god realm, or even the dragon god realm, how difficult is it to understand the core of the frozen staircase? For a moment, all the testers present cast doubtful eyes on Xiao Xuan. Haha, you're just trying to impress people. Are you pretending to understand the formation here? Do you really think that the formation of the old man in the valley is so easy to understand? It's ridiculous, it's so ridiculous. I didn't expect that this Xiao Xuan could do such a stupid thing. I originally thought he was a genius, but he turned out to be a fool. Some trialists who did not participate in the frozen stairs were also talking about it. Most people don't believe in Xiao Xuan. At this moment, Tun Qing and Bai Ling behind Xiao Xuan were also a little surprised. They did not expect that the former would choose this way. It can be said that this is a do-or-die choice. How could the old man of the valley's frozen stairs be understood by a little golden god realm? Now, at the top of the frozen stairs, the old man in the valley also narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Xuan, who was meditating with a bit of surprise. Beside the old man in the valley, there are still a few afterimages with humble faces. There is a general holding a giant halberd, a scholar holding a bamboo slip, and a graceful dancing enchantress. Obviously, these people are the disciples of the old man in the valley. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1250 Inheritance, Trust of the Old Man in the Valley. Master, you are not going to leave your inheritance to him just because of his performance just now, are you? This is a bit too outrageous. General Juji couldn't help but said with dissatisfaction. That shouldn't happen. Master is also a very cautious person. He will never pass on his thousands of years of inheritance to him just because of this matter, unless. The scholar shook his head thoughtfully but stopped talking. Unless what? You, a lousy scholar, will drop your book bag. General Juji couldn't help but say. Unless he can really understand the power of fear on the frozen stairs. The scholar said. How can this be? Master's power of fear, even those like us in the dragon god realm, may not be able to fully understand it in his heyday. How could he, a mere small golden god realm, have this ability? Yes, you, scholar, will talk nonsense. Haven't you seen the master's power of fear? How can such a powerful power be understood by a small golden god? After hearing what the scholar said, the disciples present were all surprised. They didn't expect that the scholar would say such a thing. However, they basically did not believe that Xiao Xuan could do this. After all, for such a long time even they themselves may not be able to comprehend the fearful power of some valley elders. For this situation, these disciples are quite trustworthy. They have been apprentices to Old Man Valley for at least hundreds of years. It can be said that they have gone through a lot of hardships before they finally reached the Dragon God realm. But even so, until the end, they did not really understand the fear of Old Man Valley. Power. This is also the regret in each of their hearts. Now, seeing what the old man in the valley meant, he was really waiting for Xiao Xuan to understand this power. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? You must know that these disciples have followed the old man in the valley for many years and know the old man very well. Moreover, all of them are strong men at the level of Dragon God. But even among them, no one could truly understand the power of fear in the old man in the valley. Now, after hearing these words, every one of them was shocked. Master, do you really think so highly of Xiao Xuan? Do you think he can understand your power of fear? Isn't it a bit impossible? General Juji was also a little doubtful. As a senior brother, he is the one who most hopes to receive the inheritance from the old man in the valley. If you were on the frozen stairs, with the strength of the little golden god realm, would you have the guts to understand the power of fear as a master? The old man in the valley asked. This little golden god realm. How many years ago did this happen? I just vaguely remember that the little golden god realm cannot even penetrate the power of space. How can I understand the power of fear? Several disciples were talking with doubts on their faces. Although they didn't say it, they all knew in their hearts that with their talents, they would naturally not dare to come into contact with this power of fear under the little golden god realm. If you look at it from this perspective, Xiao Xuan's courage is still much greater than theirs. As for the future, if Xiao Xuan can really understand the power of fear, it will naturally prove his talent. At that moment, the disciples also looked at each other with solemn expressions on their faces. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1251 Weird Kung Fu, appreciated by the old man in the valley. For a while, the old man in the valley also looked at Xiao Xuan with satisfaction and approval in his eyes. This also made his other disciples jealous. You must know that for such a long time, they have also tried to understand the power of fear of the old man in the valley. Unfortunately, no one could successfully comprehend it. Could it be that this Xiao Xuan really has such ability? This is simply unbelievable. The power of fear is a power that can only be understood by strong people in the dragon god realm or even the saint realm. How can this person in the little golden god realm do this? If nothing else, if he still had such power, I'm afraid he would have reached the top of the frozen stairs by now. How could he be here? Some of the trialists also said after seeing Xiao Xuan's appearance. What they don't know is, at this time, Xiao Xuan was actually slowly devouring the power of fear on the refining frozen stairs, and the devouring speed was extremely alarming. This kind of fearful power makes even the strong ones in the dragon god realm fearful. Under the magic blood refining technique, these powers of fear were gradually swallowed up by Xiao Xuan into his sea of qi, and gradually became part of Xiao Xuan's power. Even Xiao Xuan himself couldn't believe this situation. You know, according to what the system said, this power of fear is a power that can only be controlled by the dragon god realm or even the saint realm. Now he has realized it? So with his current strength, wouldn't he be able to fight against the dragon god realm? Thinking of this, his face moved a little. Another half-hour passed. Xiao Xuan can already feel that there is indeed some unusual fear power in his body. With the blessing of such power, his skills and combat skills seem to have been strengthened a lot. This also surprised him. He can roughly feel now that his strength should be no less than that of an ordinary golden god realm. This was really something that surprised him. You must know that when he entered the flame cemetery, he was just a small golden god realm. Although he could indeed fight against the powerful golden god realm relying on various trump cards, this did not mean that he had the strength of a strong golden god realm. The power of the avenue. But things are different now. What he could feel was that with the addition of the power of fear in his body, although he was still in the little golden god realm, the power of the great Tao in his body had expanded several times. Now, his power of the great Tao is no less than that of an ordinary golden god. Under such circumstances, he was naturally pleasantly surprised. He originally thought that the power of fear on the frozen stairs would only help him with an unexpected fighting method. But now it seems that it is not just that. This power of fear can not only increase the attack methods, but also help increase the power of the avenue in him. This is really something he didn't expect. It is worthy of the trial set by the old man of the valley. It's really unexpected. With this power of fear, doesn't it mean that I am invincible in this flame cemetery? A smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Xuan's mouth. Standing up, he also saw that more and more trialists were participating on the frozen stairs in front of him. It turned out that after seeing Xiao Xuan's appearance. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1252 The Power of Fear, the Restrictions on the Frozen Stairs. It's actually not bad. I feel that this power may be the real trial on the frozen stairs, and it is. Also the purpose of the old man in the valley setting up the trial. At this moment, after swallowing the power of fear, Xiao Xuan indeed felt the terror of this power. He discovered that within this power, every time he activates the power of the avenue, his combat ability can be greatly improved. This is something that ordinary exercises don't have. Moreover, this power of fear can not only be used on the body's great power, but can also be used externally. Just like on this frozen staircase. With the blessing of the power of fear, he could clearly feel that ordinary practitioners would never go very far if they did not have a strong mind and character. What kind of power is this? After Tung Qing and Bai Ling looked at each other, they both saw a hint of solemnity in each other's eyes. In this regard, Xiao Xuan also took the initiative to explain the process just now. This time, Tung Qing and Bai Ling were even more shocked. They couldn't believe what Xiao Xuan said. After all, in their opinion, the power of the Great Avenue should be the most basic power in this world. As for the power of fear, they had never heard of it before, and they couldn't believe it at all. Now, these things Xiao Xuan said are a bit too far away for them. Seeing the reactions of Tung Qing and Bai Ling, Xiao Xuan was not surprised. In fact, if it weren't for the system, he wouldn't have known that there was such a thing as the power of fear in the world, and he couldn't believe that. In the eyes of a strong person in the Dragon God realm or even a strong person in the Saint realm, this kind of power would not exist in the world. The threat is greater. But it's different now. After knowing this power, what Xiao Xuan cared about was not that simple. The power of fear? I've never heard of this kind of power before, how come it suddenly appears? It is rumored that the old man in the valley is a master in the Saint realm. Could it be said that only strong men in the Saint realm can have such power? I have never heard of this kind of power in the White Flame Valley, and even our valley master of the White Flame Valley has never heard of it. Some people talked a lot. It turned out that although some trialists also participated in the trial, they had been paying attention to Xiao Xuan's movements. After all, among all the trialists, Xiao Xuan is the only one who has the ability to participate in the understanding of the frozen stairs. Therefore, it is difficult for him not to attract others' attention. Now, after hearing that Xiao Xuan actually said that he had understood the power of fear, people naturally started talking about it. At this moment, even Xing Jian and Hua Lai were in front. After hearing these words, they all felt a little suspicious in their hearts, and couldn't help but ask directly, could it be that this guy, Xiao Xuan, really has such a great ability? The power of fear? It seems that I have never heard of such a thing before. Indeed, is this all what Xiao Xuan said, casually? After all, even if some of us in the Golden God realm don't feel anything about this kind of thing, these words are probably what he said randomly. It sounds a little weird. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1253 Mangling Sword Fairy's Prediction, Incredible Luck? Among the trialists in the fire cemetery. Although Black Sword Qin Feng and Mangling Sword Immortal Chen Meng have no sect, there is no doubt about their strength. Even for the leading disciples of the sect like Xingzhan Hulia, they may not be at a disadvantage, but compared to those people, they hope to take advantage of the youth conference to enter the Zhongzhou sect. In comparison, the sacred artifacts in the Flame Cemetery are not that important. But what surprised them was this: Xiao Xuan would actually have someone behave like this, and be able to behave like this at this time. Don't say anything else. If Xiao Xuan can really use the frozen stairs to obtain the inheritance of the old man of the valley, doesn't it mean that his strength will increase? This is definitely not something ordinary people can do. From this point of view, it is naturally not a good thing for Qin Feng and Chen Meng. However, now he has shown such strength. If we can really get the inheritance from the old man of the valley, wouldn't it be even more powerful? This is a bit of a threat to us. Chen Meng thought for a moment and said, perhaps we should also fight for the inheritance of the old man in the valley. After saying this, Black Sword Qin Feng also nodded slightly. He can feel it. Xiao Xuan, who was not far away, did bring a lot of pressure to him. Although it was the first time for him to see the pressure the former brought to him was not small. This also made him feel very uneasy. You must know that he and Chen Meng are both masters who have been in the Golden God realm for many years. They have been immersed in this realm for many years. They are not said to be invincible in the Golden God realm, but they can also be said to be the best masters in this realm. At least, in the external area, if there is no Dragon God realm powerhouse to come forward, the average Golden God realm powerhouse will definitely not be their opponent. But now as Xiao Xuan appears, it really made the two of them feel a serious sense of crisis. What the sword immortal Meng Ling said is absolutely true. Even with Xiao Xuan now, I can feel a strong sense of crisis. In this case, we cannot let him get the inheritance of the old man of the valley. Otherwise, wouldn't there be more dangerous things? For a moment, Chen Meng and Qin Feng looked at each other at the same time. Their faces full of solemnity. Faced with such a situation, under the leadership of the two men, some casual cultivators also walked onto the frozen stairs in unison. The ice-covered stairs, which were originally smooth, turned out to be crowded. This scene also made Tung Qing and Bai Ling frown slightly. They also knew that among the trialists participating in the Flame Cemetery this time, in addition to the leading disciples from the major sects, there were also some with outstanding strength. The casual cultivator, the Black Sword Qin Feng and Meng Ling Sword Immortal Chen Meng are the best among them. Speaking of which, if the two of them want to participate in the competition on the frozen stairs, the pressure will be the greatest for other trialists. However, Tung Qing was a bit unexpected. Why did those casual cultivators suddenly change their minds when they had clearly not participated in the trial? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1254, Shocking the Flame Cemetery, the plan of the old man in the valley. Good. Since you have a plan, Mr. Xiao Xuan, we can rest assured. After hearing Xiao Xuan's explanation, Tung Qing also nodded, feeling relieved. In fact, after seeing Xiao Xuan display his strength several times, he also understood that the latter was by no means an ordinary cultivator, and he should not be viewed with the same eyes as an ordinary person. Now that Xiao Xuan has a plan in this regard, so this is naturally a good thing for them. Moreover, since Xiao Xuan has said that he wants to get the inheritance from the old man of the valley, then as a disciple of the Tomb Spirit sect, he will naturally give his full support. Don't worry. This is my personal choice and will not cause trouble to the Tomb Spirit sect. Xiao Xuan also saw some of Tung Qing's concerns and said, if there is a conflict, Tomb Spirit sect does not need to participate. After saying these words, Tung Qing's face suddenly turned red. Just now, the reason why he persuaded Xiao Xuan was naturally selfish, and he did not want to bring trouble to his sect because of Xiao Xuan. However, it was difficult for him to say it directly in front of Xiao Xuan, who knew that his thoughts were directly seen by Xiao Xuan, which also made Tung Qing's face a little embarrassed. And at this moment, Xiao Xuan didn't feel any surprise or disgust about Tung Qing's inner thoughts. He also knew that Tung Qing was the leading disciple of Tomb Spirit sect after all. If he needs to make a decision, he must consider the interests of the entire sect and will never put the entire sect in danger because of one person. This is also one of Tungqing's leadership styles, which is steady. Although the inheritance of the old man of the valley is important, it is indeed not worth the risk for the entire sect's disciples. Unless there is really someone so powerful. Xiao Xuan may be the most suitable candidate for this. Tungqing also knows this. Of course, if possible, he is still willing to help Xiao Xuan truly obtain the inheritance of the old man in the valley. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao Xuan. Master has already given instructions before traveling. As long as it is your decision, our Tomb Spirit sect will definitely support it fully. Tungqing said seriously, our Tomb Spirit sect is in the Flame Cemetery, so we have some respect. At least, we won't let other sects threaten you on the frozen stairs. After saying this, Xiao Xuan nodded. In fact, he had a pretty good impression of Tungqing. Speaking of which, since they entered the old man's tomb in this valley, without the latter's guidance, they didn't know how much they would have suffered. Now, since he had the promise of Tomb Green, he felt a lot more relieved. The only thing he needs to care about is how strong the Black Sword and Mangling Sword immortals are. After all, he will also enter the Zhongzhou sect in the future. Now that it is said that these two people have the strength to enter the Zhongzhou sect, Xiao Xuan really wants to see how strong they are. At least, we can see how far their strength is compared to Silver Light. Just thinking about it. Black Sword and Mangling Sword Immortal took the initiative to walk up to Xiao Xuan. One of these two people is carrying a black long sword, and the other is running towards a silver long sword. Their eyes are sharp and unruly. Just from the sword aura emanating from them, you can tell that their strength is not weak. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1255, Slap in the Face, is Mangling Sword Immortal awesome? At this moment, Xiao Xuan's response to Mangling Sword Immortal also attracted the attention of all the trialists. What you need to know is, compared with Xiao Xuan, who had just emerged in the Flame Cemetery, Mangling Sword Immortal was a casual cultivator who had been famous in external areas for a long time, and her strength was recognized by more people. In the past, even the sect leaders of some large sects recognized her strength. This is also the reason why Chen Meng has the confidence to speak like this in front of Xiao Xuan. But now, after hearing Xiao Xuan's response, Chen Meng's face turned completely gloomy. Hee. It seems that young master, Xiao Xuan, is very confident in his own strength. Do you think that just by enlightening yourself on this frozen staircase, you can become invincible in this flame cemetery? Chen Meng sneered. As she said that, behind her, several sharp sword auras suddenly appeared, and the sword auras, as if they were real, came straight towards Xiao Xuan's reveal. Such a change happened suddenly. Even Tom Qing and Bai Ling couldn't react in time. The two of them were shocked when they saw this, and quickly started to use their skills to help Xiao Xuan, but they finally started to take a step slower. Just when the blade was close to Xiao Xuan's neck, an unusual force of fear suddenly appeared in Xiao Xuan's body. Although this force was subtle, it was far less powerful than the sword power summoned by Chen Meng. However, those extremely sharp kendo powers dissipated in an instant as if they encountered a natural enemy after coming into contact with the power of fear. This scene also surprised everyone present. They didn't even see what happened just now. They just felt an inexplicable force appear, and then swallowed up the sword energy summoned by Chen Meng. Looking at Xiao Xuan again, he still looked calm at this moment. It's like nothing happened. This also made Chen Meng and Qin Feng secretly surprised, and they became a little more wary of Xiao Xuan. The two of them know each other's strength relatively well. In any case, they are considered to be the best among the casual cultivators. In the outer areas of Nanzhan Haizhou. In a head-to-head battle, they will not fall behind even when faced with silver light. Because he has been practicing casually all year round, his true strength is even stronger than that of the leading disciples of the sect, such as Tum Qing. Hualie. Therefore, they also know how powerful Chen Meng's test against Xiao Xuan just was. It can be said that if the person who was tested just now was Tum Qing and others, the latter's life might be in danger. Of course, in Chen Meng's heart, she didn't think about actually killing Xiao Xuan. At most, she just wanted to show her strength and give the latter a warning. Who knew that her move could be resolved so easily? This really surprised her. Is this a test by mangling sword immortal? Xiao Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. If it's just a test, I think there's no need for it. Snort. You have some tricks up your sleeve. However, if you want to get the inheritance from the old man of the valley, it seems that you have to see if you have this ability. Chen Meng didn't show any fear, he still looked stern. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1256 Killing, the Method of Black Sword. Regarding Xiao Xuan's indifferent appearance, Tum Qing and Bai Ling couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, Black Sword Qin Feng and Meng Ling Sword Immortal Chen Meng were extremely famous among casual cultivators. Some things don't even require them to take the initiative. As long as they express their attitude, some followers will take the initiative to help them do it. Although Xiao Xuan is very strong now, if he faces the hostility of so many people, it will be difficult to deal with it. This also made Tum Qing feel a lot more pressure on his shoulders. After all, before coming to this secret realm, the sect master Tum Spirit had told them to protect Xiao Xuan and never let the latter suffer any harm. Tum Qingxin was also extremely worried about this. If Xiao Xuan really encountered any danger in the cemetery, then he would really feel guilty in his heart. For this point, Tum Qing also didn't want Xiao Xuan to act too arrogantly, as this was indeed a bit inappropriate. However, it made him feel helpless. It seemed that Xiao Xuan didn't take this matter to heart, and he didn't even take Heijian and Mangling Sword Fairy at all. If Xiao Xuan is a strong man at the Dragon God level, naturally no one will care. But the problem is that Xiao Xuan is just a little Golden God realm now. At his current level, even if he had some trump cards, he would still be under a lot of pressure if he wanted to fight against opponents like Black Sword and Mangling Sword Fairy. But why can Xiao Xuan have such strong confidence? Isn't this a bit strange? Master Xiao Xuan, do you really want to confront these two people? This frozen staircase is inherently dangerous. If these two people still cause trouble, I'm afraid. Tum Qing said, a little worried. What are you afraid of? Xiao Xuan asked nonchalantly. I'm afraid that you will encounter more troubles on the frozen stairs. If the power of fear from above backfires, it will affect your cultivation? Tum Qing also said. Yes, the trial of the old man in the valley is already extremely difficult. If these two people are still causing trouble, you may encounter more trouble. Bai Ling also agreed. It doesn't matter. I believe that since the old man of the valley has said that this is just a trial, I believe that he will never have anything life-threatening on the frozen stairs, so I am still safe. Xiao Xuan smiled and said, as for the two of them? They don't pose any threat to me. Say it. Not only Tum Qing and Bai Ling, but also the entire Tum Spirit sect disciples were shocked. What you need to know is that Qin Feng and Chen Meng are both people at the peak of the Golden God realm. The strength of the two of them, even in the Flame Cemetery, is extremely outstanding. Even the core disciples of major sects, such as Tum Qing Hualie, dare not say that they do not take these people into consideration. But now, Xiao Xuan is so arrogant? You definitely don't take them seriously. It seems that you are very confident? This is absolutely unimaginable. After all, although Xiao Xuan defeated Yin Guang before, it was only a one-on-one victory. Now Xiao Xuan has to face two people. Whether it is Qin Feng or Chen Meng, their strength is not inferior to Yin Guang at all. If these two people join forces, Xiao Xuan will definitely face a huge challenge. But now, Xiao Xuan doesn't care at all? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1257, General Halberd's Challenge, Powerful and Powerful. Although the words of General Juji were not polite, but at this moment, it also aroused the recognition of other disciples. In their hearts, they also extremely longed for the inheritance of the old man in the valley. Now, Xiao Xuan suddenly appeared. Naturally, it makes them dissatisfied. However, what they are currently more concerned about is that if Xiao Xuan can be suppressed, will they still have a chance to obtain the inheritance of the real old man of the valley? This is also something they are extremely concerned about. What's more, there are two people, Black Sword and Mangling Sword Fairy, who suddenly appeared. Even if they can't complete the frozen stairs, as long as they can stop Xiao Xuan from reaching the end, it can be considered a success. This is also what these disciples hope to see. But not necessarily. My teacher feels that the person who can reach the end is probably Xiao Xuan. The old man of the valley said directly. After saying these words, some people present looked a little embarrassed. In fact, most of these disciples of the old man in the valley felt that Xiao Xuan could not reach the end, but the current situation did make their faces a little dull. They couldn't figure it out. Why could Xiao Xuan, a small person in the Golden God realm, shine in front of a group of powerful people in the Golden God realm? To them, this is simply unbelievable. So, Master, do you really plan to give your inheritance to this guy in the little Golden God realm? General Juji asked a little unwillingly. You are in the Saint realm, why do you have such a high regard for a little Golden God territory? I never look at people's realm, but their talent. The old man in the valley shook his head. Talent. But, if this Xiao Xuan is really talented, wouldn't he have already entered the Golden God realm? Why is he still just a small Golden God realm now? General Juji was a little unconvinced. In fact, General Juji was not the only one who had this idea, the other disciples of the old man of the valley also had this idea. The old man in the valley didn't pay much attention to this, but asked, Ao Qing, how many years have you been a disciple? 321 years. General Juji said quickly, and respectfully. If you remember correctly, as a teacher, you were still in the spiritual realm when you became a teacher, right? The old man in the valley asked. Yes, my disciple was chased by the enemy and was seriously injured. Master, you were a life-saving grace for me. General Juji also looked humble. After more than 300 years of training from the spiritual God realm to the Dragon God realm, your talent is only average. The old man in the valley said rudely, don't you know it yourself? Suddenly, General Juji also made a big blush. Looking at the junior brothers and sisters around him, he looked a little embarrassed. He had always regarded himself as senior brother. But who knew that the old man in the valley would say this now? However, even he had to admit that there was nothing wrong with what the old man in the valley said, and his cultivation talent was indeed not that strong, relatively speaking. But now the old man from the valley said it like this. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1258, The strength lies in defeating two strong casual cultivators. In this case, to whom should the inheritance of being a teacher be given? Regarding the words of the disciples, the old man in the valley asked, "If you think about it, I didn't give you a chance as a teacher before, but it seems that you can't get those inheritances." After saying these words, all the disciples felt a sense of embarrassment on their faces. Indeed, the old man in the valley also gave these disciples the opportunity to understand his inheritance. It's a pity no disciple can explain his inheritance clearly. This is why the old man of the valley chooses the future successor in his tomb. But now, he was really curious. Xiao Xuan is indeed just a cultivator of the little golden god realm. Although his talent is good, if he faces opponents like Black Sword Qin Feng and Meng Ling Sword Immortal Chen Meng, can he still stand out? This is also a matter of concern to the elders in the valley. After all, as a saint in the realm of saints, Old Man Gu also has his own pride. Now that he has to choose the successor of his inheritance, he naturally has to choose the best person. But, do you think this Xiao Xuan has the ability to go to the end? General Juji was still a little unconvinced. If he can really go to the end, we will be convinced. Yes, if Xiao Xuan really wants to prove his strength, then walk through the frozen stairs. Master's power of fear on the frozen stairs, even if we are all afraid of it. I think this Xiao Xuan will come back dejected at most halfway through. Several disciples started talking about it. Basically, no one chose to believe Xiao Xuan. This fact is not beyond the expectations of the old man in the valley. He understands the situation of his disciples. Each of these disciples has their eyes set high above their heads. Since entering the dragon god realm, he has become even more pretentious, thinking that he has stood on the top of Nanzhan Haizhou. As everyone knows, there is heaven outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. Not to mention that they are just cultivators of the dragon god realm. Even if they reach the true saint realm, who can know that there will not be stronger people? The old man in the valley also knows something about this. Once, he also thought that on the entire Dao continent, the saint realm might already be the pinnacle realm of this continent. But later, he discovered that this was not the case. On the Dao continent, there seems to be more powerful realms and characters. Therefore, now that he saw the appearance of his disciples, he couldn't help but shake his head. See the old man of the valley like this. Several disciples had some doubts in their hearts. They also generally knew that the strength of the old man in the valley was still very strong. Even though he was just a broken man now, he would not randomly choose anyone as his successor. And since the old man in the valley can be so optimistic about Xiao Xuan, but it can also roughly explain some problems. Could it be that Xiao Xuan's talent is more than what it seems? At this moment, on the frozen stairs, many people began to pay attention to Xiao Xuan. After all, compared to other trialists, Xiao Xuan is indeed more unique. First, he understood the core of the trial on the frozen stairs. Later, in front of everyone, he sarcastically mocked Heijian and Mengling Sword Fairy. No matter which one of these two things is taken out, it is enough to attract huge attention. Not to mention, these two things were actually done by Xiao Xuan alone. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1259, Strong Strength, the strongest casual cultivator under the Golden God Realm. Is this true? I didn't expect that Qin Feng and Chen Meng's strength could reach this level. It's really shocking. Looking at the advancing speed of Qin Feng and Chen Meng, Huolai couldn't help, but his expression didn't change. You know, he and Xingzhan are also the best among the leading disciples of the sect. The fact that they can reach this point on the frozen stairs is enough to prove their strength. But even so, it was difficult for them to move on. They are all cultivators who have reached the peak of the Golden God Realm. Even they feel that they are slightly inferior to Qin Feng and Chen Meng. This also makes them have some doubts about the realms of Qin Feng and Chen Meng. Could it be said that they have broken through to the Golden God realm? However, as soon as this idea came up, they rejected it. According to the restrictions set by the old man of the valley at the entrance to the tomb at that time, only cultivators below the Dragon God realm could enter, which meant that Qin Feng and Chen Meng were only at the peak of the Golden God realm. But even so, it still brought them a lot of surprise. Seeing Qin Feng and Chen Meng walking forward on the ground, Tum Qing and Bai Ling were also surprised and looked at Xiao Xuan with a little worry. They can see it too. Qin Feng and Chen Meng are obviously hostile to Xiao Xuan. Under such circumstances, if they really complete the frozen stairs, they may be disadvantageous to Xiao Xuan. This is not something they want to see. Master Xiao Xuan, it seems that something is wrong. How could Qin Feng and Chen Meng go so far? It seems a bit strange, right? Tum Qing couldn't help but said in surprise. At this time, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling were a little confused and asked, "What's weird?" "Young master, Xiao Xuan, you don't know, I have met these two people several times before. Although their strength is not weak, they have not reached such a state. Now, they seem to have reached the peak of the Golden God realm." Tum Qing said with a hint of fear. "Is it the peak of the Golden God realm?" Xiao Xuan frowned slightly. "So, they are only one step away from the Dragon God realm?" Bai Ling was also surprised. Such a person is just a casual cultivator. Why is there no sect recruiting him? Miss Bai Ling doesn't know something. The reason why the two of them are casual cultivators is not because there are no sects willing to accept them. On the contrary, many sects have extended olive branches to them. It is just because they yearn for a free life that they have rejected so many sections. Tum Qing shook his head and said, "It can be said that if he wants, he can enter any sect in the outside area." After saying this, everyone present was shocked. You must know that although the strength of the sects in their outer regions is not as strong as that in the central region, even so, the major sects in the outer regions cannot enter just because they want to. Among these powerful sects, there are not to mention those who are powerful in the Saint realm. At least, there are Dragon God realm experts among them. Therefore, if you don't have a strong enough talent, you will definitely not be favored by those sections. And Qin Feng and Chen Meng can get the attention of so many sections. But it can also prove that their strength must not be bad. Master, otherwise, we'd better give up. I'm afraid that the two of them, who are at the peak of the Golden God realm, are even stronger than Silver Light. Bai Ling said worriedly. Yes, Xiao Xuan, I suggest you avoid his sharp edge for the time being. How about that? Tum Qing also nodded. It seems that you all have no confidence? Xiao Xuan asked instead. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1260. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, Xiao Xuan's powerful aura. Present. Tum Qing and other Tomb Spirit sect disciples were also surprised. They looked at each other with expressions and eyes of disbelief on their faces. Listen to what this means. Xiao Xuan wants to fight Qin Feng and Chen Meng? Moreover, do you still have to rely on your own strength? In their view, this was simply unbelievable. After all, Xiao Xuan was only a cultivator of the little Golden God realm, and he was nowhere near the level of these two people. If Tum Qing Bailing and other Tomb Spirit sect disciples help, maybe Xiao Xuan still has the strength to fight, at least he won't be beaten too badly. However, listening to what Xiao Xuan just said, he actually planned to take the initiative to challenge these two people with his own strength? Are you sure this isn't a joke? If in normal times, someone brags about their abilities like this, some people might think it's a joke. But now, they are all standing in front of the frozen stairs. Xiao Xuan actually said such words in front of so many people? That roughly proves that he will definitely do this. This is not an ordinary thing. It's unbelievable. So, young master Xiao Xuan is really going to challenge two people at the top of the Golden God realm by himself? Although I have only known Mr. Xiao Xuan for a short time, he is indeed a man of his word. Since he has said this, he will most likely do it. Just wait and see. No, when he first entered the frozen stairs, his strength was still at the level of the little golden god. Later, after comprehending the power on the frozen stairs, his aura seemed to have changed. It seemed there was a sense of evolution. A golden god realm cultivator from the Tomb Spirit sect suddenly said. His words aroused the concern and curiosity of many other disciples. Let's talk about realm. Maybe Xiao Xuan's level is relatively low in front of all the disciples of the Tomb Spirit sect. Therefore, most disciples can also feel the changes in his aura. At this moment, after being reminded by this disciple, other cultivators also nodded frequently. Apparently they also felt the changes in him and nodded in agreement. Tum Qing and Bai Ling were equally confused about this. They could also feel that there seemed to be some unknown changes in Xiao Xuan's body, but this change also made them a little confused and didn't know what was going on. At this time, Bai Ling suddenly remembered something. At that time, Xiao Xuan seemed to have said something about the power of fear when he was studying. Could it be said that the changes in Xiao Xuan's body came from this power of fear? Moreover, the reason why he is so confident in defeating Qin Feng and Chen Meng, could it be said that this is where his confidence comes from? Think of this. Bai Ling couldn't help but tugged on Tom Qing's sleeves and lowered his voice and said, Senior brother Tom Qing, have you forgotten the power of fear you mentioned before? The power of fear, could it be said that your master has really understood this power? Tum Qing also took a breath of air. Probably. According to my observation, if I didn't have absolute certainty, my master would never do such a risky thing. Bai Ling looked determined. After saying this, Bai Ling and Tum Qing also set their sights on Xiao Xuan. At the same time. This time, there was a hint of questioning in their eyes. Xiao Xuan didn't care about this. He also knew that he could probably see something from the looks of Tum Qing and Bai Ling. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1261. A sword pierces the heart, Chen Meng's terrifying power. You're still in the mood to tease me. It seems you really don't know how to write the word death. Chen Meng was a little angry. After all, she is also a well-known casual cultivator in the outer areas of Nanzhan Haizhou. She has good strength and beautiful appearance. Even the sect leaders of some large sects are very polite to her. Who knew that he would be ridiculed by Xiao Xuan like this now? With that said, she was about to take action again. But this time, she was stopped by Qin Feng beside her. The authorities and onlookers could clearly see the scene where Xiao Xuan and Chen Meng were fighting just now. Qin Feng could also see clearly. He saw that Xiao Xuan was able to dodge Chen Meng's charged attack with just a casual dodge. Such strength must not be underestimated. This is enough to prove that Xiao Xuan's strength should not be underestimated. In this case, he must act more cautiously. What's wrong? Are you afraid of this guy? Chen Meng held his breath in his heart and said rudely, have you become less and less courageous over this long period of time? Even a small person in the Golden God realm can scare you like this. Chen Meng said this to Qin Feng. Moreover, in front of a group of casual cultivators, he obviously did not intend to give the latter any face. However, Qin Feng acted calmly at this moment. He still had a calm expression on his face, and did not mean to be angry. On the contrary, he still said with a smile, Chen Jianxian, I think you should be more cautious, so as not to capsize in the gutter. Humph, could it be that he can still turn the world upside down? Chen Meng looked disdainful. It won't be earth-shattering. After all, I am just an ordinary little golden god. I participated in this frozen stairs trial, just to gain the inheritance of the old man of the valley. Xiao Xuan said calmly. To obtain inheritance, it seems that you need to have enough strength. Do you think you have this strength? Chen Meng couldn't help but sneered. Whether you have strength or not seems to depend on facts. Xiao Xuan responded. Well said. I would like to see how you, a small person in the Golden God realm, can inherit the inheritance in front of all of us who are in the Golden God realm. Chen Meng laughed angrily. She looked at Xiao Xuan with contempt, not taking him seriously at all, and just sneered, don't end up not getting the inheritance you want, but instead throwing your life here. After saying this, the casual cultivators present also involuntarily took a few steps back. They knew that although Meng Ling Sword Immortal, whom Chen Meng called, had a nice name, the long sword in his hand had indeed killed countless people. In the outside area, she is simply a female devil who makes people hate her. The fact that she could say such words at this moment is enough to prove that she is really angry, and she might really take action without any scruples. This is definitely something that makes ordinary people feel scared. After all, if you really want to talk about it, a strong man at the peak of the Golden God realm, who takes action without any scruples, would probably even be afraid of some Dragon God realm. How should Xiao Xuan deal with Xiao Xuan, who is only in the Golden God realm? However, Xiao Xuan still looked indifferent now, as if he didn't care about this matter at all. This also made it a little difficult for some casual cultivators present to understand. After all, if you really want to talk about it, the first reaction of a cultivator in the little Golden God realm should be fear when facing powerful men like Qin Feng and Chen Meng. But why is he so confident? It sounds scary. However, I am not a person who feels fear casually unless you can show strong enough strength, right? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1262, Give Up Illusions, Flames Scare the Lotus. It seems that you are very confident. But today, since there are two of us here, it may be a little difficult for you to get out of here. Facing Xiao Xuan, Chen Meng was also a little annoyed. At that moment, she and Qin Feng stopped directly in front of Xiao Xuan, standing on the frozen stairs, and a rich sword energy was released instantly from their bodies. At the same time, on the frozen stairs, some casual cultivators also looked curious, wanting to see what the situation was like. After all, it has been so long. There are only a few casual cultivators who can truly defeat Chen Meng, and Xiao Xuan, an ordinary little Golden God realm, if he can defeat Chen Meng, there is no doubt that he will become a focus figure in the outside world. It is even possible to soar into the sky and become the favored object of many sections. I didn't expect you could make such a choice. In that case, I finally want to see if you have such strength. I see, you can't even get out of my sword net. As he spoke, the silver sword in Chen Meng's hand shook, and sword energy as thin as silver threads fell from the sky, spreading down towards Xiao Xuan's body like a dragnet on top of the frozen stairs. Anyone or anything that touches the silver sword net will be chopped to pieces in an instant. At this scene, even Qin Feng next to him couldn't help but take a few steps back. Demon Sealing Sword Net. This is Chen Meng's specialty. Once, she used this move to seal the demonic sword net, killing 3 powerful men in the middle level of the Golden God realm at once. It was also her signature move. I didn't expect that she would use such a method when we met today. Tum Qing also hurriedly stepped forward. He did not dare to hesitate at the moment and directly summoned the tomb spirit sect treasure on his body, a white jade tomb spirit skeleton. As soon as this tomb spirit skeleton appeared, there was also a moment of clarity around them, and the suffocating feeling suppressed by Chen Meng just now dissipated a lot. Master, Xiao Xuan, be careful. This demonic sword net is very fierce and will be injured if it touches it. Each sword net is condensed by Chen Meng's sword energy, and it is infinitely powerful. Tum Qing said. So powerful? 3 powerful men in the Golden God realm? Bai Ling also took a breath of cold air and at the same time circulated the flame aura on his body. Tomb spirit skeleton? Ancient flame holy body? Although your boy is not very strong, the people around you are quite capable. One is carrying a treasure, and the other is carrying a holy body. If you have such a person by your side, it's worth making you arrogant. Qin Feng, who was on the side, also saw this, and his face became more clear. He originally thought the reason why Xiao Xuan can be so presumptuous is because he has strength. But now it seems that this is not the case. Do you just rely on Tum Qing and Bai Ling around you? If so, does it also prove that he is indeed a bit ridiculous? In the tomb of the old man in the valley, it can be said that there are dangers everywhere. Xiao Xuan, a person who participated in the trial, actually placed his hope on others. This is enough to prove that Xiao Xuan is a fool. At least, this can still be proven. Stupid people. During the trial, you still place your hopes on others. Isn't this looking for death? Does he really think he can survive here with the help of outside power? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1263, A Full Blow, The Peak of the Weak Golden God Realm? Yes, Chen Meng's moves are calm and powerful. If Xiao Xuan doesn't have any trump cards, I'm afraid he won't be able to fight against this Mangling sword immortal. There is still a big difference between the Little Golden God Realm and the Peak Golden God Realm. This time, Xiao Xuan is really in trouble. Not just General Halberd. The disciples next to him also nodded. Obviously, they also quite recognized the analysis of the senior brother, and some have even begun to question the vision of the old man in the valley. After all, if a cultivator can really have talent, then he must be more cautious in his choices on some matters, and will never rashly challenge an opponent who is much stronger than himself. And now, Xiao Xuan's choice. In their view, it is simply asking for trouble or even self-destruction. But when the old man in the valley saw this scene, his eyes showed a bit of surprise and admiration. Others don't know it, but the frozen stairs were made by him. Therefore, he knew that when Xiao Xuan was studying the frozen stairs just now, he had already understood some power of fear that ordinary people did not know. Although he didn't know how much Xiao Xuan understood the power of fear in a short period of time, he had to admit that these understandings were still very useful. It is very likely that these powers have been subdued by Xiao Xuan. This is what the old man in the valley is most concerned about. After all, even a true Dragon God Realm powerhouse may not be able to understand much of such a power of fear, let alone use it actively. But now, Xiao Xuan is a cultivator of the Little Golden God Realm. If he can truly understand the power, it will naturally greatly improve Xiao Xuan's combat strength. Even defeating Chen Meng with the power of fear is not impossible. If that's the case, then the disciple Xiao Xuan and the old man in the valley have been accepted. Not really. Have you forgotten that Xiao Xuan just studied the frozen formation for a long time? The old man in the valley shook his head slightly and retorted to several disciples. Say it. Several disciples were also stunned for a moment, and then they came to their senses. They also saw Xiao Xuan's enlightenment at that time, but they didn't really take it to heart. After all, even they couldn't comprehend the power on the frozen stairs. How could Xiao Xuan, a newcomer to the little golden god realm, possibly comprehend it? Isn't this a joke? But now, listen to what the old man in the valley says. Xiao Xuan actually has some understanding of the power of fear? Is this true? Or is it just speculation? For a moment, these disciples looked at each other with confusion written on their faces. Master, do you think too highly of Xiao Xuan? Even if he really understood something from the frozen stairs, he might not have discovered the power of fear, right? What's more, this power of fear is the dragon god. How could he, Xiao Xuan, be able to use a power that can only be used by a powerful person? General Juji looked confused. That's what eldest brother said. Those of us are also strong men in the dragon god realm, but for such a long time we have not comprehended the power of fear. I am afraid that it will be even more difficult for him, Xiao Xuan, to comprehend it. If Xiao Xuan can defeat Chen Meng with the power of fear, wouldn't it be a slap in the face to all of us? For a while, people present were also talking a lot. Basically, no one takes Xiao Xuan's strength to heart. But now, after the old man in the valley mentioned it, it aroused some people's concern and curiosity. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1264, Demon Sealing Sword Net? A power not worth mentioning. How is this possible? What secret technique did you use? At this moment, Chen Meng was also stunned and looked at Xiao Xuan in disbelief. You can actually resist my demon sealing sword net? At the same time, Qin Feng next to him was also surprised. He originally thought that Xiao Xuan would definitely ask for trouble in the end if he was so arrogant and domineering. But who knows? In the end, Xiao Xuan was able to win so shockingly? This also made Qin Feng a little unbelievable. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Xiao Xuan with something strange in his eyes. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you take action? Chen Meng couldn't help it anymore and roared at Qin Feng on the side. Oh, okay. Qin Feng did not dare to neglect, and quickly drew out his black sword and stood by Chen Meng's side. Are you planning to have sex together? Seeing this, Xiao Xuan smiled slightly. With the power of fear as his foundation, he didn't care about the two people joining forces. In his opinion, even if the two people joined forces, they might not be his opponents. On the contrary, it will help him save time. Did not expect. You really have some courage. But at this time, your courage seems to have no effect. Thinking of this, Qin Feng still said coldly, if you really want to fight one against two, don't blame me for being rude to you in the end. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan seemed to have heard such a ridiculous joke. Of course he understands. Now that the matter has reached this point, it will never be solved easily. Today, either Xiao Xuan will withdraw, or Qin Feng and Chen Meng will withdraw. But no matter which party withdraws, the other party needs to show sufficient strength. And now, it was a test for Xiao Xuan. At the same time, Tung Qing and Bai Ling were also surprised. They originally thought that Xiao Xuan would suffer a big loss if he was so arrogant as the principal, but who knew that the latter miraculously escaped unscathed. This undoubtedly greatly strengthened their confidence. In their opinion, although Xiao Xuan has strength, it is still a bit difficult to face Chen Meng alone. Who knew that Xiao Xuan would give them such a big surprise? In this case, they naturally have no reason to stand idly by. The most important thing to do at this time is to help Xiao Xuan defeat Qin Feng and Chen Meng. If Xiao Xuan can get the inheritance of the old man in the valley, that would be great. Master Xiao Xuan, let me help you. Master, I'm here too. Tum Qing and Bai Ling's statements. It also made Qin Feng and Chen Meng frown slightly. After all, these two people are both strong men at the level of the Golden God, and they are also powerful practitioners in their respective sections. Their participation will also affect the outcome of this battle to some extent. Not to mention, there is now a Xiao Xuan whose strength they cannot clearly see, and it seems to be more difficult to fight against Xiao Xuan now. But now looking back at Xiao Xuan, he still seemed to be confident and indifferent. This fact made Qin Feng and Chen Meng feel a little unsure. They didn't know if Xiao Xuan had other methods. If it were said Xiao Xuan could really neutralize Chen Meng's attack so easily. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1265 All Casual Cultivators, Qin Feng's Vicious Plan. However, even though Tum Qing has tried his best to explain. However, on the frozen stairs, there were still many casual cultivators who turned their heads and looked at Xiao Xuan with unkind expressions. After all, since they can break through the outer restrictions of the tomb and walk into the tomb, they can be regarded as very powerful among the casual cultivators. At this moment, hearing Qin Feng's words, he felt unhappy. But they are not stupid either. Naturally, they will not easily serve as spearheads for Qin Feng and Chen Meng. After looking at each other, there was a little hesitation on their faces. They could clearly see Xiao Xuan's strength just now. For no reason, they would not provoke this evil god with just a word. As for what Qin Feng and Chen Meng said, maybe for the time being, they will also be dissatisfied with Xiao Xuan, but they are dangerous enough on the frozen stairs, and naturally they will not take action easily. Unless, what's the benefit? Today, if any of the casual cultivators among us can kill Xiao Xuan, I will take out 100,000 stones to express my feelings. Qin Feng sneered. At the same time, if there is any need in the future, I, Qin Feng, will be obliged to do so. And I, Chen Meng. Whoever can kill Xiao Xuan, I will agree to his request. That is not excessive. Chen Meng's eyes lit up and he said directly. Oh? Sounds good? 100,000 Dao stones are nothing, but it would be a good thing if we could make friends with Qin Feng and Chen Meng. Although Xiao Xuan is very powerful, if we swarm him, how should he deal with it? For a moment, the casual cultivators present also became excited. They have no sect to begin with, and they don't need to consider any rules when doing things. As long as they are beneficial to themselves, they will choose to do it. At this moment, now that there are calls from Qin Feng and Chen Meng, they are also ready to make a move. After having this idea, some casual cultivators also approached Xiao Xuan in unison. As they say, to these casual cultivators, a mere 100,000 stones is nothing, but if they can gain the friendship of Qin Feng and Chen Meng, it would be a good choice. You know, Qin Feng and Chen Meng are relatively respectable on Nanzhan Haizhou. Some sects still have to give some face. With this kind of relationship, in the future, these casual cultivators will have an extra layer of protection on Nanzhan Haizhou. On that note, most people may really not be able to stand this temptation. It seems that there are still smart people. Seeing this, Qin Feng also felt proud in his heart. He can roughly know that even if the strength of these casual cultivators is not very good, they are still strong men at the level of the Golden God. If he swarmed up, it would cause some trouble to Xiao Xuan. This is enough for them. After all, in the process of fighting against masters, a moment of distraction may lead to death. Not to mention, this is on dangerous frozen stairs. It can be said that as long as someone interferes a little bit, Qin Feng and Chen Meng will have the confidence to kill Xiao Xuan. Just like now. Perhaps it is difficult for others to defeat Xiao Xuan, but with the help of so many casual cultivators, Qin Feng and Chen Meng are naturally confident. As for the other side, even if Xiao Xuan had the help of Tun Qing and Bai Ling, the strength of these two people was only at the ordinary Golden God realm, and their help to Xiao Xuan was very limited. And if one will be in the battle, if Qin Feng and Chen Meng can take action quickly, they may not be able to kill Xiao Xuan instantly, and this is also their purpose. In this regard, Xiao Xuan looked indifferent. Looking at these casual cultivators, the smiles on their faces did not even diminish, as if they were looking at some fools. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1266, The Terrifying Power of Fear, 1 verses 2. Seeing Xiao Xuan fighting Qin Feng and Chen Meng alone, he was still able to keep up with the situation and injured the two of them with just one move. The old man in the valley and other disciples also had surprised faces. Regarding Xiao Xuan's performance just now, their faces were somewhat curious and confused. A cultivator of the little Golden God realm. Even if there are some trump cards, it doesn't seem like he can defeat two cultivators at the peak of the Golden God realm at once, right? On that note, it seemed that what Xiao Xuan did was quite unbelievable. Master, how is this possible? Could it be that the power of fear can be so powerful? General Juji couldn't believe it and couldn't help but ask. I remember that although the power of fear is powerful, it is not as powerful as Xiao Jin. Can cultivators in the divine realm be able to comprehend it? Yes, why can he understand this power of fear? It's hard to believe if this is Xiao Xuan's talent. Is the talent so terrifying? This is just under the little Golden God realm. If his talent is so high, wouldn't it be true that when he reaches the real Golden God realm, he will truly be able to control the power of fear? Master once said that controlling the power of fear is the cornerstone of entering the realm of saints. Could it be that? For a time, these disciples were also talking about it. Not long after, everyone focused their attention on the old man in the valley. Again, with incredible expressions in their eyes. For so long, none of their disciples did not want to try to take a further step in the realm and directly enter the realm of saints, but the final result was undoubtedly a failure, and no one could succeed. From this perspective, their talents seemed to be inferior to Xiao Xuan. This is also the reason why they are envious and jealous of Xiao Xuan. As for now, the old man in the valley acted relatively calmly. He looked at Xiao Xuan and stroked his beard slightly, with more approval in his eyes. As a strong man in the saint realm, naturally, there was nothing wrong with his ability to see people. At this moment, he took a quick look and determined that Xiao Xuan's talent was extraordinary. This also made the faces of the disciples look a little more solemn. They were all a little confused as to why he had such power. Could it be that Xiao Xuan was really so talented? At this moment, facing Xiao Xuan, Qin Feng and Chen Meng were even more surprised, and they couldn't believe their eyes. They have never encountered such a powerful opponent in such a long time. They felt that they didn't even have the ability to resist when facing Xiao Xuan. This was something they couldn't believe, but the ironclad fact was right in front of them, and they couldn't help it if they didn't believe it. What the hell is going on? Xiao Xuan, did you use evil magic? Chen Meng had a ferocious look on her face. She really couldn't understand why Xiao Xuan had such power. The power of the avenue that she had worked so hard to condense could not even hold on for a second in the face of such power. In just an instant, those defensive forces collapsed. Such a thing was almost against the rules of Dao continent, but it happened like this in front of her eyes. Impossible. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1267 Deception, the Proof of the Old Man in the Valley. Tomb Ching is the direct disciple of Tomb Spirit, Old Man of the Tomb Spirit sect. His words were somewhat authoritative in the tomb, and they attracted the attention of many people for a while. I think so. It doesn't make any sense for you to doubt this here. This is the tomb of Old Man Valley. Do you think that Old Man Valley, as a saint, can allow evil magic to appear in his tomb? I saw some people were still talking about it. Instead, Xiao Xuan sneered and said directly, if you really think so, I'm afraid you will look down on the saint realm. These words made all the trialists present shut their mouths. Indeed, what he said hit the nail on the head. Perhaps for the people of other sects, they have just realized that this place is the tomb of the Old Man of the Valley. Everything he talks and does here is clearly seen by the Old Man of the Valley. If Xiao Xuan really used any technique that he shouldn't have used, I'm afraid the Old Man in the Valley would have noticed it long ago. Not to mention that the Old Man in the Valley will definitely stop it. Even if he doesn't stop him, he will never let a person who practices evil arts finally get his inheritance. But now, the Old Man in the Valley still didn't move much, which proved in disguise that there should be no problem with Xiao Xuan's powers. This also stunned Chen Meng and Qin Feng. The two of them were full of doubts at the moment. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a Dao power of Xiao Xuan's level to be able to stop the two of them from joining forces. But now, Xiao Xuan actually relied on his own strength to fight one against two. Isn't this worthy of the attention of the Old Man in the Valley? As a strong man in the Saint realm, the Old Man in the Valley could turn a blind eye to the evil magic that existed in his tomb? Saint of the Valley. I heard that on the great Dao continent, there was once a strong man at the saint level who declared that no evil magic is allowed to exist on this continent. This Xiao Xuan has used evil magic just now. Why did you turn a blind eye? Chen Mingyi stood up angrily and spoke loudly to the Old Man in the Valley and others at the end of the frozen stairs. She behaves like this. From a certain point of view, she is still relatively brave, but the person she is facing now is the Old Man of the Valley, a former strong man in the Saint realm. Her few words like this naturally cannot have the slightest impact on the latter. Presumptuous. What the Saint of the Valley does is naturally justified. When will it be your turn to talk too much? The halberd general stood up, the halberd in his hand buzzed, and he shouted angrily. As the eldest disciple of the Old Man of the Valley, General Juji was also the strongest among the disciples. At this moment, his roar was as loud as a bell, which also shocked the hearts of these trialists. At the same time, their arrogance just now has also been reduced a lot. They also realized at this time that after all, they were only cultivators at the level of the Golden God. Not to mention facing the Old Man of the Valley. In the Saint realm, even if they faced the disciples of the Old Man of the Valley, they were no match. Not to mention that they are still in the tomb of the Old Man in the Valley. It can be said that it is now easy for the Old Man in the Valley to kill any of their trialists. Figure this out. The other trialists also looked cautious, and each of them was a little afraid to speak. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1268 The Inheritance of the Saint, the Powerful Power. Incredible. This Xiao Xuan can actually travel at such a fast speed? This is on top of the frozen stairs. How can he ignore this invisible pressure from above? For a moment, the trialists on the frozen stairs were all surprised. They could also roughly tell that Xiao Xuan's walking speed was not slow, which meant that the pressure on the frozen stairs did not affect him. This is simply a bit difficult to execute. After all, there are some strong men at the peak of the Golden God realm on the frozen stairs. In terms of strength, they may not be as good as top masters like Qin Feng and Chen Meng, but they are also true masters of the Golden God realm. But even they were a little at a loss when faced with the pressure of going up the frozen stairs. But who knew that Xiao Xuan could be so relaxed? Looking at him, he looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll in his own backyard. How could he look like he was undergoing a trial? If these are all based on his own strength, then how powerful is Xiao Xuan's power? Isn't this trial of the old man in the valley already in Xiao Xuan's pocket? As expected of young master Xiao Xuan. On this frozen staircase, we can still have such a relaxed state. This gap is really beyond our reach. Seeing Xiao Xuan's traveling speed on the frozen stairs, Tum Qingxin was also a little excited, and he took the initiative to walk forward, wanting to try walking on the frozen stairs. But in the end, I was stumped before I even got halfway through. Under the strong pressure on the frozen stairs, he even felt that the power of the avenue in his body was not functioning smoothly, as if there was something stuck in his throat. This also made him secretly frightened. You know, his level of Tao is higher than Xiao Xuan. This has always been a comfort in Tum Qing's heart. Although he may not be as good as Xiao Xuan in terms of combat effectiveness, he is at least better in terms of realm. Therefore, he also felt in his heart that he should be able to perform well in the trial, at least not too far behind Xiao Xuan. But the current situation. But it actually slapped him in the face. Apart from anything else, Xiao Xuan's performance on the frozen stairs can be said to be completely different from him. Regardless of his condition or speed, he is much better than him. At this moment, Tum Qing also realized the gap between himself and Xiao Xuan, and could only shake his head helplessly and said, "Miss Bai Ling, you have really found a good master." "Oh? How do you say this?" Bai Ling also looked proud, but still asked. With young master Xiao Xuan's performance today, it is almost certain that he will get the inheritance from the old man of the valley. Tum Qing also said. With envy, and if he gets the inheritance from the Saint Realm, his realm will advance by leaps and bounds in the future. You can also get things in the Saint Realm in the future. Saint Realm. Can I also comprehend such power? Hear these words. Bai Ling couldn't help but feel a little dazed. In fact, she is someone who knows some about Xiao Xuan. She knew that Xiao Xuan was not a selfish person. If he could really get the inheritance from the old man of the valley, she might also be able to get a piece of the pie in the future. If that were the case, wouldn't her realm be able to advance further? Thinking of this, Bai Ling couldn't help but feel moved in her heart. Of course, otherwise what can I say? You have chosen a good master for yourself. Tum Qing also praised sincerely. Of course. I, Bai Ling, have a good eye for seeing people. It's impossible for an ordinary person to be my master. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1269 Inheritance, the legendary power of the Saint Realm. What's on your mind? Seeing that Bai Ling stopped speaking, Tum Qing also asked a little doubtfully, did I say something wrong just now? Hearing this, Bai Ling also smiled bitterly and shook his head. No. I was just thinking that master will definitely participate in this youth conference, but, with my strength, I'm afraid I won't be qualified to participate. Bai Ling couldn't help but said. Tum Qing was also stunned by this. In fact, he can understand the problem. Speaking of which, the youth conference is basically a grand event in which All young elite disciples from outside regions participate. If you don't have enough strength, participating in such a conference is tantamount to humiliating yourself. More importantly, although the external area is not small, various cultivation resources are not as abundant as those in Zhongzhou, and battles between sects are still very frequent. Some sects that have hatred against each other. On weekdays, they were at odds with each other in the external areas, and at the youth conference, they would seize the opportunity to specifically target the young disciples of the other sect. And if young disciples who do not have sufficient strength enter the youth conference, they may really encounter considerable danger. Maybe. I remember that you are an ancient flame saint. Such a physique is quite rare. Even in Zhongzhou. Maybe there will be some Zhongzhou sects who can appreciate your physique. Tumqing also said. In response to this, Bai Ling shook his head. It's not just that. Master said. Before that, my physique is very precious, which is both a good thing and a bad thing. If someone with bad intentions knows about it, it may also bring danger. Indeed so. There are many sects in Zhongzhou, and their strength far exceeds that of our external sections. There are probably some evil sects among them, so you have to be careful. Toon Green nodded. But in the final analysis, you still need to be strong. Bai Ling said, if you have enough strength, you can guarantee your own safety. But with young Master Xiao Xuan here, I feel that you have a good chance of entering the Zhongzhou sect. Tumqing thought for a while and said, there is no doubt about young Master Xiao Xuan's strength. If we can let him bring. If you enter the youth conference, you might as well enter Zhongzhou together. Can you bring someone with you to this youth conference? Bai Ling was a little surprised. Good. The elders of Zhongzhou sect are also human beings. Since they are human beings, they will also have their own ideas. As long as young Master Xiao Xuan shows sufficient strength, he will naturally be recognized. When the time comes, if he can put forward some conditions, the sects in Zhongzhou will naturally agree. Tumqing nodded and said, in this way, wouldn't it be logical for you to enter the Zhongzhou sect? Speaking of which, Bai Ling's eyes also lit up. She originally thought that if she wanted to enter the Zhongzhou sect, she must be strong enough, but now it seems that it's not just that. Perhaps, as long as she has this master-disciple relationship with Xiao Xuan, she can also enter Zhongzhou? But the idea just came up. She also dismissed the idea from her mind. After all, she has been cultivating from the bottom step by step. She has seen all kinds of competitions and battles, and she understands that if she were in a place like Zhongzhou, the individual strength of the cultivators would be more valued. If you don't have your own strength, please log in to continue reading. Chapter 1270 Courage, continue to challenge the frozen stairs. Do you want to continue the challenge? This is not what I expected, but you have to know that the power of fear is not the power of the avenue you usually have. If you bear enough of this power, your body will collapse. The system reminded me. Body collapse? Did you explode and die? Xiao Xuan also asked, casually. If it is just a physical collapse, it may be possible to use the genius treasure to recover in the future. However, if your body collapses due to the power of fear, it will cause your soul to dissipate. The system also said. How you choose is up to you. By myself. Is it so serious? Xiao Xuan was stunned. He does know that wealth can be found in danger. Since you want to get power that ordinary people don't have, you have to pay a price that ordinary people can't pay. However, now we are facing a terrifying and powerful force of fear. Is he worth trying? This question is obviously a test for him by the system. I want to try. Xiao Xuan clenched his fists and said. You still can't forget the disasters on the Great Desolate Continent and the Tianqian continent? The system remembered it very clearly, speaking of which, since you are already far away from these two continents, why do you care about these things? It's not true. No matter what. I have also come from these two continents. Since these two continents are in trouble, I will not ignore them. Xiao Xuan shook his head. Hearing this, the system was obviously a little surprised and asked directly. You have already arrived on the Great Dao continent. The so-called cultivators are heartless and have no desires and intentions. Only by abandoning human emotions can we take a further step on the path of cultivation. Why do you need to be here? Are you wasting your energy on such a small thing? This was said lightly. However, Xiao Xuan himself understood exactly what these words meant. You must know that there are hundreds of millions of creatures and millions of races on the Tianqian continent and the Great Desolate Continent. If these two continents are really going to face a catastrophe, then all these creatures will die together. Over the years, he has grown up from these two continents. There are still his relatives and friends on the continent, so it is naturally impossible to give up. For the system, as long as it has enough strength, relatives and friends are naturally not important. This may be the true divinity. Perhaps, for most cultivators, the lifelong pursuit is to obtain a higher realm and stronger power, but these things cannot make Xiao Xuan lose his most basic humanity. This is also the biggest difference between him and ordinary practitioners. I wouldn't choose that. The state of cultivation is certainly important, but if there is no humanity as a human being, other things are not worth mentioning. Xiao Xuan shook his head and said. After these words were spoken, the system fell into silence for a period of time. For the system, Xiao Xuan's words were simply incomprehensible. After all, according to the system's values, as long as one has sufficient strength, not to mention relatives and friends, even a world can be created at will. At this moment, why should Xiao Xuan put himself in danger for those people? Isn't this worth the loss? However, now that Xiao Xuan has made a decision, the system did not say anything more, but remained silent. It can be regarded as approval of his words. Thank you, brother system. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1271, How to Transcend the Actual Power of Fear. Senior brother, it seems this is not the first time you have made a conclusion about this Xiao Xuan. It's just that it seems to be wrong every time? The enchanting dancer smiled and said to the giant halberd general, Tell me. Did you have some conflicts with Xiao Xuan today? When she said this, all the disciples present laughed. They can all hear it too. The enchanting dancer is deliberately degrading the giant halberd general. And after hearing the words of the enchanting dancer, General Juji felt a sense of embarrassment on his face, and he couldn't stand it anymore. Speaking of which, he is the real disciple of Old Man Valley. Regardless of strength or talent, he should be the strongest, but now, the limelight has been snatched away by Xiao Xuan, who is in the little golden god realm. This naturally made General Ao Qing a little annoyed. However, now that the facts are in front of him, in front of the old man in the valley, he really has no way to refute. Snort. How could I, Ao Qing, a powerful person in the dragon god realm, care about such a trivial matter? Ao Qing's face was a little embarrassed. However, at this moment he still said, Xiao Xuan is just a little golden god. But fortunately, he still has some talent. If he can truly inherit the master's mantle, he will be my junior brother in the future. Say this. But it also attracted the attention of the disciples of the old man in the valley. They could see before that Ao Qing looked down on Xiao Xuan, but now, his attitude seems to have changed. This change happened so fast that they even didn't react. At the same time, this change also made them curious about Xiao Xuan. After all, the fact that he could make someone as arrogant as Ao Qing respect him was enough to prove his strength. As for the other side, whether Xiao Xuan can get the inheritance from the old man in the valley, the answer is ready to come out. Let me ask, how could Ao Qing speak like this if he could not get the inheritance from the old man of the valley? For a while, the disciples of Old Man Valley looked at Xiao Xuan with a little more kindness. Since Xiao Xuan will also be the disciple of Old Man Gu in the future, then they are also brothers, and if they show their goodwill earlier, maybe they can gain a little favor from Xiao Xuan. After all, if Xiao Xuan can really get the inheritance from the old man of the valley, there is no doubt that his achievements will become even more powerful in the future, and it is only a matter of time before anyone who can be favored by the old man of the valley will enter the dragon god realm in the future. Even at the end, if you want to get enough opportunities to become a true saint realm powerhouse, it is not impossible. More importantly, now, Xiao Xuan has been walking on the frozen stairs for such a long time, and has almost proven his own strength and talent. At least, he doesn't seem to be that afraid of the power of fear. This is particularly important. These people have all cultivated from the golden god realm to the dragon god realm step by step, and they naturally understand the power of fear required by the dragon god realm. If Xiao Xuan is very familiar with the power of fear, it will naturally be of great help to him in becoming the dragon god in the future. By the way, have you noticed it? This Xiao Xuan doesn't seem to be so afraid of Master's power of fear. This is a bit strange. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1272 Sun Bible, The Legendary Road to the Holy Land. At the same time, Xiao Xuan also walked towards the second half of the frozen stairs step by step. As General Ao Qing said, he did encounter unimaginable resistance here, because since the establishment of the frozen stairs, no one can complete it. Therefore, the power of fear above is also extremely strong. Even with the demon refining blood technique given by the system, Xiao Xuan is still walking with difficulty, especially after being exposed to such a strong power of fear. Xiao Xuan clearly felt that among such power, there was a power that invaded his soul. This power made him instinctively want to retreat or even give up the trial. This also surprised him. You know, he has been practicing for thousands of years and has seen countless charm techniques. He has also seen a few Taoist techniques and techniques that can affect people's minds. Because he is the body of the founding Yuan Ling, most Taoist techniques have no effect on him. Even if he accidentally got hit, it would basically be unable to shake his firm mind. What's more, no matter in the Tianxian continent or the Great Desolate continent, he is a well-deserved peak powerhouse. Under such circumstances, to be affected by the power of fear on the frozen stairs is enough to prove how terrifying this power of fear is. It seems that the system brother really didn't lie to me. This power of fear is indeed a bit unusual. Xiao Xuan frowned slightly, with a solemn look on his face. But at this moment, even though he realized the power of fear, he had no intention of giving up. Instead, face such a scary scenario. On the contrary, it inspired the challenge in Xiao Xuan's heart. After all, after practicing for thousands of years, he had already had an iron heart and could not give up casually. Even though the frozen stairs are extremely difficult, he will not give up easily. Then let's give it a try. Let's see who's better with your frozen staircase or my magic blood refining technique. Xiao Xuan gritted his teeth. He knew that the system could hand over the magic blood refining technique to him so solemnly, which was enough to prove the power of this technique. That being the case, even if he faced this real power of fear, he might not be able to defeat it. At least, he still had no intention of giving up. At this time, Xiao Xuan felt it. Every time he took a step forward, there seemed to be a transparent barrier in front of him, blocking him. He has to pay a big price every step of the way. At the same time, various enemies from the past appeared deep in his heart. Either ridiculing, or intimidating, trying to make him give up the idea of moving forward. So it's you? Ha ha ha. See these people deep inside. Xiao Xuan smiled instead. If these illusions appeared in other people's minds, they might also arouse fear. But when it appeared in his heart, it had no effect. You know, after practicing for thousands of years, he has encountered countless enemies, but he has never been afraid of anything. At the same time, he will not feel that there is anything to be afraid of. Instead, it's on top of the frozen stairs. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1273 Talent, The Road to the Saint Realm. This. Senior brother, are you telling the truth? You can know your talent at home. First? Impossible. This is the first time for you, senior brother, to see Xiao Xuan. And you recognize him so much? Even if he has walked far on the frozen stairs. It is nothing special, right? Several disciples looked at each other with doubts on their faces. In fact, seeing Xiao Xuan's appearance on the frozen stairs, most of them knew that his talent was extraordinary, but even so, they didn't think that the latter's talent could be so powerful? Could it be said that even they can't compete? As Dragon God Realm experts, they are at least considered powerful above Nanzhan Haizhou. They also have a lot of say in a region. Who knows now? Are they so disliked by Ao Qing? Isn't this a bit outrageous? Incredible talent. This is absolutely unmistakable. Ao Qing shook his head and said, speaking of which, I tried the frozen stairs many times at that time, but never once could I reach Xiao Xuan's current position. If you people still have doubts about him, think about yourselves. Where did you go at that time? Say something like this. All the disciples were also speechless. As Ao Qing said, in order to obtain the inheritance of the old man of the valley, he also participated in many love breaks on the frozen stairs, but in the end, he basically didn't go very far. If it's once or twice, maybe it can be explained. But basically, they didn't go that far every time, which further proved that Xiao Xuan's strength was indeed shocking. Elder brother is right. At that time, after I reached the second half of the frozen stairs, I clearly felt that there was a sense of fear coming from my heart, which was unbearable for me. Those are the enemies I killed before, but they all came back to life, constantly disturbing my mind. What I see is the person I was when I was practicing. What I saw were people from my family who abused me as a child. My inner demon is the broken magic weapon. All the disciples started talking, and they all told about the situation they encountered on the frozen stairs. The old man in the valley didn't care about this. Back then, when setting up this frozen staircase, he specially set up a trial to control the inner demons. The purpose was to use this method to test the inner state of the trialist. In his opinion, only those with a strong enough heart can inherit the Sun Bible. As for the little bit of pain I endured on the frozen stairs, if compared with inheriting the Sun Bible, it is nothing at all. If the tester cannot even withstand the frozen stairs, then won't the subsequent test in the Sun Bible be even more unbearable? So over the years, even if the old man of the valley died, he still had not found a truly suitable successor. Until now, he has felt that his residual thoughts are about to dissipate, and He has to lower his requirements and plans to find a trialist with a little talent. What I didn't expect was. Today I discovered such a genius as Xiao Xuan. Not only can he stand out among the testers, but he can also show such high talent. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1274, Holy Weapon, is Xiao Xuan willing to give it to us? For a while. The disciples of the Tomb Spirit sect also looked at Xiao Xuan with expectations. When it comes to the precious inheritance of the old man in the valley, they naturally know that with their strength and talent, they may not be able to inherit it. However, if you can get some treasures in the tomb of the old man in the valley, they are still very interested. Even if it is not a holy weapon level treasure, if they can get some treasures, it will definitely be of great help to them. After thinking about this, they looked at Xiao Xuan with full expectations, and they really hoped that he would get the inheritance of the old man of the valley. And this time, seeing Xiao Xuan challenge the frozen stairs, many Tomb Spirit sect disciples cheered him on. But Tomb Qing and Bai Ling looked worried. They are also people who have walked on the frozen stairs. Others don't know it, but the two of them know how strong the resistance is on the frozen stairs. Don't say anything else. Even cultivators at the peak of the Golden God realm like Qin Feng and Chen Meng cannot complete the second half of the frozen stairs. This is enough to prove how terrifying the second half of the frozen stairs is. But now, Xiao Xuan not only surpassed the two of them, but also continued to advance on the frozen stairs. This alone is enough to prove that Xiao Xuan's strength is far beyond ordinary people. If young master Xiao Xuan can really get the inheritance from the old man of the valley, I'm afraid that he will become the #1 master among the young people in the outside area. Tomb Qing also said. Such words, spoken at this moment, were naturally recognized by all the Tomb Spirit sect disciples. But master, he must be in great pain now. Bai Ling also felt worried in his heart. I'm really worried that master can't bear such intense pain. That shouldn't happen. Based on your master's experience, if you encounter an irresistible force, you will not force yourself. Tomb Qing also said. Bai Ling was a little surprised when he heard these words. Speaking of which, compared to Tomb Qing, he has known Xiao Xuan for a long time and naturally knows more about the latter. On the contrary, Tomb Qing and Xiao Xuan have not known each other for that long. Why can he understand Xiao Xuan so well? How do you know this? Bai Ling couldn't help but ask curiously, if I remember correctly, you and my master have only known each other for a short time, right? It's really not long. However, young master Xiao Xuan's performance in the tomb alone is already remarkable. This is definitely not a strength that ordinary disciples can display. At least in so many years, I have not seen a disciple as strong as him. Tomb Qing also sighed sincerely. When Bai Ling said this, he felt proud in his heart. Although Tomb Qing was just praising Xiao Xuan, she felt that there seemed to be light on her face. Then do you think my master can get the inheritance from the old man in the valley this time? Bai Ling then asked with a worried face. Ha ha ha. What's your problem? Isn't it a sure thing that your master will be inherited by the old man of the valley? Tomb Qing laughed and said. When he said such a sentence, not only Bai Ling, but also the disciples of the Tomb Spirit sect behind him were confused. They also had curious expressions on their faces. What you need to know is that the old people in the valley are strong men in the Saint realm, and their inheritance is so precious. Don't talk about them being in the Golden God realm. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1275 Inheritance, the power of fear that can be understood. At this moment, Xiao Xuan also walked towards the end of the frozen stairs step by step. With so many years of cultivation experience, he is not that afraid of the inner demons that ordinary people fear. On the contrary, with a strong heart, he was at ease on the frozen stairs. Although it is difficult step by step, we are indeed moving forward. This scene also surprised all the trialists present. After all, most of them had walked up the frozen stairs just now, and they knew a thing or two about the conditions on the frozen stairs. Don't say anything else. Whether it is the pressure from the great avenue above or the power of inner demons, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can contend with. However, in front of so many people, Xiao Xuan not only did not retreat but took the initiative to step forward and achieved the final victory step by step. This is definitely not something ordinary people can do. This Xiao Xuan is too powerful. On top of that frozen staircase, I could feel the terrifying invisible pressure just by getting a little closer, but looking at young Master Xiao Xuan, he didn't seem to be affected at all. Sure enough, you are really strong. If I were the one standing on top right now, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to hold on even for a minute. Some of the trialists were filled with emotion when they saw Xiao Xuan moving forward step by step. And at this moment, Xiao Xuan was not so happy anymore. He also discovered that the further he went to the second half of the frozen stairs, the stronger the power of fear was, from the enemy monsters that appeared before, to the mysterious black holes, ocean giant beasts, and submarine monsters that appeared behind. Some terrifying monsters that he could not even imagine before appeared in his mind. This time also surprised Xiao Xuan, because he found that for a while he couldn't even distinguish whether these things were real or fake. Close your eyes. Xiao Xuan found that he seemed to be in a sea of blood. Here, there are white bone monsters that eat people without spitting out their bones, huge monsters that spit out venom, and terrifying souls with heads like giant bulls and bodies like crocodiles. If he had encountered these things before, he might not have cared. After all, he also knew that most of these things should appear in illusions and would not have much impact on him. But things are different now. Because of the existence of the frozen stairs, he found that these things were extremely real, as if he were really inside them. Besides, he was still in this sea of blood, feeling a great attraction. It seemed that in the sea of blood, there was something wonderful that he had not expected. Not only is the endless power of the avenue, but more importantly, there seems to be many peerless beauties, precious treasures, magical weapons. It seemed that as long as he took one step forward, he would get it. Is this really an illusion? Xiao Xuan closed his eyes tightly and forcibly controlled his mind, but faced with such a powerful temptation, he still couldn't help but ask to know. For most cultivators, it is not that simple to achieve some achievements in cultivation throughout their lives. If they had the support of a strong family sect, perhaps their cultivation path would be simpler. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1276 Inheritance, The Temptation of the Beautiful Senior Sister. Thank you, senior sister. Xiao Xuan was also in a trance. He discovered that the enchanting dancer in front of him not only had a wonderful figure and charming appearance, but also had a special charm. Obviously, she is also a person who practices some kind of charm. At that moment, if Xiao Xuan hadn't forced himself to calm down, he would have made a fool of himself. This also surprised him. You must know that these disciples of the old man in the valley in front of him were basically strong men at the dragon god level during their lifetimes. Now there is only one remnant soul left. But even so, they can still pose such a big threat to him, which is enough to prove that their strength in their heyday will probably be even stronger. At the same time, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but look at the other disciples of Old Man Valley. His keen discovery. Although each of these disciples behaved relatively peacefully, they all exuded the aura of a strong person. As for the old man in the valley himself, he has an unfathomable feeling about him. It's like the oppressive feeling of huge mountains and deep seas. It even made Xiao Xuan dare not look directly. This also surprised him. You must know that although his strength was suppressed by more than half on the Tao continent, his body was the creation spirit. It can be said that on this continent, there is no one with a more noble status than him. Therefore, he will also have a natural sense of dignity when facing some people. He had met many strong men before. Even someone like Mr. Chen didn't make him feel any fear. On the contrary, after seeing the old man in the valley, the feeling was so strong that he couldn't help but kneel down. Fortunately, Xiao Xuan is well informed after all. He managed to stabilize his mind and did not kneel down directly. A long time after the old man in the valley looked at Xiao Xuan for a while, he nodded and said, "It's just that at the level of the little golden god, you can withstand the pressure of this saint. You can be considered the first person." "Thank you, Senior Valley, for the compliment." Xiao Xuan was stunned. He really didn't expect that these pressures could be regarded as one of the trials for the old man in the valley. This is not a compliment. You can withstand the erosion of the power of fear for such a long time on the frozen stairs, but you can also prove yourself. The old man in the valley said with approval, "At least, I am so. If you have many disciples, none of them can reach your level. Don't dare to take it seriously." Xiao Xuan's face turned slightly red. This disciple just wants to get your inheritance, the saint of the valley. Say this. The faces of everyone present also became slightly solemn. In fact, Xiao Xuan's idea is not a secret. Almost everyone present knows that. He worked so hard to get here, isn't it just to get the final inheritance? But the problem is, although now, Xiao Xuan is indeed qualified to receive inheritance, but more importantly, he still needs to have enough strength to obtain these inheritances. The main question now is whether Xiao Xuan has the strength to inherit the inheritance of a saint. That's fine. In that case, this Sun Bible is yours. The old man in the valley took out a golden ancient scripture and flew directly to Xiao Xuan under everyone's gaze. This scene also shocked everyone present. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1277 Danger, isn't this a challenge? Laugh? Xiao Xuan. It seems that you don't know anything about the situation you will face in the future? See the smile on Xiao Xuan's face. General Juji couldn't help but said, "Do you know why Master gave you the Sun Bible in such a big way?" He asked this question. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of many disciples. Under the gazes of these people, Xiao Xuan still said calmly, "I think the saint of the valley still doesn't believe in my strength and wants to see if I have the strength to protect this Sun Bible." "That's right, but you seem to be indifferent to me?" Ao Qing was a little dissatisfied. "Do you know that the thing in your hand is the understanding that Master has painstakingly studied for hundreds of years?" "Of course I know. However, since the saint of the valley trusts me so much, I will definitely not let the saint down." Xiao Xuan still looked neither humble nor arrogant. This time, not only Ao Qing, but also other disciples were very angry. Not only did they not have the chance to get the Sun Bible, but more importantly, they felt that Xiao Xuan didn't seem to attach much importance to the Sun Bible. This is definitely a situation they don't want to see. After all, this Sun Bible is their master's lifelong effort. If it is given to any of them, it will be extremely cherished. But now look at Xiao Xuan's appearance. It seems like he doesn't care much about the Sun Bible. This is definitely not something that ordinary people can understand, and it is even easy to provoke these disciples of the old man in the entire valley. What strength do you have? Why are you so confident? After hearing what Xiao Xuan said, Ao Qing and a few others were a little confused, and they all looked at him questioningly. They were willing to believe that Xiao Xuan had some strength. But even so, it's only on the frozen stairs. If we talk about the real outside world, Xiao Xuan's strength at the level of the little golden god can be said to be simply not enough. Please rest assured. It seems that I don't think they have any strength to defeat me and steal the Sun Bible. Xiao Xuan said confidently. Such words naturally aroused surprise and confusion among the disciples for a while. Strength? It seems that they can see Xiao Xuan's strength relatively clearly. To be honest, maybe Xiao Xuan is performing very well on the frozen stairs now, but it does not mean that he can also perform like this outside. More importantly, as far as the current situation is concerned, Xiao Xuan has aroused public anger, and I am afraid that he will encounter a lot of obstacles before he walks out of the flame cemetery. If we say now, Xiao Xuan is a strong man at the peak of the Golden God realm, or even the Dragon God realm, then they disciples might not care so much. But the problem is that the current Xiao Xuan is just an ordinary little Golden God realm. With such strength, it is simply difficult to protect himself. So why can he be so arrogant? Isn't this a joke? The more important point is that Xiao Xuan now only got the Sun Bible from the old man in the valley. I didn't really understand the inheritance of the old man of the valley. His strength has not been greatly improved. Why can he have such courage? Can you tell me the source of your strength? At the moment, Ao Qing was a little confused. He found that Xiao Xuan didn't seem to care about other things at all, so he couldn't help but ask. I believe that I can understand the Sun Bible in the shortest time. Xiao Xuan said. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1278 One-on-one Teaching, Ice and Fire Trial. Think of this. Ao Qing and others couldn't help but feel envious on their faces. They are also disciples of the old man in the valley, but for such a long time, they may not get a few opportunities to teach one-on-one. Who knew that Xiao Xuan was such a new disciple? I just came under the door, and not only did I get a treasure like the Sun Bible, but I also got one-on-one teaching from the old man in the valley. This kind of luck also makes them envious. Junior brother, if I remember correctly, Master has never been so generous to us. You are really lucky. If you can really get Master's inheritance, it will be easy to enter the Dragon God realm in the future. Even I am envious of you. Ao Qing and other disciples said one after another. Xiao Xuan naturally agreed with this. He naturally understands that a strong man like the old man in the valley has a very profound understanding of the Great Road. His few words. Possibly, it would be extremely useful for the Golden God realm and even the Dragon God realm. Just like now, even though people like Ao Qing are already in the Dragon God realm, their understanding of the avenue is far inferior to that of the old man in the valley, even though he is just a broken soul now. But there may not be a possibility of resurrection in the future. If they can gain more understanding about the Great Road now, then their strength will naturally be greatly improved after their resurrection in the future. Therefore, Xiao Xuan's opportunity is not precious. Did not expect. I actually have the opportunity to be mentored by a powerful person in the Saint realm. At this moment, Xiao Xuan was also very happy. He also said respectfully to the old man in the valley, Senior, don't worry. I will never let down your guidance. Well, for the next 3 days, you will be in my tomb, and I promise to let you see the new Dao continent. The old man in the valley said, stroking his beard. Yes. Xiao Xuan's eyes also lit up. Speaking of which, one of the main reasons why he has been practicing on the Dao continent for so long is to find the true core secret of the Dao continent. Now it seems that there is this opportunity. If he could know the core secret of Dao continent, then he would have the confidence to solve the catastrophes on primordial continent and Tianqian continent. Although now, he is still just a cultivator of the little golden god realm. It seems a bit difficult to truly understand the core of this Dao continent, but Xiao Xuan has enough confidence. He believes that if given enough time, he can truly understand these powers. Now, since the old man in the valley in the Saint Realm is willing to give him this opportunity, then he won't waste it. After Xiao Xuan gave some instructions to Tung Qing and Bai Ling, he also walked to a space specially set up for him by the old man in the valley. In this space, there were only him and the old man in the valley. Teaching the Tao in this way will not be disturbed by others, and he has enough confidence to understand all the inheritance of the old man of the valley here. In the secret realm, Xiao Xuan is also looking forward to it. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1279 Nine Heavens Flame Technique, The Secret of the Old Man. In the valley. Think of this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but glance at the old man in the valley secretly. At this time, the face of the old man in the valley seemed a little unnatural, which also made Xiao Xuan notice. However, the old man in the valley is also a strong man in the Saint Realm. After all, Xiao Xuan didn't want to expose it directly, so he simply continued to read the Sun Bible, wanting to see how much introduction there was to this aspect. Later, after looking for a while, he actually discovered something. You know, before, under the advice of the system, the path Xiao Xuan chose was the path of chaos. This kind of Dao is a Dao that embraces all things and swallows all things. Therefore, the great path that Xiao Xuan practiced before also contained some understanding of the way of fire. In addition, he has training experience in Baiyan Valley. Therefore, he has a more or less simple understanding of the nine heavens flame technique in the Sun Bible. Even though his understanding has not yet reached the level of the old man of the valley, understanding the fifth level, but based on his previous life's cultivation process, he thinks that understanding one or two levels should not be a big problem. Thinking of this, he also began to try to understand. Unexpectedly, he changed his mind and the power of the avenue in the meridian C slowly operated according to the guidance in the Sun Bible. In an instant, a fierce and majestic flame power burned up within a radius of 10 kilometers. It was instantly burned with fierce flames. This scene also made the old man in the valley suddenly open his eyes and look at Xiao Xuan in disbelief. He could tell at a glance. Xiao Xuan's nine heavens flame technique has actually reached the first level. This simply made the old man in the valley a little unbelievable. Back then, when he was practicing the nine heavens flame Ju, it took him 5 years of practice before he could successfully cultivate the first level of the nine heavens flame Ju. But now, Xiao Xuan succeeded in practicing in less than 2 hours? Such a talent. It can be described as unbelievable. It seems that what you practiced before was not a fire technique? The old man in the valley couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at the flames on Xiao Xuan's body in disbelief. Indeed, what this junior practices is chaos swordsmanship. Perhaps in the way of chaos, there is some understanding of the way of fire. So I must have some understanding after practicing the nine heavens flame art. Xiao Xuan also answered truthfully. Yes, this is the first time I have seen such a talented practitioner. The old man in the valley nodded. What do you understand about the nine heavens flame Ju? I can't talk about understanding. I can only say that the understanding of flames here is indeed profound. Xiao Xuan hesitated for a moment, but it said that if you can understand the ninth level of the Tao, you can know the most original secret on the Tao continent? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? He had a reason for asking. After all, he had some understanding of Tao continent. There are thousands of avenues in this continent, and each of them is extremely difficult to cultivate to the extreme. When it comes to the true origin of the continent. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 12 80 Valley Flame Elixir, Powerful Fire Power. Ancient Flame Elixir? This elixir can increase the 9 heavens flame Ju by 2 levels? Old man in the valley, are you telling the truth? Xiao Xuan was a little surprised. In fact, through his own understanding and obtaining the first level of the 9 heavens flame art, he had already felt that this power was unusual. According to his prediction, the old man in the valley should not lie to others. Then, if he really reaches the 9th level of the 9 heavens flame art, it seems that he can really understand the most original power of the Tao continent. Although, with his current level, it is a bit difficult to achieve this goal. But Xiao Xuan is confident enough. Even if his realm will not improve very quickly in a short period of time, he believes that he will eventually understand all of these, but there may still be some processes to go. What power do you want? Do you really want to reach the 9th level of the 9 heavens flame art? The old man in the valley had some doubts on his face, and looked at Xiao Xuan in surprise. To know. Even as a strong person in the saint realm. However, the old man in the valley himself understands that it is not that simple to obtain these powers, and if you want to break through the last few levels of the 9 heavens flame art, you need to find the holy fire between heaven and earth. However, not to mention that those holy fires are extremely mysterious and difficult to find. Even if they are found, if they are not powerful enough, there is no way to conquer them, and they will suffer backlash if they are not careful. The nameless fire in this flame cemetery is the most obvious example. Even though the old man in the valley was in the saint realm, he was unable to compete with such a powerful fire power, and in the end he had no choice but to die. Fortunately, before conquering the flames, he made some preparations and finally managed to leave a remnant of his soul in the flame cemetery. Even so, the old man in the valley was also wary of the nameless fire in the flame cemetery, and he was even more deeply impressed by the strength of the holy fire. You know, before, as a strong man in the saint realm, Old Man Valley originally thought that with his power, it would not be that difficult to forcibly swallow some low-level holy fires. But the final result really surprised him. Even the nameless flames like the flame cemetery were unbearable for him. If he hadn't already made arrangements, he might have lost his life. Now, I heard Xiao Xuan's words. The old man in the valley was also extremely surprised. He didn't expect that Xiao Xuan could actually say such words. This could explain some problems, at least it proved that he was relatively confident. For this, the old man in the valley still looked a little curious. After all, a person like Xiao Xuan did not show much strength. Even if he had some talent in flame cultivation, he would not be able to make such an awesome oath. In this case, are you still very confident? However, you know, getting the holy fire is not that simple. The old man in the valley also said. Xiao Xuan was not surprised by the reaction of the old man in the valley. After all, his realm lay here. No matter who it is, most people will feel some disdain in their hearts when they see him in this state. However, this does not make Xiao Xuan feel depressed. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, he has slapped countless cultivators in the face. Even the old man in the valley who is in the saint realm, he has never seen how afraid he is. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1281 9 Heaven's Flame Technique, the Trial of the Ice and Fire Altar. 1 stick of incense time? Isn't this, such a huge power, not that simple? Looking at the power on the ice and fire altar, it seems that it is not that simple. Xiao Xuan became a little cautious. At this time, looking at the ice and fire altar in front of him, he only glanced at it briefly and already felt the terrifying temperature coming from it. Not to mention the time it takes to burn an incense stick. I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to hold on even for a second. This altar of ice and fire, I'm afraid it has a low-level grade. Right? Is such a precious thing just given to me? Xiao Xuan also had a look of surprise on his face. Yes, this is an authentic earth-level magic weapon. The old man in the valley also nodded and said, "Thank you, Saint." Xiao Xuan also nodded in gratitude. Oh? As a cultivator of the little golden god realm, you are worthy of such gratitude for a mere low-level magic weapon? Regarding Xiao Xuan's reaction, Old Man Gu was a little surprised and said directly, "Don't you have a few decent cultivation magic weapons? Say this. If you put it on other people, maybe it is also a normal thing. After all, the little golden god realm is not a very high realm. However, among some ordinary sects, he can be considered a core disciple. Not to mention, Xiao Xuanming's realm is the little golden god realm. But in fact, his fighting power is definitely no less than that of the golden god realm. No matter what sect he is placed in, such a character is also the target of key training. He has several high-level treasures on his body. This should be a matter of course. But now it seems that Xiao Xuan actually has nothing on him? This really surprised them. Don't you have a sect? The old man in the valley also looked puzzled. Aren't the disciples who can be chosen by me not the core disciples of my sect? This junior is on the Great Tao continent, and there is no formal sect yet. Xiao Xuan said a little helplessly, if you really want to talk about it, the Yuling sect of Nanzhan Haizhou is one. Say this. The old man in the valley was obviously a little surprised. In fact, the old man in the valley cannot say that he has a great impression of ordinary casual cultivators. In his opinion, among those cultivators without any sect, even if there are a few outstanding ones, they mostly rely on chance encounters or magic weapons, not their own strength. Instead, there are some cultivators with sections. At least they relied on their own cultivation and became powerful step by step. More importantly, these people did not know how to practice evil techniques, so they went astray. However, the old man in the valley really didn't expect that such a talented disciple as Xiao Xuan would be just a casual cultivator without a sect. In that case, then I'll give you a holy magic weapon. The old man in the valley said, and also took out a red gold thunder bell. This bell is called Nandotsong Thunder Bell. It contains the power of wind and thunder for thousands of years. Once released, even the strong ones in the Dragon God realm will be wiped out. Here's a meeting gift for you. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan was also surprised. A strong man in the Dragon God realm? Completely wiped out? Are you sure this isn't just random talk? You know, in his impression, a practitioner in the Dragon God realm is already a very strong cultivator, but now he can be killed by a bell? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1282 Artifact, the legendary best magic weapon. Artifact? What kind of existence is the artifact? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but have doubts on his face when he looked at the old man in the valley. Speaking of which, ever since I came to Dao continent, he really had never heard of the artifact. As for the most powerful magic weapon, he thought it was just a holy weapon. But now it seems that this magic weapon is obviously more powerful than the holy weapon. This was also something he was curious about. What he is more concerned about is, if this so-called artifact is more powerful than the holy weapon, how powerful will it be? The holy weapon can already kill strong men in the dragon god realm. So, couldn't the divine weapon be able to kill a saint? This also made Xiao Xuan secretly frightened. You know, in his opinion, let alone the saint realm, even the dragon god realm is almost immortal on the Dao continent. And this artifact is so powerful? If he could obtain the complete artifact, wouldn't it mean that he would have no rivals on the Dao continent? Figure this out. Xiao Xuan's face also gained a bit of solemnity, and he asked directly, Dare I ask the Saint of the Valley, how should I practice the 5th level of the 9 Heavens Flame Art? Ha ha ha. As expected of you. Right now, you haven't even succeeded in practicing the most basic 2nd level, so you just want to reach the 5th level in one step. Isn't it a bit too much? The old man in the valley smiled. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and explained, Hey, you still have to have dreams as a human being. As a cultivator, if you don't have dreams, what's the difference between you and a salted fish? For his trash talk from the earth. The old man in the valley was obviously a bit unresponsive at first, but later he roughly understood what Xiao Xuan meant. However, Xiao Xuan's ambition was what he wanted to see. As a cultivator, you should indeed have some so-called motivation, that is, no matter how many difficulties lie ahead, at least you should not give up casually. For a cultivator of the little golden god realm, dragon god realm, saint realm, it is true that such a state cannot be achieved casually, but if there is no positive mentality to become stronger, then perhaps the cultivator's state will stop here in his lifetime. So after the initial surprise, the old man in the valley also looked at Xiao Xuan with satisfaction and said, Proactively, the fact that you have such an idea proves that you are a very enterprising person. It seems that I have not misjudged the person. Thank you, Saint, for your love. However, I would like to suggest that you, Saint, seize your time and say something useful. Xiao Xuan complained helplessly. After hearing this, the old man in the valley touched his beard in embarrassment, and then started to explain. Because a day was wasted, the speed of the explanation of the old man in the valley has also improved a lot. It's quite crude to talk about some great ways of understanding. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1283 Impolite Language, Proof of Strength. Isn't it? You know, although these disciples of my disciples have not been able to enter the saint realm, they are still among the best among the dragon god realm. The old man in the valley said proudly, if any strong man in the dragon god realm were to fight against these disciples of this old man, he wouldn't be able to say that he could suppress them stably. For words like this, Xiao Xuan had no other ideas. He could know that as the old man in the valley was in the saint realm, his understanding of the Great Road was naturally extremely profound. Under such circumstances, the disciples he taught are naturally of extraordinary strength, which is where his confidence lies. Facing Xiao Xuan. At this moment, he is also in a state of extreme confidence. Xiao Xuan was non-committal about this. He admitted that if these disciples of Old Man Valley were at their peak, he would indeed be no match. But now, these disciples' bodies have perished. Now there is only a remnant soul left. Even if he is reborn with the help of the flame cemetery in the future, he may not be able to regain his peak strength. In this case, Xiao Xuan was not that afraid. However, he was still full of awe for Old Man Valley. After all, he could feel that there seemed to be a power in Old Man Valley that he couldn't believe. For such power, Xiao Xuan didn't even have the intention to resist. But after the old man of the valley said this, he was still a little curious. And couldn't help but ask, Sage of the Valley, you mean that several of your disciples are all-powerful men? If this is the case, why did they still fall? In the flame cemetery? How do you know it's death? The old man in the valley asked with a smile. Isn't this the fall? I've seen it. They only have a remnant soul left. They must have fallen physically, right? Xiao Xuan also said with a puzzled look. It is true that the body was lost, but it did not perish. The old man in the valley shook his head. They just used another method, rebirth. Rebirth? Xiao Xuan was stunned and said to himself. In fact, when he first came to the flame cemetery, he had also heard legends about this. Some strong men in the dragon god realm or even the saint realm would deliberately choose to die in this area to get a chance to be resurrected. After resurrection, there may be opportunities for improvement in strength. This is similar to the rebirth of a phoenix. Before, he only heard the old man of the tomb spirit sect say this. Now, there is an old man in the valley who is in the saint realm saying the same thing. This had to arouse Xiao Xuan's curiosity. Why is there such a special property on top of the flame cemetery? Could it be just because of that nameless flame? Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan's eyes also lit up. The old man in the valley said before that the reason why he fell in this flame cemetery was precisely because of the nameless flame, and that flame was most likely the legendary holy fire. So, does this holy fire actually have the power of resurrection? May I ask the saint of the valley, what is the name of this holy fire? Xiao Xuan also asked with a solemn expression. If what I predict is good, this flame should be the Lei Yan holy fire, ranked 18th on the holy fire list. It contains violent thunder and lightning power and gentle derived flames. It is a flame of destruction and survival. The old man of the valley said, if you can swallow it, you can have both powers at the same time. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1284, The Tao heart is stable, and the Golden God realm can also swallow the holy fire. What I said is of course true. The old man in the valley smiled and nodded. It's just that you need to have an extremely strong physique and an extremely strong soul. Physique and soul? Xiao Xuan fell into silence for a short time. How about it? Do you have confidence in your physique and soul? Do you think you can get this Lei Yan holy fire? The old man in the valley also continued to ask. I have confidence. However, with my current strength, it is a bit wishful thinking to get the holy fire, but I will continue to work hard to improve my strength. Xiao Xuan thought for a moment and said seriously, at least, before leaving this secret realm, you must improve your strength to the Golden God realm. Say this. Even though he was an old man in the valley, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Although he is now a cultivator of the Saint realm, back then, he also practiced from the lowest level step by step. Naturally, he knows that there is only a one-word difference from the little Golden God realm to the Golden God realm, but the gap is indeed not small. Perhaps, for ordinary practitioners, it will take at least a few years, or even longer, to cultivate from the childhood Golden God realm to the Tao Golden God realm. However, look at Xiao Xuan's appearance. He didn't seem to take this realm seriously, which really surprised the old man in the valley. Do you know that it is not that simple to break through the little Golden God realm? The old man in the valley couldn't help but ask, where do you get your confidence? Of course it comes from you, the saint of the valley. Xiao Xuan also put on a smile. I have already received the inheritance of a saint. If after I go, out, I am still just an ordinary little golden god. I'm afraid it will be a bit. It's unreasonable. You kid. Ha ha. However, there is some truth to it. If a disciple who has received my inheritance is only a small golden god, it is indeed a bit unreasonable. However, the old man in the valley thought about it seriously at this time and said, in that case, I will give you another blessing to help you break through the golden god realm. What do you think? Hearing this, Xiao Xuan was naturally very excited and nodded one after another. Of course he knows. Although the old man in the valley only has a trace of regret now, he was also a strong man in the saint realm back then. A person of this level can easily enter the golden god realm if he gives him a little help. In fact, let alone the golden god realm, even the dragon god realm is a matter of seconds. At this time, a golden light suddenly appeared from the hands of the old man in the valley, and then slowly poured into Xiao Xuan's body. Enter the body with the light. Xiao Xuan felt that a gentle and majestic power was slowly instilled into his body. At the same time, his realm was constantly improving, slowly reaching the barrier of the little golden god realm. Is this the power of the Great Avenue? At this moment, after feeling the changes in his body, Xiao Xuan was secretly surprised. He couldn't help but said to himself, as expected of the saint, this little bit of power can actually increase my power so much. At this time, Xiao Xuan said this, but his body did not stop at all. After running the exercises on the body, after the Shenlong cultivation technique was activated, his sea of qi slowly refined the power of the avenue. His whole body was like a sponge, constantly absorbing the majestic power of the avenue. At the same time, the old man in the valley also felt a little surprised. For an ordinary person in the little golden god realm, he can help the latter break through to the golden god realm as long as he uses less than 1% of his power. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1285 The Future is Limitless, the Saint Realm of the New Generation? Don't dare take it. Regarding the words of the old man in the valley, Xiao Xuan also said humbly, I am only in the golden god realm. How dare I say that I have a bright future? I can only rely on your help, the saint, to slowly improve. Hearing this, the old man in the valley also touched his beard and nodded with satisfaction. Speaking of which, the old man in the valley is also a practitioner who has been practicing for thousands of years. Naturally, he has his own understanding of cultivating a discipline, and he can also understand that what a talented disciple like Xiao Xuan lacks most is not magic pills. What is lacking most is actually time and mentality. With Xiao Xuan's outstanding talent, as long as he has enough time and a stable mentality, he will definitely become a strong player in the future. As for the other aspect, if there are still some opportunities, the strength can be greatly improved. But the more important thing in practicing is time and mentality. But now, the old man in the valley was still surprised to find out Xiao Xuan, a young cultivator, not only has excellent talent, but also has a stable mentality, which makes him happy. No. On the great Tao continent, cultivating geniuses is like a crucian carp crossing a river, but only 1 out of 10 can become a strong person in the end. The old man in the valley shook his head and said, but I think that if you can maintain your mentality and practice seriously, you may become a strong man in Nanzhan Haizhou in the future. Hear this. Xiao Xuan nodded. He could feel that when the old man in the valley said this, he did still trust him. However, his real purpose is not just to look south to Haizhou. If there is really a chance in the future, he would not mind becoming the person standing at the top of the entire continent. Thank you, Saint of the Valley. There's still half a day left, I don't know, Is there anything else you want to teach? Xiao Xuan thought for a moment, then changed the subject and asked. At this, the old man in the valley was also stunned. You know, he was a little worried before. 3 days was not enough for Xiao Xuan to fully obtain his inheritance. But now it seems that 3 days is not only enough time. Even half a day extra? This really surprised him. That's all. However, since you have this opportunity, why don't I transfer some great power to you? Let you directly enter the dragon god realm? The old man in the valley also smiled and asked, in this way, it will be easy for you to enter the Zhongzhou sect. Then forget it. Xiao Xuan shook his head and refused directly. Oh? Why? The old man in the valley also asked deliberately. Sage, please stop making fun of me. Didn't you just say that you need to practice step by step and don't rush for success? Naturally, this junior will not lose his judgment for the sake of a dragon god realm. Xiao Xuan also said. That's right. The old man in the valley nodded. If an ordinary person heard about such an opportunity, he would have lost his mind a long time ago. It's rare for you to have such a calm idea. Hey. Junior believes that you can take shortcuts in cultivation, but you cannot take such shortcuts. Xiao Xuan also said seriously. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1286 Senior Brother's Judgment, Xiao Xuan's Unparalleled Talent. Among these disciples of the old man of the valley, as a senior brother, Ao Qing is the highest among their disciples in terms of strength and status. Now he has a questioning attitude towards Xiao Xuan's strength, and the other disciples have worries on their faces. That's such a shame. It seems that this is the first time since Master has publicly searched for his successor after he became a saint. If he cannot inherit, it will be a waste of Master's hard work. If I had known earlier, I might as well have let me get Master's inheritance. Several disciples discussed with jealousy on their faces. However, when they saw Xiao Xuan coming out of the secret realm and walking in front of them, their faces did look strange. They discovered that Xiao Xuan had actually broken through the little golden god realm and reached the real golden god realm. This really surprised them. You know, although there is only one word difference between the little golden god realm and the golden god realm, the gap is definitely not small. If you don't have enough power, breaking through this realm is not that simple. They still recognize Xiao Xuan's talent, and naturally know that it is only a matter of time before he breaks through. But what they didn't expect was, in just 3 days, Xiao Xuan completed a realm breakthrough, which was something they could hardly imagine. This Xiao Xuan has actually reached the golden god realm. How did he do it in just 3 days? Could it be that he was already at the peak of the little golden god realm before entering the frozen stairs? Even so, if he wants to break through to the golden god realm, how come there is no movement at all? What's more, he should seize the time to study the Master's inheritance in these 3 days. Where can he have time to break through? Then there is only one possibility. It was the Master who gave him the power of the avenue. In the end, it was Ao Qing who made the final decision and said, I've known for a long time that Master values him, but I didn't expect that he would value him to such an extent and directly use the power of the great Tao to help him break through the realm. At this moment, the disciples present were surprised. They have followed Old Man Valley for many years, and naturally they have some understanding of Old Man Valley's temper. They also all know that Old Man Valley usually treats his disciples quite strictly. Basically, Old Man Gu was never polite to disciples who had little talent over the years. Not to mention that they have been transmitted by the power of the great avenue, it is already considered very good if they are not criticized by the old man in the valley. But now, the old man in the valley is so kind to Xiao Xuan. If the realm is low, just use the power of the great avenue to transmit it. This method of improving one's realm is probably only used between people with extremely close relationships. However, Xiao Xuan and the old man in the valley had only known each other for a few days. Under such circumstances, how could he be so trusted? This is something that many disciples do not understand. Why does Master trust him so much? Is it just because his talent is good? Our talent is not weak either? Directly using the power of the Tao to help Xiao Xuan improve his realm is too pampering for him. Master's thoughts are really unpredictable. Several disciples looked at each other with suspicion on their faces. In their view, it was quite unexpected that the old man in the valley was willing to face Xiao Xuan one-on-one to teach his inheritance. Who knows now? The old man in the valley actually transmitted the power of the Great Road to Xiao Xuan in this way to help the latter improve his realm. This is absolutely something they can't imagine. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1287 Target? Let's see if you have this strength. So, what are you going to do? Under Chen Meng's gaze, Qin Feng also felt a little guilty and couldn't help but ask. The old man of the valley must have given him the holy weapon. How about killing Xiao Xuan? The sacred weapon belongs to you, and the inheritance belongs to me? Do you have the courage? Chen Meng looked at Qin Feng and said directly with contempt. Qin Feng has been pursuing Chen Meng for a long time, but the latter ignored him. This made him very depressed. But now, with Chen Meng talking to him like this, Qin Feng felt that he had a chance. If he could really help kill Xiao Xuan, not only would he get the sacred weapon, wouldn't he also gain Chen Meng's favor? Calculated this way, it seems to be a sure profit without loss. Faced with such a situation, Qin Feng was really moved. Are you so sure that this guy must have a sacred weapon on his body? Qin Feng couldn't help but licked his lips and looked at Chen Meng with burning eyes. Nature. I already investigated it before coming to the Flame Cemetery. There are at least 3 sacred artifacts in the tomb of the old man in the valley. Under such circumstances, since Xiao Xuan has obtained his inheritance, it is impossible not to give him a sacred artifact. Chen Meng said confidently. Hearing this, Qin Feng also showed a trace of greed in his eyes. In that case, I have another request. I hope that after killing Xiao Xuan, you and I can become Taoist couples? How about that? Chen Meng frowned when he said such words. To her, Qin Feng is just a useful tool. After practicing as a casual cultivator for so many years, she naturally understands that for a casual cultivator, the most important thing is strength. If he can get the inheritance from the old man in the valley, his strength will naturally be greatly improved. As for the holy weapon that the old man of the valley gave to Xiao Xuan, now that she has the strength, she is bound to win. As for Qin Feng, a dog-licking suitor, he is just a tool to be used and will have little value after use. Promising him now will only temporarily stabilize him. Okay, I agree. However, we have to wait until you kill Xiao Xuan with your own hands. Chen Meng also had a smile on his face and said warmly, do you think we can kill Xiao Xuan if we join forces? Get Chen Meng's answer. Qin Feng suddenly felt as if he had been given a shot of chicken blood. He was excited and said, of course it can. What does Xiao Xuan mean? For so many years, you and I are still quite famous in Nanzhan Haizhou. What did he calculate? That's right, in that case, we'll do it as soon as we get out of this cemetery. A charming smile appeared on Chen Meng's face. No problem. Qin Feng couldn't help but walked forward and put his arms around Chen Meng's waist, with a smile on his face. Hate it. Seeing Qin Feng agree, Chen Meng felt a little more proud in his heart, but on the surface he still looked shy, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Xuan, your death day has come. At the same time, other trialists also began to predict Xiao Xuan's strength. Some people say that Xiao Xuan has received the inheritance from the old man in the valley and has also improved his level. Now his strength will definitely be greatly improved, even surpassing ordinary poor people in the Dragon God realm. Some people also say that Xiao Xuan's previous strength came from his own great path. Now that he has the inheritance of the old man of the valley, there may be conflicts, and it is not impossible that his strength will shrink. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1288 Opportunity? It's just the challenge you're about to face. Blame me, blame me. I didn't realize it. It turns out that young master Xiao Xuan's strength has improved so quickly. It's because of my blindness. Tum Qing also said quickly. When these words came out, Xiao Xuan didn't care and said with a smile. Brother Tum Qing is too polite. We all came to this cemetery together, so there is no need to be so polite. Golden God Realm. I have indeed reached it. As expected. After hearing Xiao Xuan's answer, Tum Qing's eyes lit up, and he knew the answer to his question. It seems that Xiao Xuan has indeed received the inheritance from the old man in the valley, and may even have received a more important opportunity, but it may not be convenient to say these things in public. Master Xiao Xuan, you have really helped our Tomb Spirit sect a lot. Tum Qing also looked grateful. Don't dare to take it seriously. If it weren't for the help of Tomb Spirit sect, maybe I wouldn't even have a chance to enter here. Xiao Xuan also said seriously. At the same time, they also noticed that the other sect disciples also focused their attention. Obviously, they are also very interested in the inheritance of the old man of the valley. Everyone, as long as the mountains are green and the water is flowing, our Tomb Spirit sect does not want to be enemies with you, but we are not afraid of your challenge. Young Master Xiao Xuan is a friend of our Tomb Spirit sect. I hope everyone will not cause trouble for him. Tum Qing noted. After catching the eyes of the people around him, he said politely. This young Master Tum Qing, it seems that Xiao Xuan is not a disciple of your Tomb Spirit sect, right? Yes, does your Tomb Spirit sect want to protect him? The inheritance of the old man of the valley is so important and is the wealth of all of us. Why can't we share it? Some trialists were also talking about it. The purpose of their trip was basically to find the holy artifacts in the tomb. They did not expect that the inheritance of the old man of the valley would appear, which was an unexpected surprise for them. But what makes them dissatisfied is such a precious inheritance was actually obtained by an ordinary Xiao Xuan of the Little Golden God realm? Not to mention, the latter also relied on such means to elevate his realm to the Golden God realm. How could such a thing not make them envious? At this moment, since someone took the initiative to bring it up, it naturally attracted the support of some people. They followed the trend and asked Xiao Xuan to hand over the inheritance of the old man in the valley. In fact, let alone Xiao Xuan and Tum Qing, even they would not believe such a thing. But they know better. The purpose of doing this is to find a suitable excuse and find excuses and opportunities to cause trouble for Xiao Xuan in the future. Hee hee. If you want the inheritance of the old man of the valley, just go find the saint of the valley yourself. Why are you looking for me? Provocation to these people. Xiao Xuan stood up directly and said rudely, "Is it possible that you still want to get the inheritance for nothing? Isn't this a bit fanciful?" What he said was very powerful, and he was still facing a group of powerful people in the Golden God realm. For a time it also aroused dissatisfaction and irritation among the cultivators, and they began to discuss it one after another. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1289 Leaderless? Is someone like Qin Feng considered a human being? Xiao Xuan looked around. Seeing the expressions of all the trialists who were ready to move, I couldn't help but feel a hint of contempt on my lips. Even from such a distance, he could feel the malice in these people's hearts. It can be said that as long as someone takes the lead, these people will rush over together like hungry wolves, stripping him of all the inherited sacred weapons, and not even leaving his whole body behind. If it was before, without the help of the frozen stairs, Xiao Xuan was really worried whether it would take time to escape. But things are different now. Now that he has reached the true Golden God realm, he still has some confidence. Even if he faces Qin Feng and Chen Meng again, he will still have confidence in his heart. If these two people want to take action, Xiao Xuan really wants to see how powerful the second level of the Flame Ju he obtained is, and whether he can defeat Qin Feng and Chen Meng without using magic weapons. If possible, this is naturally a good thing. Xiao Xuan, don't be too arrogant. Do you think you can defeat the likes of us when you reach the Golden God realm? Are you a little too confident? Qin Feng sneered, to tell you the truth, even if they are both in the Golden God realm, the gap between cultivators is very big. Even if you have obtained the inheritance of the Valley Saint, you are only at the beginning of the Golden God realm now. When he said this, he actually encouraged the people around him. After all, Xiao Xuan has now received the inheritance of the Saint of the Valley, and his strength may have improved a lot. If he does not give some confidence to the trialists around him, Qin Feng is really worried that they will be afraid. But now after what he said, he also has a lot more confidence in his heart. For him, he is also a cultivator who entered the Golden God realm early by his own strength. If you want to defeat Xiao Xuan one-on-one, you may have to spend some time. And you may even lose the battle accidentally and lose face in front of Chen Meng. But it's different now. If there are so many casual cultivators to help him, then his confidence in the battle will be much higher, not to mention this is an opportunity to perform well in front of Chen Meng. Qin Feng would not let go of such an opportunity. Beginner level of the Golden God realm. It may not be impossible to defeat the peak of the Golden God realm. Just like before, can't a small Golden God realm defeat the peak of the Golden God realm? Xiao Xuan shook his head slightly. I'm afraid you, Qin Feng and Chen Meng, don't know this, right? In an instant, Qin Feng and Chen Meng's faces turned red. Little did they know that what Xiao Xuan was talking about was what happened on the frozen stairs just now. This was naked humiliation. Xiao Xuan, don't be too arrogant. Look at today's situation. Do you think you can get out without passing on your inheritance? Qin Feng squinted his eyes, his face full of anger. At the same time, the casual cultivators behind him and Chen Meng also gathered around, with menacing looks on their faces. In response, Tomb Qing Bai Ling and other Tomb Spirit sect disciples also gathered around. Qin Feng and Chen Meng, don't go too far. I have already said that young master Xiao Xuan is a guest of our Tomb Spirit sect. If you go against young master Xiao Xuan, you are also going against our Tomb Spirit sect. I hope you will not ask for trouble. Facing a group of casual cultivators, Tomb Qing also said politely. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1290 Repaying Kindness with Hatred? You don't deserve to live in this world. In front of everyone. Tum Qing's words are not unimportant. However, when faced with the inheritance of the holy saint, naturally not so. Many people care. From a certain perspective. If they can obtain the inheritance of this saint, it is almost certain that they will enter the dragon god realm in the future. Such a realm has almost already established a sect in the flame cemetery. Even if they get this inheritance, they might have a chance to stand out in the youth conference and get the qualification to enter Zhongzhou. And that is the real tremendous opportunity. So, does your tomb spirit sect really want to monopolize this inheritance? After Xiao Luo and Xing Jian looked at each other, there was a bit of contempt on their faces. Do you really think that with the power of your tomb spirit sect, you can protect this inheritance? After saying this, the trialists next to them also had fierce expressions on their faces. For them, this matter is really a big deal at the moment. It is a bit difficult to get his inheritance from the old man in the valley, but it doesn't seem that difficult to get the inheritance from Xiao Xuan. In their view, even if Xiao Xuan reaches the Golden God realm, he is only at the beginning of the Golden God realm, and there is naturally a lot of gap between him and them. Under such circumstances, maybe they can also get some benefits. As for the Tomb Spirit sect, even though this sect is quite powerful in the Flame Cemetery, the problem is that now Tomb Spirit sect is only in the Golden God realm. If we say that the Tomb Spirit old man from the Dragon God realm is here, maybe they didn't dare to say anything, but now Tomb Spirit sect only has a group of Golden God realm disciples, and relying on these people to protect the inheritance of the old man in the valley is a bit fanciful. While thinking about it, some disciples and casual cultivators from major sects also gradually moved closer, gradually surrounding Xiao Xuan, Tum Qing and others. Seeing this, Tum Qing's face became serious. Master Xiao Xuan, you and Miss Bai Ling are guests of our Tomb Spirit sect. Later, the Tomb Spirit sect disciples and I will break out a breakthrough for you. You and Miss Bai Ling will go first. Tum Qing was still relatively calm after all, and took the initiative to lower his voice and said to Xiao Xuan, no matter what, we must not let these people get the inheritance of the Saint of the Valley. However, after he said these words, he did not get a response from Xiao Xuan. This inevitably aroused Tum Qing's suspicion. You know, since he met Xiao Xuan, he has also seen the latter's courage and boldness. Ordinarily, he should not be a person who is afraid of battle. Why don't you say a word now? Are you really scared by people like Xiao Luo and Xing Jian? But the next second, when he looked back at Xiao Xuan, he was shocked. I saw Xiao Xuan silently taking out the serious sword, his eyes cold. Under such cold and murderous eyes, even Tum Qing was startled. Ever since he met Xiao Xuan, he seemed to have never seen him in such a state. His whole person was like a tiger eager to kill. In the next second, he would rush out and tear these enemies into pieces. Xiao Xuan, you. Tum Qing couldn't help but worry. Since they want to die, don't blame me for killing. Xiao Xuan said word by word, after coming to this tomb, I don't seem to have killed many people. In this case, I will use you people to test the valley. Let's inherit the legacy of the saint. Inherited? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1291 Slap in the Face, Xiao Xuan, you are a bit brave. Xing Jian and Xiao Luo were seen with angry expressions on their faces. Xiao Xuan also smiled slightly, showing disdain. For him, Xing Jian and Xiao Luo were his defeated enemies. He also knew the strength of these two people relatively well. At that time, when he was in the Little Golden God realm, he was not afraid of these two people. Now that he has become a cultivator of the Golden God realm, he will naturally not be afraid. Needless to say, dealing with the two of them is just a matter of effort. As for other things, perhaps now, with the bonus of the two large formations, the combat effectiveness of the two of them can be improved. But this was within Xiao Xuan's estimation. As long as the strength of these two people has not been strengthened to the Dragon God realm, then Xiao Xuan will have enough confidence to defeat them. But now, Tum Qing is also worried about Xiao Xuan. Previously, Xiao Xuan participated in the trial of the frozen stairs. Although he would also encounter dangers, it was on top of the trial of the old man of the valley. With the old man of the valley sitting in charge, it was impossible for others to kill Xiao Xuan. At most, he would be injured and withdraw from the trial. But it's different now. Now that Xiao Xuan has inherited the inheritance of the old man of the valley, he will naturally become the target of these trialists. As a member of the Tomb Spirit sect, Tum Qing is very aware of the methods of these casual cultivators in the Flame Cemetery. It can be said that these people are all people who do anything for the sake of strength, especially Xiaoyan Luo and Xing Jian, who have always been at odds with him. In the previous trials, they were somewhat more restrained. But now, facing the inheritance of the old man in Shanggu, they might not be so polite. Master Xiao Xuan, be careful. The Black Mist Yama formation and the Nine Swords Guixing formation are quite powerful. It is said that they are powerful enough to kill strong men in the Dragon God realm. I and the disciples from the Tomb Spirit sect will go up first later, and you and Miss Bai Ling will find a chance to leave. Tomb Green said solemnly, you have just received the inheritance from the old man in the valley, and you have not yet fully understood the content of the inheritance. Don't show off. After he said these words, all the disciples of the Tomb Spirit sect also looked serious. They all know that this time they will probably face a real opponent. If they are not careful, they may really fall here. But after hearing this, Xiao Xuan shook his head slightly. Brother Tomb Green, thank you very much, but since they are looking for me, if I back down, won't my reputation be slandered by them? Xiao Xuan said as he also walked up to the disciples of the Tomb Spirit sect. This scene also surprised everyone present. Tum Qing was even more anxious. He quickly stopped Xiao Xuan and reminded anxiously, Brother Xiao Xuan, don't be so impulsive. Although Xiaoyan Luo and Xing Jian are shameless, they still have a group of disciples to protect them. How can you defeat it alone, so many people? Master, it's better to be careful about sailing the Wanyan ship. We will fight together with the disciples of the Tomb Spirit sect. Bai Ling also suggested. No need. Just 2 golden god realms. As long as there is no strong person at the level of Dragon God, no one can stop me here. Xiao Xuan laughed, drew out the serious sword, and walked step by step in the direction of Xiaoyan Luo and Xing Jian. Such a scene also shocked everyone present. Not only Xiaoyan Luo, Xing Jian and others, but also some people watching the excitement showed doubts on their faces. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1292 Join Forces? Then let's defeat them together. Seeing Qin Feng and Chen Meng's appearance, Tum Qing's face was also livid, and he said coldly, you two, get out of here. Quickly. Do you want to go against my Tomb Spirit sect? Qin Feng and Chen Meng looked indifferent to Tum Qing's anger. They themselves are casual cultivators who pursue strength. For them, if they can get enough power, anything is possible. What's more, now Xiaoyan Luo and Xing Jian are taking action. For Qin Feng and Chen Meng, it saves a lot of energy. As long as they stop Tum Qing and other Tomb Spirit sect disciples, they believe that Xiaoyan Luo and Xing Jian will quickly deal with Xiao Xuan. When the time comes, maybe they will be able to make some profit as well. Do you think that with the help of a mob like you can defeat our tomb spirit sect? Tomb Ching said with a sneer. I don't think so. I think with the cooperation of Xiao Yanluo and Xing Jian, Xiao Xuan won't be able to hold on for long. As long as we stop you now, it will be considered a credit, right? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and said, Brother Tomb Ching, I think you should stop taking action. We won't let you go over to help him. Hear this. Although Tomb Ching was annoyed, he had to admit that what he said did make sense. However, he no longer hesitated and directly activated his strongest technique. A huge soul appeared from his mind. Then, the soul turned into a giant holding a weapon and attacked Qin Feng and Chen Meng directly. Seeing Tomb Ching take the initiative to attack, Qin Feng and Chen Meng did not dare to neglect, and immediately drew out their weapons and used their kung fu to move forward to resist. Only a loud noise was heard in midair. The attacks of Tomb Ching, Qin Feng and Chen Meng collided with each other. The three of them took a few steps back almost at the same time. In the end, their faces turned a little pale. Although it is 1 against 2. But Tomb Green still did not fall behind. Under his leadership, the disciples of the Tomb Spirit sect no longer hid their secrets and began to use their techniques to attack. Compared to casual cultivators such as Qin Feng and Chen Meng, although the disciples of the Tomb Spirit sect were somewhat inferior in terms of numbers, they were superior in their skills and had strong combat skills, so they did not suffer any loss for the time being. But as the leading disciple of the Tomb Spirit sect, Tomb Ching was a little anxious. He understood that Xiao Xuan was now being jointly attacked by Xiao Yanluo and Xing Jian. He needed to support them as quickly as possible and could not waste too much time on Qin Feng and Chen Meng. But Qin Feng and Chen Meng also guessed what he was thinking. The attack between the two of them was not very fierce. Instead, they just kept pestering each other like bonbons, preventing Tomb Ching from going to support him. This also made Tomb Ching anxious and helpless. However, what surprised him was that he found that Bai Ling was stronger than he thought. With the innate flame, holy body. When Bai Ling fights with people, his body is always wrapped in terrifying snow-white flames. Even from a distance, they can feel the terrifying temperature of these flames. Several casual cultivators at the Golden God realm were at a disadvantage in their fights with her. Even Qin Feng and Chen Meng couldn't help but look at her with admiration. Brother Tomb Ching, you stop them first, and I will help my master. Bai Ling also knew the purpose of Qin Feng and Chen Meng, and after scolding him softly, the white flames on his body swelled up instantly. Okay. Tomb Ching gritted his teeth and activated his soul power again to block Bai Ling. Boom. Boom. Accompanied by 2 loud noises. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1293, The Truth of Immortality, The Terrifying Gap in the Golden God Realm. At this moment, seeing Xiao Xuan standing there dumbfounded, motionless, as if he was frightened, Xing Jian and Xiao Yanluo also had sarcastic smiles on their faces. Before, because of Xiao Xuan's excellent performance on the frozen stairs, they were indeed a little worried, feeling that the former was indeed an unstable factor. But now, after seeing his performance, they all had a bit of understanding on their faces. It turned out that Xiao Xuan was just a paper tiger. Previously on top of the frozen stairs. It is certainly a great thing for one person to defeat Qin Feng and Chen Meng. But now it seems that this is just luck. After all, if Xiao Xuan was really capable, he wouldn't be scared like this. Now. Ha ha ha. Brother Xingjian, you also said that Xiao Xuan's strength is so terrifying. But now it seems that it is nothing more than that. Xiao Yanluo said proudly, before, we didn't use our full strength, which gave him a chance to be arrogant and domineering. Now that we join forces, doesn't he have no chance at all? Haha. Compared to the proud little Yama, Xingjian should be more cautious. He first looked at Xiao Xuan carefully, and after confirming that the latter had no intention of taking action, he also sneered. It seems that Brother Yama's analysis is good. This Xiao Xuan must have used some kind of cheating method on the frozen stairs to deceive the inheritance of the old man in the valley. How shameless! Xingjian sneered and said, however, it would be an honor for him to die under our Xingjian sect's 9 swords returning formation. When the time comes, is this the inheritance of the old man in the valley? How about half of it for each of us? When he said this, he was naturally affirmed by Xiao Yanluo. For him, facing Xiao Xuan one-on-one, he may not be able to win steadily, but now he wants to hand over half of his inheritance to Xingjian, and he is really reluctant to do so. That's not a problem. It's just, how should Qin Feng and Chen Meng deal with it? I'm afraid they won't give up the fight for inheritance. Little Yama also asked, if they are unwilling to give up, what should we do? After hearing this, Xingjian sneered directly, Brother Yanluo, what you said is a bit belittling. Compared with sects like ours, what does Qin Feng and Chen Mingyu mean? It's just a bunch of rabble. Don't say that if we snatch away Xiao Xuan's inheritance today, we will kill them all here. So what? This? When Xiao Yanluo said these words, Xingjian was secretly surprised and looked at him with admiration. At this moment, Xingjian also realized it. When it comes to combat prowess and cultivation level, he and Xiao Yanluo may be on par with each other, but when it comes to the viciousness of his mind, he really can't compare to the latter. How is it possible that Brother Xingjian has fallen in love with that little girl? Chen Meng? If Brother Xingjian is willing to give up half of his inheritance, I would be willing to help you catch that little girl and make her a little girl who sleeps in the conservatory. How about that? Xiao Yanluo said with a smile. He understood that although there was a cooperative relationship with Xingjian, now, it was only for Xiao Xuan. In the future, in the Flame Cemetery, the Yama Palace and the Star Sword sect will probably still have a competitive relationship. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1294, Tomb Green taunting, Xiao Xuan should be wary. After Tomb Green said these words, Qin Feng and Chen Meng also had hesitation on their faces. They also understood that with Xiao Xuan's strength, it was indeed possible to have what Tomb Qing said was possible. At least, looking at Xiao Yanluo and Xingjian now, it seems that they are indeed no match for Xiao Xuan. What to do? Looking at the looks of Xiao Yanluo and Xingjian, they really don't seem to be Xiao Xuan's opponents. Qin Feng also lowered his voice and asked. At this moment, Chen Ming's face looked as ugly as possible. Originally, in her plan, she wanted to mess up the scene in the tomb so that they, the casual cultivators, could profit from it. However, she never expected that Xiao Xuan was so strong. Xiao Yanluo and Xingjian have obviously used the most powerful formations in their sects, but who knew that they still couldn't do anything to defeat Xiao Xuan? This was definitely something he couldn't imagine. Snort. What a big sect disciple. It seems that they are all just trash. If they can't deal with Xiao Xuan, let us take action. Chen Meng sneered and said, let Master Tomb Qing see the strength of our casual cultivators. By then, the inheritance of the saint will belong to our casual cultivators. although she is a female. However, for such a long time, his reputation among casual cultivators in the Flame Cemetery is still very high. After saying such a sentence, some of the casual cultivators also had greedy looks on their faces. After all, it is extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators like them to get opportunities. The inheritance of a saint like the old man of the valley is not something that can be obtained casually. Now, with the help of Chen Meng and Qin Feng, for them, this is naturally a good thing. At the moment, under the leadership of Qin Feng and Chen Meng, these casual cultivators all looked in the direction of Xiao Xuan with some greed on their faces. How? With a bunch of people like you, do you want to get involved in the inheritance of the saint? Isn't it a bit self-righteous? After seeing the appearance of Qin Feng, Chen Meng and others, Tum Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Some people just don't know their own strength. Had they forgotten the time when they were defeated by young master Xiao Xuan? Say such a sentence. Qin Feng and Chen Meng's expressions instantly turned ugly. For them, losing at the hands of Xiao Xuan, who was in the little golden god realm, was the biggest stain in their lives, and it was something they were unwilling to even mention. Now, Tum Qing doesn't give them any face to bring this matter up again in front of so many people. Doesn't this just embarrass them? Tum Qing, don't be too arrogant. Don't think that with the support of the Tum spirit sect behind you, you can speak freely here. With your strength today, you can't stop the two of us. Qin Feng had a gloomy face and said coldly, if you don't get out of the way, don't blame us for being rude. With that said, he and a group of casual cultivators took the initiative to come up. In this regard, Tum Qing also looked contemptuous. For him, as a core disciple of Tum spirit sect, he still has basic self-confidence in his heart. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1295, Terrifying Power, Another Legendary Evil Magic? At this moment, who among the graves of the old man in the valley has the most say in this whirlpool of skills, then it is none other than Xiao Xuan. In this vortex, Xiao Xuan also frowned slightly, while running his skills to resist the power of the outside world. He silently understood the rules of the Tao operation. In fact, according to normal circumstances, as a cultivator of the Golden God realm, it was somewhat unrealistic for him to understand the operating rules of this great method. But it's different now. As the creation soul, Xiao Xuan, after acquiring the 9 heavens flame Ju from the old man of the valley, his understanding of the great Tao has been greatly improved. The road that is difficult for ordinary people to understand is easy for Xiao Xuan. It takes almost no effort. Xiao Xuan can understand it thoroughly. Therefore, although the whole person was enveloped by this huge whirlpool of skills, Xiao Xuan still did not panic. Instead, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he slowly unsheathed the serious sword. With the sword unsheathed, a silver ray of light also appeared in the vortex. Tian Song swordsmanship. Xiao Xuan let out a low roar, and the Tian Song sword began to dance slowly. Although each move was slow, it could vaguely activate the power of the great road between heaven and earth. A streak of orange flame power. It also slowly surged out from his serious sword. At first, these weak flames were inconspicuous in the vortex. Under the huge power of the vortex, it seemed that they would be swallowed up in the next second. However, as Xiao Xuan danced faster and faster, the power of the flames continued to increase geometrically. In less than half a stick of incense, the power of the flames was enough to compete with the vortex. This scene also surprised Xiaoyan Luo and Xing Jian. They never expected that Xiao Xuan's seemingly ordinary swordsmanship could be so powerful. To know This vortex of Tao skills was condensed by the two of them, plus more than 20 elite disciples from the two sects, after a lot of hard work. It is so powerful that even a strong person in the dragon god realm can't stand it. I'm afraid everyone will suffer a big loss here. Who knew that it would be offset by Xiao Xuan in this way now? How can this be? How could this guy have such a powerful power? Isn't he just an ordinary golden god? Xiao Yanluo and Xing Jian also looked at each other with surprise on their faces. But they were astonished. The vortex of the avenue created was finally swallowed up step by the power of flames created by Xiao Xuan. Then, a huge flame vortex appeared in the midair of the tomb. This scene also shocked everyone present. You know, in their estimation, Xiao Xuan alone against Xiao Yanluo and Xing Jian is almost bound to lose. But who knew that Xiao Xuan could actually show such strength? Just relying on his sword skills, he not only resisted the terrifying vortex of martial arts, but also used this vortex for his own use. This is simply unimaginable. If this situation continues, in the end, I am afraid that Xiao Xuan will be able to kill Xiao Yanluo and Xing Jian at will. And this feeling has actually enveloped the two of them. Especially after seeing the huge vortex of flames in midair, the two of them really felt like they were being stared at by death. Such power. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1296 Talent, the Inheritance of the Old Man in the Valley? Incredible power. I didn't expect that young master Xiao Xuan's understanding of the Tao would be so powerful. He is simply the chosen one. Tum Qing couldn't help but say. In response to his words, all the disciples present nodded frequently, obviously approving of this. Not to mention anything else, his record of defeating Xiao Yanluo and Xing Jian alone was enough to eclipse all the geniuses in the Flame Cemetery. But at the same time, Qin Feng and Chen Meng's expressions were a little ugly. When they looked at each other, in addition to surprise, there was also a hint of fear in their hearts. You know, there were many conflicts between them and Xiao Xuan before. Under such circumstances, they seemed to be a little confused about how to face Xiao Xuan next. As casual cultivators, they knew very well what the people behind them were thinking. These casual cultivators are nominally following him. But they are also people who can only enjoy together, but cannot share hardships. When faced with interests, they may still unite a little, but if faced with a crisis, each of them will run faster than the other. Just like now. After seeing Xiao Xuan's unhuman strength, some casual cultivators hesitated on their faces, and no longer had the arrogant and domineering expressions they had before. A bunch of trash. Chen Meng, let's go first? Although Qin Feng was dissatisfied with them, he could not change anything at the moment. He could only lower his voice and speak to Chen Meng. Chen Meng was also a little unconvinced about this. But after seeing Xiao Xuan's strength, she also knew that if she faced the latter head-on, she wouldn't have much chance of winning. The best option seems to be to avoid the edge for the time being. However, just when the two of them turned around to leave, they saw Xiao Xuan appearing in front of him like a ghost. See this scene. Qin Feng and Chen Meng's expressions also changed slightly. They could roughly tell that Xiao Xuan was not going to let them leave easily. This was definitely not a scene they wanted to see. Xiao Xuan, what are you going to do? Qin Feng also took the initiative to step forward and said with a cold face. What? I just want to eliminate the root cause. Xiao Xuan said easily, isn't this what you have been doing? Say it. A shadow also flashed across the faces of Qin Feng and Chen Meng. Indeed, they have always longed for the inheritance of the old man in the valley. For this reason, they did not hesitate to make green leaves for Xiao Yanluo and Xingjian, just hoping to kill Xiao Xuan and get a piece of his body. But no one expected that Xiao Yanluo and Xingjian would be such useless people, and they would be killed by Xiao Xuan after joining forces. This naturally made their situation a bit embarrassing. Speaking of which, Qin Feng and Chen Meng originally came with the idea of taking advantage of the situation, but who knew that instead of reaping the benefits, they put themselves in a dangerous situation and faced Xiao Xuan. Neither of them was sure of victory. At this moment, when they looked at each other, their faces were a little more wary. Xiao Xuan, what are you going to do? Could it be that you are going to kill us? Qin Feng said arrogantly, but he was still a little panicked in his heart and couldn't help but say, "Is it difficult to kill you?" Xiao Xuan sneered. "You. Do you really dare to take action?" Qin Feng's lips trembled a little. And he gritted his teeth and said, "I advise you not to be too arrogant. Otherwise the final result will not be something you can bear." Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1297, The Real Genius, Nanzhan Haizhou's Gold List. After killing 4 people in succession, Xiao Xuan also looked at everyone with contempt, wanting to see if there were any trialists who were not afraid of death. At this time, most of the trialists were shocked by his strength. Looking at each other, no one dared to take the initiative to step forward. They also saw it. With Xiao Xuan's current strength, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can resist. At least, they are definitely not Xiao Xuan's opponents now. Therefore, trying to snatch away the inheritance of the old man in the valley is now an empty talk. Master Xiao Xuan. How did you do it? At this moment, the most excited people were Tung Qing and Bai Ling. They also rushed over in a hurry, with surprise on their faces. What Xiao Xuan can feel is they were happy for him from the bottom of their hearts, which gave him a lot of comfort. Speaking of which, the inheritance of the old man of the valley is more powerful, right? Xiao Xuan laughed and said, "How are you too? You weren't injured just now, were you?" "No. How could they possibly hurt me?" Tung Qing also said confidently, "Besides, our tomb spirit sect has a great friend like you, who among them would dare to make a mistake?" As he spoke, he also looked arrogant. However, before he could finish speaking, Bai Ling on the side began to take the initiative to laugh and reveal his shortcomings. "Brother Tung Qing, I think you should stop bragging. You were beaten to a very embarrassing state by Qin Feng and Chen Meng at that time." "When? How is it possible? How can I be worse than 2 casual cultivators?" Tung Qing suddenly became a little anxious and couldn't help but said angrily, "I just didn't use all my strength at that time. If I had used all my strength, how could the 2 of them be too lazy to stop me?" Seeing the green look on the tomb, all the disciples of the tomb spirit sect also laughed. Obviously, they were basically used to his harsh words. Under such circumstances, the tomb spirit sect where Xiao Xuan belongs has almost become the strongest force in the tomb of the old man in the valley. Under such circumstances, naturally no one dared to stop anything. And just then, the old man from the valley and his group also walked out, all with smiles on their faces, and walked in front of the crowd. Yes, the second level can have such strength. The achievements in the future will be immeasurable. The old man in the valley said with a smile, "In the future, I hope you won't give up your original intention when you go to Zhongzhou." Saw the old man of the valley appear. Xiao Xuan also quickly handed over his hand and said seriously, "Please rest assured, Saint of the Valley, I will never let down your inheritance." Such a scene also made everyone present envious. You know, the Saint of the Valley is a serious Saint realm expert, and every Move he makes contains endless understanding of the great Tao. And the people who can be selected by him are naturally talented and strong. Now, that Xiao Xuan can be taken so seriously is enough to prove that Xiao Xuan has indeed obtained his inheritance, and even obtained something more important. Maybe before, some people would still doubt his strength, but now the appearance of the old man in the valley is enough to slap them in the face. But at the same time, please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1298 Harvest, the Promise of the Old Man in the Valley. Certainly. Didn't you just come and leave whenever you wanted before? Why are you so polite now? The old man in the valley is still smiling. In response to this, all the testers looked a little embarrassed. It seems that this is indeed the case. Didn't they, the trialists, come to the tomb of the old man in the valley just for the chance? I really want to talk about it. The tomb of the old man in the valley is here in good condition, but so many people take turns entering it to hunt for treasures? This is somewhat offensive. Even now, if the old man in the valley kills them outright in anger, there seems to be no problem. Only now, instead of blaming them, the old man in the valley gave them a chance to compete fairly. This was the most benevolent thing. What's more, the old man in the valley is not making things difficult for them now. On the contrary, he took the initiative to let them leave. At this point, they, the testers, could not criticize him harshly. However, what makes them feel helpless is they had stayed here for such a long time, and except for finding some treasures in the tombs of a few disciples of the old man in the valley, they basically found nothing. This is somewhat difficult for them to accept. Of course, if no one benefited, perhaps no one would say anything. The issue is, in addition to them, Xiao Xuan was able to win the favor of the old man in the valley and even received the latter's inheritance, which naturally made them envious. Don't you have any other treasures to give to the old man of the valley? Since we don't get the chance to inherit, let's leave. It's a pity. We can only say that our skills are inferior to others, that's all. For this situation, some of the trialists also looked at each other with helplessness on their faces. But despite this, Tomb Qing Bailing still led a group of Tomb Spirit sect disciples to protect Xiao Xuan. Most of them understand. The entire sect relied on Xiao Xuan to escape from the tomb. If it weren't for the latter's performance in the tomb, their losses would have been even more serious. Maybe they themselves will perish here. In view of this situation, Xiao Xuan naturally became the core figure of their Tomb Spirit sect. In a sense, he was even more important than Tomb Qing. On that note, Xiao Xuan will naturally get such respect. Then, the old man in the valley raised his hand slightly, and a portal emitting white light appeared in front of everyone. Through the portal, you could see that the entrance to the flame cemetery was on the other side. Thank you, Saint of the Valley, let's go. Let's go too. That's it, thank you Saint. Several trialists looked at each other and reluctantly turned around and left. Although they were unhappy. But they had to admit that they did not get any benefit from the tomb of the old man in the valley. Under such circumstances, the only option is to leave. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1299 The Expectation of the Old Man in the Valley, Lei Yan's. Holy fire! Why don't you leave? Seeing the disciples of the Tomb Spirit sect leaving one after another, with only Xiao Xuan standing there, the old man in the valley also smiled and asked, "You have received my inheritance, and your future achievements will be at least the Dragon God realm. Do you have any other requirements?" What? There is none left. I am extremely lucky to be able to obtain the inheritance of the Saint of the Valley. I dare not ask for anything else. Xiao Xuan said seriously. Then if you stay, what else do you think? The old man in the valley asked. Next? I think I might still be able to help you, Saint. Xiao Xuan said word by word. What? Can you help Master? Why are you so confident? Xiao Xuan, are you a little overconfident? Those of us in the Dragon God realm couldn't help Master back then. With you, what are you capable of? After Xiao Xuan said a word. Although the old man in the valley was very calm, the disciples next to him were a little disdainful. General Ao Qing of the Great Halberd serves as the great disciple of the old man of the valley. Although his attitude towards Xiao Xuan had changed a bit before, but now, he still felt that Xiao Xuan was a bit arrogant compared to other disciples. Ao Qing did know the thoughts of some old people in the valley. This time, the reason why the old man of the valley, and even their disciples, died in the flame cemetery was because of the most powerful flame, the fire of Lei Yan. After the old man in the valley used various means, they still failed sadly, and were finally backfired by the huge power of Lei Yan's holy fire. Even now, each of them has physically perished, leaving only a residual soul. Under such circumstances, it seemed that they were in dire straits. One can only rely on the properties of the flame cemetery itself, that is, the nirvana properties of the Lei Yan holy fire, to get the chance of resurrection. Now, they are waiting for this opportunity. Helplessly, after the speculation of the old man in the valley, only if someone can swallow Lei Yan's holy fire and obtain the internal power of Lei Yan's holy fire, maybe they will have a chance to be resurrected. When the old man in the valley said this, these disciples are more and more disappointed in their hearts. After all, even the old man in the valley, who is in the saint realm, can't swallow Lei Yan's holy fire in the end. So who can be so capable? Swallowing Lei Yan's holy fire? Could it be that we can only place our hope in other saint realms, or even people in a stronger realm? At this moment, almost all the disciples of the old man in the valley thought so. Therefore, almost all disciples are relatively pessimistic in their hearts. But who knew that Xiao Xuan would directly ask the old man in the valley about his purpose now? So what if I ask? Is it possible that he can still swallow Lei Yan's holy fire? Such a thing, let alone Ao Qing and several other disciples, even the old man in the valley would not dare to imagine it. After all, that was Lei Yan's holy fire, which ranked 16th on the list of holy fires. Even the strong men in the saint realm would not dare to devour it casually. Xiao Xuan now is only in the golden god realm. If it is said that he can swallow Lei Yan's holy fire, is this somewhat unbelievable? Do you know why Master and we died in this place together? Ao Qing did not lose his temper directly, but said directly, did you know that Master was once a sect leader in Zhongzhou? I predict that it should be the holy fire of Lei Yan. Xiao Xuan said directly, not to mention the flame cemetery, even in the entire outer area of Nanzhan Haizhou, there is probably no one who can pose a threat to the saint of the valley. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1300 Lei Yan's holy fire, its power comes from inner fear. Questions about a group of disciples. The old man in the valley looked calm and said directly, it is easy to swallow the external holy fire, but it is easy to swallow the inner holy fire. After saying such a slightly philosophical statement, everyone present was also stunned. Obviously, they did not expect that the old man in the valley would say such a thing. After all, based on the previous situation, the old people in the valley are relatively strict with others. Under normal circumstances, even if they say something good about some things, they rarely receive praise from the former in person. But since meeting Xiao Xuan, they found that the old people in the valley seemed to have become more tolerant towards some things. In some cases, he even became friendly. This was something they had never even dared to think about before. Master, what you mean is, do you really think that Xiao Xuan can swallow Lei Yan's holy fire? Ao Qing couldn't help but ask, isn't this a little too trusting of Xiao Xuan? Otherwise, why do you think I would hand over my lifelong inheritance to him? The old man in the valley asked. Ah? This? Master, what do you mean? Maybe Xiao Xuan can really save us in the future. Lei Yan's holy fire could be swallowed up by a cultivator of the Golden God realm? If those powerful Saint Realm people hear this, I'm afraid they will go crazy. At this time, the disciples of Old Man Valley almost became excited. You must know that existence like Lei Yan's holy fire is an extremely important resource even in the entire Nanzhan Haizhou and even the entire Dao continent. Otherwise, it would not attract the attention of the old man in the valley, a strong man in the saint realm of this level. Now if I can really be swallowed by Xiao Xuan. This is definitely something that shocked the entire Nanzhan Haizhou. Of course, I'm not saying that Xiao Xuan's current strength can swallow Lei Yan's holy fire. At least, he needs to reach the Dragon God realm to have this opportunity. The old man in the valley said. Dragon God realm. However, Xiao Xuan has just entered the Golden God realm. Isn't it a bit far away to break through to the Dragon God realm? Ao Qing couldn't help but ask. This is up to him. For him, it doesn't seem that difficult if he wants to go from the Golden God realm to the Dragon God realm. The old man of the valley asserted. When he said this, he naturally aroused the surprise of many disciples. After all, no matter how you say it, the Dragon God realm is not a low level above the great Dao continent. At least, even among some large sects, he can be regarded as the mainstay core elder. On the great Dao continent, there are even more cultivators who have been stuck in the Dragon God realm their entire lives, unable to go any further. But now, the old man in the valley is so confident in Xiao Xuan. You just helped him break through to the Golden God realm, do you think he can break through to the Dragon God realm? Isn't this a little far off? Could it be that the old man in the valley planned to help him again? Isn't this a bit too much? Master, do you think, how long will it take for Xiao Xuan to break through to the Dragon God realm? When will he be able to swallow this Lei Yan holy fire? A disciple couldn't help but ask. 3 months. If I remember correctly, this year's youth conference is just 3 months away. And if you can swallow Lei Yan's holy fire, it will be easy to enter Zhongzhou with your strength. The old man in the valley said with a smile. When these words were spoken, not only Ao Qing, but also all the disciples of the old man in the valley looked surprised. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1301 Ao Qing's Opportunity and the Trust of all the Disciples. I heard what Ao Qing said. Xiao Xuan was stunned. He was a little surprised by Ao Qing's statement. After all, since meeting Ao Qing, the latter had been a little distrustful of him. Even the short-term harmony now is only because of the presence of the old man from the valley. But now, he actually said that he would be given a chance. This somewhat made him unbelievable. Are you telling the truth? Xiao Xuan asked curiously. However, if I can swallow Lei Yan's holy fire, wouldn't I have reached the Dragon God realm? What other opportunities are needed? Don't worry about it. As long as you can swallow Lei Yan's holy fire, if you can come here, we will naturally give you something you are interested in. Ao Qing said mysteriously. After hearing this, Xiao Xuan also looked at the other disciples with curiosity, and found that the other disciples also looked determined. This also aroused his competitive spirit. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, whatever Xiao Xuan hopes to get, he will definitely get it. Now, Ao Qing said this opportunity in such a tone, but it was enough to prove that this opportunity was different. This also aroused Xiao Xuan's interest. He really wanted to see what kind of opportunity it was. Even the old man in the valley couldn't give it to him? Do you still need Ao Qing and others to sell it? For a while. Xiao Xuan also has a lot more ideas. He knew that there were so many magical experiences and opportunities on the Great Tao continent that even a saint like Old Man Valley would not be able to experience them all. If Ao Qing can say this, it is enough to prove that he does have something great. More importantly, after hearing Ao Qing's words, the old man in the valley also looked surprised and surprised. Obviously he did not expect him to say that. It seems that even the old man in the valley did not expect Ao Qing to make such a choice. This made Xiao Xuan even more curious. After all, it seems that the old man in the valley approves of Ao Qing's behavior. This proves that the opportunity mentioned by Ao Qing is indeed very important. This fact really made Xiao Xuan a little curious. In this case, he really has to work hard to devour this Lei Yan holy fire. In this case, I will resign. Having said this, Xiao Xuan stopped talking nonsense, bowed his hands to the old man in the valley and others, and then turned and left. While walking, Xiao Xuan also took the initiative to communicate with the system. In fact, the reason why he is so confident is because of the existence of the system. He fully believed that with the help of the system, he would be able to devour Lei Yan's holy fire as soon as possible. Raise the 9 heavens flame technique to the 3rd or even 4th level. By that time, perhaps, his realm will have reached the dragon god realm, so that he will not be so far away from Zhongzhou, or even from the origin of Tao continent. Perhaps, this is also the only way for him to truly obtain the origin of the Great Avenue. I dare to ask the system brother, how should I get this legendary Lei Yan's holy fire? Xiao Xuan got straight to the point and asked the system directly. You? Do you really want to devour the holy fire? The system seemed a little shocked by Xiao Xuan's idea, and asked, do you know that although this Lei Yan holy fire is ranked in the top 10 flames on the holy fire list, the power within it is definitely beyond the reach of ordinary people? Of course I know, otherwise, the old man in the valley in the Saint realm would not have fallen. Xiao Xuan said calmly. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1302 Devouring the Holy Fire, Looking for the Holy Snow Lotus. Of Tianshan Mountain. Tianshan Holy Snow Lotus and Lama Baobing? You need these 2 things? Outside the tomb of the old man in the valley, Tung Qing also frowned after hearing these 2 things from Xiao Xuan. I have been in the flame cemetery for so many years and I have never heard of these 2 things. However, my master is well informed. Maybe he can hear about it. That's great. These 2 things are crucial to my future cultivation, so please trouble Brother Tung Qing. Xiao Xuan also said with gratitude. After hearing this, Tung Qing smiled and said directly, Master Xiao Xuan is too polite. Speaking of which, if it weren't for you, Master, so many disciples of our tomb spirit sect would probably die in the tomb. Compared with my own life, what does this matter mean? But, Master, what do you want these things for? These are all ice and water. Attribute treasures. I remember that you are not practicing these avenues? Bai Ling looked puzzled. The secret must not be leaked. Xiao Xuan smiled. Huh, stingy. Bai Ling also pouted angrily and turned his head away on purpose. Hee hee, little girl, it's useless to tell you. How is your recent practice of flame skills? Xiao Xuan shook his head. He knew that if Tung Qing and Bai Ling knew that his purpose was to seize the holy fire, it would only I was afraid that the two of them would be surprised and speechless. The way of fire? Yes, master, the last method I saw you use to defeat Qin Feng and Chen Meng was also fire. How did you do it? After being mentioned by Xiao Xuan, Bai Ling also had a look of curiosity on his face. In fact, she had never seen Xiao Xuan practice the path of fire for such a long time. However, it can actually be used in battles with others. This kind of thing is also a bit difficult for her to understand. It's also the help of the old man of the valley. In the inheritance, there is a skill about flames. It was only after I understood these fire skills that I gained an understanding of flames. Xiao Xuan said truthfully. After he said this, it aroused some people's attention and doubts. Even Tung Qing and Bai Ling were a little puzzled. Before they came to the tomb of Old Man of the Valley, they naturally had some basic understanding of the Old Man of the Valley. Tung Qing knew that what Old Man of the Valley practiced was the way of the earth, and he relied on this way to enter the realm of saints. Who knew that the Old Man in the Valley still had an understanding of the way of fire? Isn't this a bit strange? Brother Xiao Xuan, are you saying that the flame understanding in you was given by the Old Man of the Valley? This is a bit strange. According to the previous principles, what he practiced was the way of the earth in the valley. How could he have knowledge of flames? Understand? Tung Green was a bit surprised. At this time, Xiao Xuan was also stunned. At that time, when he obtained the 9 heavens flame technique, the old man in the valley said that he had reached the 5th level of cultivation. Why did Tung Qing now say that he did not practice the flame technique? How is this going? Is it possible that the old man in the valley is also a person of dual cultivation? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1303. After painstaking cultivation, the legendary Tian Shan, Holy Snow Lotus and Long Mabaobing. After passing through the bazaar portal, Xiao Xuan and others also walked out of the tomb and came to the ground of the flame cemetery. Set foot again on the scorching flame graveyard. They also had a dreamlike feeling. They had been staying in the cold and dark tomb for such a long time. Although, as a strong man in the Golden God realm, with the power of the Tao in their bodies, they were able to resist the cold air from the outside world, but they still felt a little uncomfortable. Now, having arrived at the scorching flame cemetery, they felt a sense of relief. But they found out the location they were in now was not the location before entering the tomb, but in a mountain call on the periphery of the tomb. This was also something that surprised Xiao Xuan. He originally thought that with the strength of the old man in the valley, he should be able to teleport them back the way they came, but who knew that they were just teleported immediately? This also made him a little confused. But then, he also figured out that maybe this was one of the ways the old man in the valley used to protect him. After all, if it is teleported in place, Xiao Xuan and the others will most likely encounter hostile sects in the flame cemetery. If they are besieged by many people, even if he has the support of the tomb spirit sect behind him, it will be difficult to get any benefits. This is very important. Brother Tung Qing, where are Mr. Chen and Master Tung Ling? Are we going to look for them directly? Bai Ling also took the initiative to ask Tung Qing, our performance in the tomb will probably cause a lot of trouble in the end. Now we'd better return to the sect, quickly. To this, Tung Qing also nodded. He also understood that those who Xiao Xuan offended in the tomb may not be able to resist in the tomb. But it's different when you come to the flame cemetery. Here, there are many sects, powerful people, and countless casual cultivators and retreatants who hide their strength. fight against such a person. Xiao Xuan and the others were somewhat stressed. However, if you can return to Tomb Spirit Sect earlier, then the situation will be different. Anyway, Tomb Spirit Sect is also considered the strongest sect in the Flame Cemetery. With the sect protection formation, those with ill intentions may not be able to break through the sect's defense at will. Well, but you may know that Mr. Chen may be leaving. He is the elder of Tianlai sect. Tung Qing also said slightly helplessly. After saying such words, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling couldn't help but feel a little sad. I really want to talk about it. For such a long time, they had received a lot of help from Mr. Chen. Now that Mr. Chen suddenly left, they felt a little disappointed. Is Tianlai sect so unreasonable today? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but look a little gloomy. For such a long time, he can also feel that whether it is a strong dragon god realm like Mr. Chen Lao Tung Ling or an ordinary golden god realm like Tung Qing Bai Ling, they all have a certain attitude toward Tianlai sect and even Zhongzhou. Fear. This really made him a little uncomfortable. After all, if you really want to talk about it, the dragon god realm in Zhongzhou is the dragon god realm. Could it be that the dragon god realm in the outer areas is not the dragon god realm? Are the practitioners in Zhongzhou superior to those in other areas? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1304, The Challenge of the Strong Men on the Gold List, Youth Conference. Outside the cemetery, Tung Qing took out the summoning talisman of the Tomb Spirit Sect. Soon they found a group of disciples from the Tomb Spirit Sect. As they expected, Mr. Chen was no longer outside. Waiting outside was the angry-looking Tomb Spirit Master. It can be seen that Mr. Chen should have just left. But after seeing Xiao Xuan Tung Green walking out of the tomb Spirit Master took the initiative and nodded, his face softening slightly. Especially after seeing that the disciples did not lose much. The Tomb Spirit Master breathed a sigh of relief. He also knew that the tomb of the old man in the valley was extremely dangerous. Many sect disciples would eventually encounter a lot of dangers after entering. Before, there was even a precedent that entire sect disciples would fall into the tomb. This time, Tomb Spirit Sect sent a group of elite disciples led by Tung Qing. This is actually a big gamble for Tomb Spirit Master. If it succeeds and gets the sacred artifact, this will naturally be an opportunity for the Tomb Spirit Sect to rise. But if it fails, Tomb Spirit Sect will also suffer a lot of losses. And now, seeing that most of the disciples of the Tomb Spirit Sect have returned safe and sound, Master Tomb Spirit breathed a long sigh of relief. What made him even more secretly happy was he saw that, except for Tomb Spirit Sect, other sects in Flame Cemetery had suffered a lot of losses. Except for True Fire Academy, some sects even only returned one or two disciples with missing arms and legs. Among them, Yamaluadian and Star Sword Sect, which were least able to deal with Tomb Spirit Sect, were the first to bear the brunt. This really made the Tomb Spirit Master secretly happy. After all, for a sect, in addition to relying on the strength of the top management for future development, what is more important is the cultivation of new blood. Now, the elite disciples of these sects are dead and wounded. I'm afraid that in the next few years, or even more than 10 years, it may be in a state of decline and not be able to pose much of a threat to their Tomb Spirit Sect. Meet the Sect Master. This trip to the tombs was fortunate enough. We gained a lot. We got a total of 3 tombs of the disciples of the Valley Old Man, and even got a pill personally given by the Valley Old Man. Tung Qing also looked relaxed. Yes, there is also a pill. It turned out to be a pill given by the old man of the valley himself? This is a bit beyond my expectation. What kind of pill is it? Master Tomb Spirit couldn't help but be curious. I didn't expect it. The old man of the valley can still exist in the tomb. Is he still alive? After tens of thousands of years? Master, you have misunderstood. Not one pill, but one pill for each person. Tomb Ching smiled instead, speaking of which, this is all thanks to young Master Xiao Xuan. If he hadn't received the inheritance from the old man in the valley, we wouldn't have had such an opportunity. This time, young master Xiao Xuan really made a big difference. Oh, what? The inheritance of the old man of the valley? At first, Master Toon Ling still had a smile on his face, but when he heard the second half of Toon Ching's words, he was instantly shocked. Old man of the valley? Or is it the inheritance of the old man in the valley? According to Tomb Spirit Master's previous prediction for the old man of the valley, the latter's strength should be at least in the saint realm. Even if he is a disciple of the old man of the valley, he should be in the dragon god realm at least. And Xiao Xuan, if he remembers correctly, this young man was just an ordinary little golden god before entering the tomb. Under such a state, he was able to be favored by the old man of the valley, and even received the latter's inheritance. This is definitely not something that can be explained by luck. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1305 News about Tianshan Holy Snow Lotus, Heavenly Level. Auction. Xiao Xuan was moved when he heard the words of the Tomb Spirit Master. He knew that the Tomb Spirit sect was the most powerful sect in the Flame Cemetery. With their help, it shouldn't be difficult to find the news about the Tianshan Saint Snow Lotus. As for Lama Baobing, he really owed a favor to the Tomb Spirit sect and the Tomb Spirit Master. Ha ha ha. Don't speak the same language as one family. At that time I was a little disdainful when Lao Chen was able to bring you here and pay so much attention to you. Now it seems that I am really short-sighted. Tomb Spirit Master said with a smile. After hearing such words, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed on his face, and then smiled kindly. In fact, Xiao Xuan can naturally see the attitude of the Tomb Spirit Master towards him at first, but he can also understand it in his heart. After all, for a strong man in the Dragon God realm, it's a bit too much to make him have a lot of respect for cultivators in the Little Golden God realm. Even if it weren't for Mr. Chen's introduction, Xiao Xuan is not even qualified to enter the Tomb Spirit sect. At least in the end, the Tomb Spirit Master was able to agree to Xiao Xuan, Tomb Ching and others entering the tomb, which was considered an explanation to Mr. Chen. And now, in front of Xiao Xuan, Tomb Spirit Master still expressed his thoughts so frankly, which was quite recognized by Xiao Xuan. After all, I really want to talk about it. Although Xiao Xuan got some opportunities in the tomb of the old man in the valley, his realm was only the Golden God realm. In terms of strength, maybe one day he can break through to the Dragon God realm. But at least now, he is definitely not the opponent of the Tomb Spirit Master. If the latter is really greedy, I am afraid that Xiao Xuan's inheritance from the old man in the valley will be really dangerous. Although there is something to do with Mr. Chen. However, in a place like the Flame Cemetery, profit always comes before profit, even if Xiao Xuan is really harmed for the sake of profit. Maybe there's not much anyone can say. However, I still have a question for the Tomb Sect Master. Xiao Xuan thought for a moment and asked proactively, Mr. Chen, what is his relationship with Tianlei sect? Why does Tianlei sect not hesitate to come from Zhongzhou? Do you want him to go back? This. Upon hearing Xiao Xuan's question, Master Tomb Spirit seemed a little hesitant and did not answer directly. In fact, this question was not only curious about Xiao Xuan, but Bai Ling next to him was also puzzled. When I was in White Flame Valley, Mr. Chen has been staying in the White Flame Tower, and it looks like he is practicing and healing, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that he is more like avoiding something. Even then I wanted to come to the Flame Cemetery. It was also Old Man Bai Yan who came forward in person and persuaded Old Man Chen to come forward and accompany them. If it weren't for the presence of Old Man Bai Yan, I'm afraid that Mr. Chen is still in the White Flame Tower, avoiding the pursuit from Zhongzhou. And now, let's really talk about it. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1306 Human Nature? Divinity? Xiao Xuan's choice of enlightenment. Ah? This, will Mr. Chen's life be in danger? What punishment will he receive? Bai Ling looked worried and quickly asked Master Tomb Spirit. Regarding this, Master Tomb Spirit also gave a helpless smile. I can't say. This Tianlai sect has many methods, and no one knows what methods they will use against Lao Chen. However, judging from the appearance of those people from Tianlai sect, they probably won't kill them directly. That will definitely lead to a lot of suffering. Xiao Xuan gritted his teeth. He understood that if Mr. Chen had not followed him to the Flame Cemetery, he might still be in the White Flame Tower in the White Flame Valley. Although practicing in that place all day is very boring. However, it is much better than going to Tianlai sect to suffer, which makes Xiao Xuan feel vaguely guilty in his heart. This matter started because of the two of us, and we will never stand idly by. Xiao Xuan shook his head. Although we are not strong enough to go to Tianlai sect to save Mr. Chen, I promise that sooner or later, I will personally save Mr. Chen. Say this. Everyone present was moved. Even the master of the Dragon God realm, the leader of the Tomb Spirit sect. The Tomb Spirit master couldn't help but look at him with admiration. You know, it was the Tianlai sect that captured Mr. Chen. The strongest sect in the entire Zhongzhou, the leader of the Tianlai sect had already become a master of the Saint Realm thousands of years ago. Fight against such a sect. I'm afraid that even if the old man in the valley leads his disciples, he may not be sure of victory. But now, Xiao Xuan is a cultivator of the Golden God realm. Even if he gets the inheritance from the old man in the valley, I'm afraid it will take some time to integrate these inheritances. Why can he be so confident? At that moment, Master Tomb Spirit also lowered his voice and proactively reminded Xiao Xuan, there are some things that should not be said in front of the public, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble in the future. Say this. Some Tomb Spirit sect disciples also nodded frequently. From the words of Master Tomb Spirit, they could feel that Master Tomb Spirit really trusted Xiao Xuan. Even when it comes to matters related to the Tianlai sect, she can support him so much. This is enough to prove Xiao Xuan's status in the heart of the Tomb Spirit master. In this case, the matter of Mountain Saint Snow Lotus depends on the tomb sect master that day. Xiao Xuan also clasped his fists. Don't worry about this. We dare not say who the Tomb Spirit sect is, but we still have a very high status in the Flame Cemetery. We have all the information about the underground auction in the Flame Cemetery. Even in the entire Nanzhan Haizhou. We have spies. Tomb Spirit Master said confidently. After hearing this, Xiao Xuan's face relaxed a lot. With the help of the Tomb Spirit sect, it will indeed help him a lot to find the Tianshan Holy Snow Lotus. At least it is much better than searching alone. Along the way, with the leadership of the Tomb Spirit Master, some sects that were originally a little hostile to Xiao Xuan also gave way. But what is to come will still come. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1307, Dragon God Realm Duel, one move determines the outcome. Do you think that with more people, we will definitely win? When the Tomb Spirit Master saw that Yan Luo and Xingchen had no intention of Leaving, the corner of his mouth also sneered, "Isn't it a bit too simple to think like this?" Facing the hostility of two strong men in the dragon god realm. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would have been a little scared. But the tomb spirit master still looked indifferent. Looking at it, it was as if nothing had happened. This fact made many people in the Flame Cemetery a little curious. Speaking of which, whether it was the tomb spirit master or Yama and Xingchen, they were all famous figures in the Flame Cemetery. They can show up here. Moreover, they are still faced with a hostile attitude. This kind of thing is not something you can see all the time. What's more, this also involves the inheritance of a saint. Therefore, some other sects also gathered around with curiosity, and even some casual cultivators were ready to make a move. After all, for most sect disciples and casual cultivators, they didn't get much benefit from being in the tomb, but they didn't expect that even if they walked out of the tomb, they would still have the opportunity to see such a battle. This naturally attracted his attention. If the tomb spirit sect wins, they will have nothing to lose, but if Yama and Xingchen win, Xiao Xuan will also be caught, and the inheritance of the old man in the valley may really be lost. For these sect elders and sect masters, they don't care about Xiao Xuan's life or death. However, what they are more concerned about is whether they can get a share of the pie if the inheritance of the old man in the valley is really spread. But at this moment, the disciples of the tomb spirit sect also had unkind expressions on their faces and stared at the other cultivators in the Flame Cemetery. They all received help from Xiao Xuan in the tomb. To them, Xiao Xuan was no different from their savior. Seeing that Xiao Xuan was in danger now, they naturally couldn't stand idly by. However, wait for them to take action. Tomb Spirit Master was the first to take action. At that time, people from the Tianlai sect took away his friend Mr. Chen in front of him. Now he was already holding back a lot of anger. Although he did not dare to vent his anger on Tianlai sect, when facing Yin, Luo and Xingchen, who were both members of the Flame Cemetery sect, he was not so polite and took action directly with anger on his face. Along with a green tomb spirit energy appeared. Between the heaven and the earth on the periphery of the cemetery, lines of tomb spirit chi slowly appeared out of thin air, changing from 1 to 2, and 2 to 4. Finally, the tomb spirit chi filled the entire world. This change happened extremely quickly. Even Yan Luo and Xingchen, two strong men in the dragon god realm, did not react for a moment. Wait until they react. However, they discovered that two green tomb spirit chi had quietly arrived beside them, trapping them firmly. As for other people who showed hostility to Xiao Xuan, they were treated in the same way. This made their expressions change instantly. They all know that as the leader of the tomb spirit sect, Master Tomb Spirit is also a ruthless person. For so many years, the Tomb Spirit Master is also famous in the Flame Cemetery. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even the sect leaders and elders of major sects were extremely wary of him. Moreover, Tomb Spirit Master never gives advance warning when fighting against others. The first move is a killer move. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1308 The Powerful Man, The Auction House Storm. It seems that these guys' dog noses are more sensitive than I thought. The Grave Spirit Master looked serious. After he said this, all the disciples of the Tomb Spirit sect became a lot more cautious. They have followed the Tomb Spirit Master for many years, and naturally know what kind of person the Tomb Spirit Master is. Now even he is wary, which is enough to prove that the matter seems to be more serious than they imagined. Sect Master, is it really that serious? Tomb Qing couldn't help but ask. Anyway, after what happened today, no one will have excessive thoughts about young Master Xiao Xuan in a short time. right? In fact, this is also the thought of some of the sect disciples. After all, the tomb spirit master has shown great power and has even driven away the leaders of the two sections. What can others do to them? Even though Xiao Xuan has the inheritance of a saint. If these casual cultivators in the flame cemetery want to get it, they may have to show their strength. These disciples really don't believe that these ordinary casual cultivators have the ability to target the entire tomb spirit sect. It's not true. It was just Yan Luo and Xingchen who didn't take action just now. You don't think that they didn't defeat my discarded cards, right? The tomb spirit master shook his head and said seriously, they are also the veteran strongmen in the flame cemetery. Who would believe that they have no trump card? Say it. Everyone present was also silent for a long time. They could all roughly feel that the words spoken by the tomb spirit master were not light in weight. At least, as the leader of tomb spirit sect, he is naturally well informed. The fact that he can speak like this at this time is enough to prove that this matter must be extremely serious. But, Master, haven't they already left? They shouldn't come to trouble us again for the time being, right? Moreover, as long as we stay in the sect, they won't be that capable of provocation. Right? Several elders of Tomb Spirit sect were also a little worried. In fact, for them, it is very tempting to obtain the inheritance of the saint. It was more important at the time. Now Xiao Xuan is a guest of the Tomb Spirit sect. No matter how courageous they are, they don't dare to think anything wrong at this time. As for the other side, if other sects in the Flame Cemetery have any thoughts about them, they will naturally be very dissatisfied. Judging from the current situation, these people don't seem to give up. In the future, they will definitely find ways to seize the saint's inheritance again. If these sects unite, our Tomb Spirit sect will also have some pressure. Several elders looked at each other, with solemn expressions on their faces. Hear this. Master Tomb Spirit frowned slightly and said directly, Master Xiao Xuan is the benefactor of the Tomb Spirit sect. No matter what happens in the future, Master Xiao Xuan must not be put in danger. This is my responsibility as well as yours, do you understand? Yes. Yes. Several elders and guardians also nodded quickly. At this moment, they also quickly abandoned their previous ideas and began to seriously think about countermeasures. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1309, Crisis in the Flame Cemetery, is the Dragon God Realm like cabbage on the street? Master, do you really want to leave the Tomb Spirit sect? Bai Lingxin was really surprised. Since getting to know Xiao Xuan, she has a basic understanding of the latter. He is mature, steady, and resourceful. This is her judgment of Xiao Xuan's character. For so long, she also witnessed the strength displayed by Xiao Xuan again and again. But now, the choice Xiao Xuan made really surprised her. In the Cemetery of Fire, Tomb Spirit sect is undoubtedly the leader. With the help of the Tomb Spirit sect, Xiao Xuan would naturally be more comfortable in the Flame Cemetery, but now, he actually chose to leave the Tomb Spirit sect? Isn't this equivalent to cutting off one's arms? What's more important is that now that Xiao Xuan has received the inheritance of the Saint of the Valley, his current situation is no different than that of a child who makes trouble with a lot of money. If word gets out, not to mention the masters in the Flame Cemetery, I am afraid that the entire cultivators in the outer areas of Nanzhan Haizhou continent will go crazy for it. If the enemy faces several times or even dozens of times more, how should Xiao Xuan deal with it? Xiao Xuan, don't be too trusting. Although you have now received the inheritance from the old man of the valley, you may not have fully understood it in such a short period of time. Under such circumstances, it is still quite dangerous for a person to be in the flame cemetery. Tomb Spirit Master also reminded, so, I still recommend that you don't go alone. In response, Tomb Qing also nodded and said seriously, yes, Master Xiao Xuan. I also suggest that it is better for you to stay in the Tomb Spirit sect first. Moreover, the heavenly level auction is coming soon. If you don't have a suitable with your identity, you can't even enter the auction door? Say this. All the elders of the Tomb Spirit sect also looked at Xiao Xuan. In fact, Xiao Xuan may not be that important to these elders. Although he has helped many Tomb Spirit sect disciples, these benefits have not fallen on them. On the contrary, if Xiao Xuan leaves, they will not have to worry about protecting him. So speaking from the heart, they were also willing to see Xiao Xuan leave on his own initiative. It's just that they can't say it directly in front of the real Tomb Spirit. Thank you both. However, I still want to leave. After Xiao Xuan thought about it, he said seriously, besides, it would be difficult for me to do some things about the auction if I were in the Tomb Spirit sect. Say it like this. Everyone present was also a little surprised. Even Tomb Spirit Master and Tomb Qing couldn't believe it. They don't quite understand why Xiao Xuan can make such a choice. According to normal logic, this heaven-level auction will be held in the Flame Cemetery. If the Tomb Spirit sect participates, it should be possible to win the Tian Shan Holy Snow Lotus. Much simpler. However, Xiao Xuan actually actively refused the Tomb Spirit sect's help. This somewhat surprised them. What are you going to do? Looking at you, it seems like you really have some plans of your own. Don't you believe in the strength of our Tomb Spirit sect and that we can help you take down the Holy Snow Lotus of Tianshan Mountain? Tomb Qing is also thoughtful. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 13:10 Xiao Leiyan's Holy Fire, Powerful Flame Power. May I ask the Tomb Master, where is it? Xiao Xuan's eyes lit up. In fact, he really didn't care that much about leaving the Tomb Spirit sect. However, he was a little troubled by the fact that he really didn't know where to go after leaving here. Now that he heard what the Tomb Spirit Master said, he was also interested. At that time, he also wanted to go somewhere in the Flame Cemetery, but he was really not that familiar with this place, so that was all he could do. Now what the Tomb Spirit Master said, it really aroused his curiosity. He did know that in the Flame Cemetery, there were naturally more avenues of flame surrounding Lei Yan's holy fire. However, it is somewhat dangerous to get too close. If there were other places in the Flame Cemetery where he could practice the way of flame, it would naturally be a good thing for him. This place is called the Little Holy Fire Place. It is said that there is a trace of Lei Yan holy fire in it. Many people who are not capable of swallowing the real Lei Yan holy fire will try to practice in this place and try to swallow this small holy fire. Tomb Spirit Master said, if you don't have enough power, it's not that easy to devour it, so you still have to be careful. Say it. Xiao Xuan also looked a little more yearning. For his 9 Heavens Flame technique, if he wants to increase the level, he really needs a place to practice the power of flames. For him now, Lei Yan's holy fire is somewhat far away. It would be best for him if there was a place with a slightly weaker flame. Don't say anything else. If there is really a trace of Lei Yan's holy fire, it will naturally be a good thing for him. This can also be regarded as his understanding of the power of Lei Yan's holy fire in advance. At least compared to other flames, there is no doubt about the power of the holy fire. Okay. There is such a place. Xiao Xuan became interested and asked, may I ask the Tomb Master, can anyone enter such a place? He was really curious about this. After all, if you really want to talk about it, he has seen many holy places. For cultivation. Basically, any holy land of cultivation that is somewhat effective has certain thresholds. It is either monopolized by a large sect, has an extremely harsh environment, or is guarded by monsters, and so on. To say that this place where Xiao Xuan's holy fire exists, there is no guardian. Xiao Xuan himself really didn't believe it. In the land of little holy fire, there is a place called True Fire Academy. You should have seen this sect before. Master Tomb Spirit said. True Fire Academy? Xiao Xuan also suddenly realized, is it the sect where Huolai is? At that time, he also cooperated with our Tomb Spirit sect in the tomb. Speaking of which, the relationship between the two sects seems to be good. In response, Tomb Ching also nodded and said with a smile, if you go to the land of little holy fire, I can contact Huolai and ask him to take care of you. It will definitely be beneficial. Then I'm going too. I should be able to get twice the result with half the effort by practicing. In that place. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 13:11 The Magical Fierce Ghost Sect, a cultivation sect. Without practitioners? Hear what Tomb Ching said. Xiao Xuan looked confused, there are no practitioners? Speaking of which, this was the first time he heard that there was a cultivating sect without cultivators. In a place above the Great Tao continent, if a sect does not have powerful practitioners, isn't it asking for death? How is this going? This is the first time I've heard that there are no cultivators in a sect. Xiao Xuan also asked with great interest, does it mean that this sect does not have the ability to protect its disciples and sect property? So how can this sect gain a foothold in a place like the Flame Cemetery? Seeing Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling's confused expressions, Tomb Ching looked unpredicted, as if he had already known that he would have such a reaction, and continued, actually, although the fierce ghost sect has no practitioners, the protective ability of this sect is. It can be regarded as the best in the entire Flame Cemetery and even the entire Nanzhan Haizhou. As long as it is placed in the fierce ghost sect, not even a hair will be missing. This is because I am ignorant. I didn't expect that there could be such a sect on the Great Tao continent. How did this sect do it? Xiao Xuan became interested. According to his understanding of Dao continent, on the Great Tao continent, you should not only be able to cultivate the power of the Great Tao, but also practice Tao talismans, elixirs, Tao tools, etc. These methods can all lead to considerable combat power. If the fierce ghost sect could understand these aspects, it is possible to do this. This Menggui sect is a sect that specializes in formations and talismans. It is said that Master Fu Zhen, the most powerful talisman master in the entire Nanzhan Haizhou, is here. Basically, no one dares to cause trouble here. Tomb Ching also said. Upon hearing this introduction, Xiao Xuan secretly nodded. He had also heard that a truly powerful talisman master could compete with a strong person in the Dragon God realm with just one talisman. If there is such a level of talisman master in Menggui sect, so there really is no problem. After thinking about this, Xiao Xuan's face became a little curious, and he said directly, since the fierce ghost sect is so powerful, why doesn't it operate talisman? Wouldn't it also be able to gain a foothold in the Flame Cemetery? Speaking of which, the Menggui sect is different from other sections. The fierce ghost sect has never participated in any resource competition in the Flame Cemetery or even Nanzhan Haizhou. They only focus on running the various businesses, auction houses, weapon shops, elixir shops, etc. in the Flame Cemetery. As long as you use these things in the Flame Cemetery, you can basically see the shadow of the fierce ghost sect. Therefore, in the eyes of most sects, the fierce ghost sect is a neutral sect. In the Flame Cemetery, every heaven-level auction will also be held in the Mangue Hall of our Mangue sect. This is also something recognized by all sections. Tum Ching explained patiently. After hearing these explanations, Xiao Xuan also nodded. He can generally understand that it is too difficult to do business for ordinary people in a place like the Flame Cemetery. All kinds of casual cultivators and evil cultivators will not pay the money. Honestly, things like robbing homes, killing people, and stealing goods are simply commonplace in the Flame Cemetery. And want to hold something like an auction. Naturally, the organizer must have extraordinary strength, otherwise, the items in the auction may be robbed before the auction even begins. Moreover, in the Flame Cemetery, there is constant hatred between sections. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 13:12 The Path of Cultivation, Adventure in the Land of the Little Holy Fire. Face these people. Xiao Xuan felt something in his heart. Back then, he had also come from an ordinary person step by step. After crossing over from the earth, if it hadn't been for the help of the system, he would have died in some nook and cranny. Over the years, he has encountered countless dangerous situations on the path of cultivation. Almost an ordinary person that I haven't met in a long time. Now that he saw those ordinary people who were working hard, he felt a little nostalgic for his days on earth. At that time, although he did not have the terrifying and powerful power he has now. But life was much more stable than it is now. At least, you don't have to consider your own life safety every moment, and you don't have to desperately try to improve your strength. These things may be much more difficult than things on earth. Figure this out. Xiao Xuan's face couldn't help but reveal a bit of a wry smile. Seeing Xiao Xuan's expression, Bai Ling on the other side was a little puzzled. In her opinion, the former was already one of the most powerful and talented practitioners he had ever seen. Why are you still sighing? Could it be that even Xiao Xuan is dissatisfied with his own strength? Isn't this a bit too demanding for yourself? After all, it has been so long. Since he came to the Flame Cemetery, almost no one has shown a more powerful talent than him. Even the old man of the valley, who is in the Saint Realm, values him so much. Is there anything else he's dissatisfied with? Master, what's wrong with you? Why did you sigh suddenly? Bai Ling couldn't help but ask, are you dissatisfied with the environment here? Not really. I just remembered what happened before. Xiao Xuan shook his head, speaking of which, I have been in Nanzhan Haizhou for a while, and I really miss the people and things before. When he said this, Bai Ling also knew a little bit. She had only heard Xiao Xuan say something about the past. She only knew that Xiao Xuan seemed to be from the eastern wasteland giant continent and had some relationship with the Fish Spirit Sect and the Spirit Snake Alliance. At that time, I came to Baiyan Valley to seek help from Baiyan Valley. But who knew that one thing after another would leave him with no time to return to the Yuling sect and the Spiritual Snake Alliance. Now, when Xiao Xuan sighs like this, does he think of what happened before? Master, don't worry. If you need us to finish the trial in the Little Holy Fire Land, we can go to the Yuling sect together. Bai Ling also whispered. No. It's been so long, there should be no need to go. Xiao Xuan shook his head. At that time, he came to the White Flame Valley alone, hoping that the Yuling sect and the White Flame Valley would form an alliance to deal with the Spirit Snake Alliance together. However, for such a long time, although Baiyan Valley has done nothing, it has already helped Yuling sect. At least, as long as White Flame Valley does not fall to the Spirit Snake Alliance. This is already a very good thing for the Yuling sect. As for the Spirit Snake alliance, although its strength is not weak, it is still a bit difficult. To destroy the Yuling sect with the power of one sect alone. Therefore, although Xiao Xuan did not return to Yuling sect, his goal was achieved. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1313 Awakening, the Ancient Flame Holy Body. Really? That's great. If I awaken the Ancient Flame Holy Body, my strength will definitely increase greatly, and I won't hold you back. Bai Ling said seriously. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but be stunned. When he originally wanted to help Bai Ling awaken the Ancient Flame Holy Body, he didn't think so much about it, but now after hearing these words, he realized that Bai Ling didn't want to hold him back if he wanted to improve his strength. This somewhat moved Xiao Xuan. After all, although he and Bai Ling have not known each other for a long time, he still has a basic understanding of the latter. He also knew that Bai Ling was indeed a relatively good girl. It also helped him a lot in many things. This was one of the things that touched Xiao Xuan's heart. He thought about it at this time and said, however, I have a hunch that since your body is the Ancient Flame Holy Body, you should need some ancient flames to awaken this body's things. Say it. Bai Ling was also thoughtful. She could also roughly feel that there was a lot of truth behind these words. However, such a thing sounds too difficult. Not to mention that in the current continent, it is extremely difficult to find ancient objects. Even if you find them, you will probably be protected by strong people or sections. How could Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling find ancient objects? This is somewhat whimsical. But I feel like this is a bit too difficult, right? Bai Ling couldn't help but said, anyway, we are only in the Golden God realm. Now, I heard that if you want to get in touch with ancient things, you should at least be in the Dragon God realm. She didn't finish her sentence. However, Xiao Xuan also understood what she meant. At the same time, he could also roughly understand Bai Ling's inner thoughts. Indeed, for most practitioners, ancient objects are extremely mysterious and precious objects. Ordinary practitioners have never even heard of it, let alone seeing it. But now, he directly said that he could help Bai Ling find him, which was a bit unbelievable. However, on the other hand, perhaps it is not that simple for ordinary people to obtain these powers, but if it is placed on Xiao Xuan, things may not be so difficult. This may not be known to others. Master, isn't this a bit too difficult? Bai Ling couldn't help but couldn't believe it when he heard these words. It sounds difficult, but if you actually do it, it might not be that difficult, Xiao Xuan said. But Bai Ling was still a little confused. What? Are you surprised? Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling said as they walked in. Normal times, it might be a little difficult to find ancient objects, but isn't there one in front of us now? What ancient thing? Master, are you talking about the Lei Yan holy fire? Bai Ling also looked confused. However, she soon realized that, as Xiao Xuan said, the holy fire was the most magical fire between heaven and earth, and it had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, it can be regarded as an ancient thing. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1314 True Fire Academy, the Strongest Sect Ordinary Person. Along the way, because the two of them had swallowed the elixir that concealed their aura, and one of them was middle-aged and the other was a fair-faced young man, the two of them looked poor at first glance, and even some rogue cultivators with bad intentions were not interested in them. This actually saved Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling a lot of trouble. However, through this method, they really saw some things that practitioners could not see. They found out. In the Flame Cemetery, in addition to powerful cultivators like Tung Qing Hualia, there are also a large number of ordinary people. On the Great Tao continent, in most cases, these ordinary people cannot play any role in some things, so they are basically ignored. After all, let alone a strong man like the Dragon God Realm and the Golden God Realm. Even if a cultivator of the spiritual God Realm were here, he would probably be able to stop hundreds of ordinary people. Basically everyone knows this. However, at this moment, Xiao Xuan felt a trace of unusual power in these ordinary people. Although this power was very weak, he could actually feel it. This actually surprised him. You must know that ordinary people are not very important to any sect. In fact, in the eyes of some sects, ordinary people are existences that can be sacrificed casually. At this point, both Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling understand it very well. But today, the power Xiao Xuan felt also surprised them. What's wrong, master? Seeing Xiao Xuan standing still, Bai Ling was a little confused. Is there any problem? Xiao Xuan did not respond to this. On the contrary, he just looked at every ordinary person in this flame cemetery with curiosity, and his seriousness was no less serious than when he understood the Nine Heavens flame Jew. This aroused Bai Ling's curiosity even more. She was not a fool, and she could naturally tell that Xiao Xuan seemed to be extremely passionate about the things in front of him. This is somewhat unusual. After all, Xiao Xuan can be regarded as a cultivator at the Golden God level. Everything he does naturally has a clear purpose. Now, Xiao Xuan suddenly became interested in these ordinary people. This was enough to arouse her curiosity. At least, it proved that these ordinary people had something worth studying. For Xiao Xuan, which really made Bai Ling interested. Simply, she followed Xiao Xuan, but she looked at the ordinary people in front of her seriously, but after looking at them for a long time, her neck felt a little sore, and in the end she didn't see anything. However, Xiao Xuan himself watched with interest. It's like you can actually tell something. This scene made even the ordinary people in front of me feel a little uncomfortable. These people either grew spiritual herbs, made weapons, or pawned weapons. Such ordinary people might not be able to earn even one Dao stone after a hard day's work. For most practitioners, they are simply existences that can be ignored, and even if they encounter them, they don't bother to care. Unless they are some evil cultivators who practice summoning spirits or corpses. Only they will care about these, put some energy on them, and use the lives of ordinary people to enhance the strength of their own skills. But for such evil cultivators, please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 13-15 Free Gift, 100 Jade Pendants. This time, not only the people in the pawn shop, but also Bai Ling, beside Xiao Xuan also looked confused. After all, she is the one who has been following Xiao Xuan. After such a long time, she really didn't know when Xiao Xuan had so many Dao stones. Is what you said true? The waiter opened his eyes in disbelief. Certainly. If you don't believe it, I can show it to you now. Xiao Xuan didn't care. You know, before coming to Dao continent, he was also the pinnacle figure on the great desolate continent. He could easily take out 1,000 or 10,000 jade pendants, let alone 100 jade pendants. And now he doesn't lack Dao stones either. What he needs more is the information in this land of small flames. He wants to understand what is going on with the flame aura on these ordinary people. Sir, please wait a moment, I'm going to find the shopkeeper. At this time, the waiter also saw that Xiao Xuan's status was extraordinary, and he said quickly, Okay, I'll wait here. Xiao Xuan nodded. Please come this way. There is a VIP room behind you. The old man from the pawn shop also said politely. But I see that you are not a cultivator, right? Xiao Xuan nodded and asked, I don't know why you have such a deep understanding of this jade? After saying this, the people next to him also had some doubts on their faces, looking at Xiao Xuan as if they were looking at some monster. What's wrong? Is there any problem with my words? Xiao Xuan couldn't help being stunned. In response to this, the old man in the pawn shop also smiled and said, "It seems that, little brother, you are a foreigner and don't know the rules of our little sacred fireland." This time even Bai Ling didn't quite understand. After all, it has been so long since they came to the flame cemetery and tomb. Qing has never said anything about the rules of this place. If there really were any rules in this place, it was impossible for Tomb Qing not to tell them. As for the other side, they also heard that the old man was talking about the rules of the little holy fireland, which also surprised them. I really want to talk about it. They had indeed just arrived at the little holy fireland. If they didn't know much about this place, it wasn't that they couldn't understand it. However, what they don't understand is that no matter how powerful the little holy fireland is, isn't it still part of the flame cemetery? Is it possible that there are no new rules even in the flame cemetery, but this one has rules? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? At that moment, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling also looked at each other, both wanting to hear what else the old man could say. Please give me your advice. Xiao Xuan smiled and said, I am indeed not from the flame cemetery. I have never been to this little sacred fireplace before. What do you think there? Are any unusual rules in this place? Say it. The old man had a smile on his face and said, that's no wonder. The reason why our place is called the Little Holy Fireland is because there is a branch from the holy fire here. I've heard of this. I heard it's Lei Yan's holy fire? Xiao Xuan nodded and followed the words and asked, but it seems to be only part of it? Ha ha ha. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 13:16 The Land of Little Holy Fire, The Benefits of Lei Yan's Holy Fire. After hearing Xiao Xuan's question, not only the old man at the pawn shop, but also the manager of the pawn shop looked at him with confusion. Looking at your appearance, you don't seem to be a cultivator? The shopkeeper couldn't help but asked curiously, is it possible that you are also a master of cultivation? Where there? Just asking casually. Speaking of which, since this Lei Yan holy fire can have such benefits for ordinary people, it must have more benefits for cultivators, right? Xiao Xuan also asked, I heard that there is a sect here called the True Fire Academy. It is powerful and controls the little Lei Yan holy fire? Hear this. The shopkeepers and the old man's faces also looked more solemn. It was obvious that True Fire Academy had a very high status in their hearts. And even just mentioning its name made them very nervous. This really made Xiao Xuan a little curious. Logically speaking, for ordinary people's pawn shops, it doesn't seem to matter to them no matter how powerful the cultivator is. Even though the True Fire Academy is very authoritative in the Little Holy Fireland. However, it doesn't make them so afraid. Is this a common thing? Indeed so. True Fire Academy is our Little Holy Fireland, the protector of all ordinary people, and it is also the most powerful sect in our Little Holy Fireland. The old man nodded and said, it is said that it is the trace of Lei Yan's holy fire that continuously improves the strength of the disciples in the True Fire Academy. Say this. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling looked at each other with a look of affirmation on their faces. From the time he came into contact until now, he had a little understanding of the old man's character, and knew that the latter was not the kind of person who talks nonsense. Moreover, after getting the situation of the Little Holy Fireland, he could also roughly guess that since the old man could obtain such information, it was estimated that True Fire Academy did not keep this matter as a secret. This made him laugh a little. You know, Lei Yan's holy fire is naturally powerful, and may be out of reach for most practitioners in the Flame Cemetery. However, Xiao Lei Yan's holy fire is not that powerful. Since this little Lei Yan holy fire can have such a great effect on cultivators, the best choice for True Fire Academy is to make a fortune quietly and silently, without letting others know about it. But now, even an ordinary person can know the secrets of the True Fire Academy. Then, if you meet a caring sect, you may want to take advantage of this little Lei Yan holy fire of True Fire Academy. This is not a surprise. After all, let alone the Flame Cemetery, even on the entire Dao continent, the strong men in the sect would do anything for the genius and treasure. Since True Fire Academy can possess Xiao Lei Yan's holy fire, it is basically impossible for other sects and even casual cultivators not to be interested in this little Lei Yan holy fire. Little brother? What's on your mind? What do you think of this 100 jade pendants? Seeing Xiao Xuan in a daze, the shopkeeper also had a smile on his face and said, if the price is right, I hope you can keep all these jade pendants. Got the information I wanted. Xiao Xuan did not embarrass these people. He took out 100 jade pendants from the space magic weapon and placed them in front of them. This time, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. For them. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 13-17 The Ancient Flame Holy Body, the huge power that can arouse resonance. Really? Can it really be like this? Hearing what Xiao Xuan said, Bai Ling couldn't help but feel a little excited. Master, is what you said true? You know, ever since Mr. Chen told her that she was carrying the ancient flame holy body, the speed of her cultivation also increased by leaps and bounds. Compared to practitioners at the same level, she was almost considered a genius among geniuses, but even so, she still felt that she didn't seem to have much of an advantage in front of Xiao Xuan. This really made her want to cry. At the same time, this also made her understand the gap between herself and Xiao Xuan. Now she heard that the latter actually helped her awaken the ancient flame holy body, which really made her a little excited. Moreover, she could roughly feel it for such a long time. The ancient flame holy body in her body was not fully activated, which made him curious. After all, her strength has already improved so much before she has awakened the ancient flame holy body. If she really awakened such a holy body, wouldn't her strength be even greater? When Mr. Chen was still there, Bai Ling also thought about how to help him awaken the ancient flame body. But who knew that Mr. Chen would be directly captured by the people of Tianlei sect? This also made her somewhat at a loss as to what to do, as if she clearly had a mountain of gold but couldn't use it. But now, after hearing what Xiao Xuan said, she also regained hope. If she really used Lei Yan's holy fire to awaken the ancient flame body in her body, Bai Ling felt that maybe she could really break through to the dragon God realm. This is definitely something that excites her. At least before, it wasn't that simple to get these powers. Such power. But, Master, are you really sure that this little Lei Yan holy fire can help awaken the ancient flame holy body? But after thinking about it for a while, Bai Ling was still a little hesitant. At that time, even Mr. Chen didn't say there was any way to awaken him. Are you really so confident? Say this. She seemed to feel that what she said was a bit inappropriate, and finally looked at Xiao Xuan with a bit of embarrassment. However, it was obvious that Xiao Xuan didn't care much about this matter. Don't worry. If it is the real Lei Yan holy fire, it will definitely awaken your ancient flame body. I can guarantee this, Xiao Xuan said confidently. In fact, the reason why he is so confident is not just based on his own guess, but because he actually secretly asked the system. According to the system, the ancient flame holy body in Bai Ling's body is still relatively precious. If he can be fully awakened, his future achievements will not be as simple as the Dragon God realm. It is not impossible to break through the Dragon God realm and achieve the Saint realm. After hearing this information, even Xiao Xuan himself was a little surprised, and he asked the system at that time how to help her awaken the ancient flame holy body. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 13-18 Xiao Leiyan's Holy Fire, the Treasure of True Fire. Academy. After hearing these words, instead, Xiao Xuan shook his head slightly and said, Bai Ling, your thinking on this matter is still a bit too simple. To get Xiao Leiyan's Holy Fire, it is not as simple as defeating the True Fire Academy. The most important thing should be the understanding of Leiyan's Holy Fire. Enlightenment? Is it just relying on enlightenment? Bai Ling felt a little confused. You know, for so many years, the True Fire Academy has maintained control over Xiao Leiyan's Holy Fire. Within this period of time, it is impossible that the True Fire Academy has not tried to devour and understand Xiao Leiyan's Holy Fire. But for such a long time, there has been no result, which is enough to prove how terrifying the power of this little Leiyan Holy Fire is. You know, True Fire Academy is also a sect that practices the way of flames. Even if they couldn't comprehend anything from it, could it be said that Xiao Xuan could really comprehend anything in such a short period of time? Isn't this a joke? Master, in such a short period of time, can you guarantee that you will understand Xiao Leiyan's Holy Fire? This is somewhat unlikely, right? Bai Ling really didn't understand, and couldn't help but say, besides, if this little Leiyan Holy Fire is so easy to comprehend, then the True Fire Academy won't do nothing? That's because their True Fire Academy is incompetent. For such a long time, they have been unable to gain enlightenment from Xiao Leiyan's Holy Fire. Since they are incompetent, this opportunity is left to me. Xiao Xuan said easily. When these words were said, Bai Ling on the side couldn't believe it, and his face was full of surprise. However, if other people said such things, Bai Ling would definitely not believe it. But now that the person who said this was Xiao Xuan, she was really curious and wanted to hear the meaning behind Xiao Xuan's words. Master, there's nothing wrong with you, and you want to hide it from me, right? Bai Ling was also completely interested. Of course not. But you should know that after the inheritance of the old man in the valley, there is a skill about flames. If you want to make these skills successful, you must have a sufficient understanding of flames. Xiao Xuan said seriously, and now, it seems to be the best opportunity. Doesn't it? Hearing this, Bai Ling nodded. However, she still doesn't quite understand. After all, it is understandable that Xiao Xuan wants to obtain the mastery of the flame technique. But being understandable does not mean success is guaranteed. Although what the True Fire Academy possesses is only a branch of Leiyan's Holy Fire, since this branch can affect the entire land of Little Holy Fire, it is enough to prove its power. Now, Xiao Xuan's light words actually said that he wanted to conquer? Master, you are not prepared for anything and just want to conquer with a few words, right? Bai Ling also asked, I heard that the old man in the valley died because of Leiyan's Holy Fire. Don't be too careful. Don't worry. Although the Holy Fire is powerful, I have never seen anything more powerful than it. Xiao Xuan said confidently. After hearing such words, Bai Ling next to him was also secretly surprised. For such a long time, she had never heard Xiao Xuan say such a thing. From what he meant, he had actually seen something more powerful than the Holy Fire? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1319 The Place of Small Holy Fire, Expensive Holy Fire Stone. Hey. Don't worry about this girl. Our inn is the only place in the little holy fire land where you can redeem holy fire stones. You can't find a place to redeem them outside this door. The waiter was full of confidence. As for the deception you are talking about, that is absolutely impossible. You may not know that in the little holy fire land, the holy fire stone is the most important resource of the true fire academy. How many of us ordinary people have you dared to cheat on this? Heard this explanation, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling also looked at each other and nodded. Indeed, for true fire academy, this little Lei holy fire is indeed one of the most precious resources. The holy fire stone is also their most important source of income. No matter how careless they are, they will not make any mistakes on the holy fire stone, so the waiter's words are still somewhat credible. That's fine. However, these 20,000 Dao stones can also be used to buy a good low-level spiritual treasure at the auction. Now it can only be exchanged for 20 holy fire stones. This means that the holy fire stones must be very useful. Right? Xiao Xuan also asked. When he asked this, the waiter in front of him laughed and said nothing. Having said this, guest officer, are you looking down on our little holy fire land? Over the years, no one has ever regretted it after redeeming the holy fire stone. The waiter said confidently, that's it. With this in mind, sir, aren't you still at ease? Oh? This is a bit interesting. If this is true, doesn't it mean that this holy fire stone is extremely precious to both cultivators and ordinary people? Xiao Xuan was also thoughtful. You know, no matter what, there is a big gap between cultivators and ordinary people. Most of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures suitable for ordinary people have no effect on practitioners. Similarly, some treasures that are very beneficial to practitioners may not be of much help to ordinary people. But now, seeing the waiter's appearance, it was obvious that he was not joking, which indeed made Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling a little curious. If this little Lei Yan's holy fire could have such a big impact, it would be great. Then, they really need to try to devour it. At least, this is a business that is sure to make money without losing money. Good. It seems that you are still very confident in the sacred fire of your little sacred fire land. If this holy fire stone is really so good, I will not lack your benefits. Xiao Xuan nodded slightly. He understands that for ordinary people like the waiter, they naturally don't care about the so-called genius treasures and spiritual treasure herbs. What these people care more about should be some practical Tao stones. Therefore, Xiao Xuan also gave him 2 Tao stones. As expected, after seeing Daosher, the waiter in the shop was even more happy. Bowing and smiling. He was happier than meeting his own father. This actually made Bai Ling next to him sneer. As a cultivator, not only Bai Ling, but almost everyone has a natural sense of superiority over ordinary people. However, although Bai Ling felt disdainful, he did not show it directly. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1320, Try to find out the strength of True Fire Academy. At this moment, Xiao Xuan said these words. The waiter in the inn also had a look of surprise on his face. He couldn't understand why 2 ordinary people had so much courage to contact the True Fire Academy. Isn't this tantamount to asking for trouble? Apart from anything else, for any cultivator, ordinary people can be manipulated at will. Now that they take the initiative to go there, isn't it equivalent to seeking death? As the overlord of the little holy fire land, True Fire Academy is very authoritative even though it cannot be said to be cruel to ordinary people. If it is normal. Perhaps, the True Fire Academy wouldn't care about ordinary people coming to experience Xiao Lian's holy fire. But things are different now. This afternoon is the time when the True Fire Academy is testing the talents of its disciples. At this time, ordinary people will leave voluntarily if they know something interesting. But Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling were fine. Not only do they have no intention of retreating, but they plan to take the initiative to approach? What is this operation? Is it possible that they really don't want to live long? For a moment, the waiter couldn't help but look at Xiao Xuan seriously. His eyes were full of doubts. Do not worry. You just need to bring us to Xiao Lian's holy fire. You don't need to take care of other things. After Xiao Xuan finished speaking, he threw another Dao stone. See the Taoist stone. The waiter also had a look of greed on his face, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "You two, I can only secretly take you two to the outside of Xiao Lian's sacred fire. If you want to get closer, I'm afraid my life will be lost." Hearing this, Xiao Xuan nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry about this. We are all ordinary people. If we want to get close to Lian's holy fire, we just hope to get more benefits from Lian's holy fire. Don't get me wrong. Hey, that's natural. It's Xiao Lian's holy fire. Not to mention us ordinary people, even those cultivators may not have any influence on this flame. The waiter in the shop looked clear. Oh? From what you mean, it seems that many people were interested in Xiao Lian's holy fire before? Xiao Xuan heard the hidden meaning of the waiter's words. Of course. For such a long time, there have been countless people who wanted to get Xiao Lian's holy fire. Even the strong men from the dragon god realm came here several times, but in the end they all came back defeated. There were also a few who were directly killed by the True Fire Academy. Kill them. The waiter looked secretive. This time, Xiao Xuan became interested. For the real Lian holy fire, even the old man of the valley in the Saint realm suffered a big loss. At present, he dare not touch it casually, but for the little Lian holy fire, he is still somewhat interested. At least, he really wanted to see if there was just a trace of Lian's holy fire, whether he would have a chance to devour it. Who knows now? From what the waiter said, it seemed that many powerful people had come to the Little Holy Fire land before, and even had conflicts with the True Fire Academy. This really made him a little curious. Logically speaking, since someone has become interested in Xiao Lian's holy fire, True Fire Academy should not be unprepared. Why is the opportunity to visit the Xiaolian holy fire now open to the public? Could it be that the True Fire Academy is so confident that its sect can completely block the strong men from the outside world, preventing them from obtaining Xiao Lian's holy fire? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1321 Waiter, are you a know-it-all in the Little Holy Fire land? The waiter obviously enjoyed the surprised looks from Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling. At this time, he began to shake his head and brag, saying that he had seen many powerful golden god realms in this inn, the most powerful dragon god realm in the world, and even felt the aura of the Saint realm. This actually aroused Xiao Xuan's interest. He could understand that there would be people in the entire Dao continent who were interested in the Lian holy fire. However, what he wanted to understand was, at this time, what kind of person, what kind of strong man, has been to this place of the Little Holy Fire, participated in the fight for the Little Lian holy fire, and what was the final result? These are the things he is more interested in. Then please tell me, what kind of person is he who has the guts to come to the land of your Little Holy Fire and wants to fight for Little Lian's holy fire in front of the True Fire Academy? Xiao Xuan asked with interest. Not only Xiao Xuan, but Bai Ling next to him was also extremely curious. After all, for such a long time, except for the Saint of the Valley, they have never heard of anyone who has the ability to really devour Lei Yan's holy fire. But since these people have the courage to come. But it also proves that they do have something extraordinary. At least, if they don't have a little bit of confidence, they probably won't have that much confidence to challenge the True Fire Academy. After all, no matter how weak the True Fire Academy is, it is at least a training sect in the Flame Cemetery. Within the sect, there are also several strong men in the Dragon God realm. It's a long story. Not to mention anything else, have you heard of the King of Dragon Crystal? He is a strong man in the Dragon God realm in our Flame Cemetery. Even if he wants to secretly devour the little flame holy fire, he will be killed by the flames. Burned to death. The waiter said directly. After hearing such words, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling were also a little surprised. You must know that the real Lei Yan holy fire is so powerful that they are somewhat prepared in their hearts. Even the strong men in the valley in the Saint realm were directly burned out by the holy fire. As for the ordinary Dragon God realm, if you are not prepared, it is normal to be killed directly by Lei Yan's holy fire. And now what the waiter in this store said. A strong man in the Dragon God realm was killed by Xiao Lei Yan's holy fire. Even after making preparations. This was different. After all, Xiao Lei Yan's holy fire is just a branch of Lei Yan's holy fire. No matter in terms of power or coercion, it is far inferior to the real Lei Yan holy fire, but even so, it can still kill a well-prepared Dragon God realm expert, which has to make them vigilant. At the same time, perhaps this is also the reason why True Fire Academy is so confident. Even the well-prepared Dragon God realm expert was devoured by Xiao Lei Yan's holy fire, so what did the others matter? In the entire Flame Cemetery, how many Dragon God realms dare to be greedy for Xiao Lei Yan's holy fire? Isn't this equivalent to seeking death? Under such circumstances, a faint smile appeared on Xiao Xuan's lips. The so-called wealth is gained through danger. It's not just about making money in business. The same is true on the path of cultivation. If you want to get opportunities, and opportunities that ordinary people don't have, you have to take risks and challenges that ordinary people don't like. Since so many people have failed the challenge. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1322 The gap between ordinary people and cultivators? This. In the inn. Hearing Xiao Xuan's words, the waiter was stunned. He had been in the inn for so many years and had met various practitioners and ordinary people, but he really didn't expect Xiao Xuan to say such a thing. I really want to talk about it. In this world, almost no ordinary people dare to challenge the practitioners. Even the strongest warriors in the martial arts hall have almost no chance of fighting back against the practitioners. So now, if Xiao Xuan says something like this, others will laugh out loud if he puts it out there. But now, the person who said this was Xiao Xuan, and the waiter in the shop who received the benefits naturally did not dare to say anything more. He just lowered his head and did not dare to say more. On the other hand, Bai Ling. After she saw Xiao Xuan's appearance, she felt a little thoughtful, and vaguely seemed to know something. She also knows a little about Xiao Xuan. When things go wrong, there must be monsters. Since there are still people saying this to outsiders at this time, it is enough to prove that he is prepared. Thinking of this, Bai Ling couldn't help but become curious. Speaking of which, since Bai Ling met Xiao Xuan has indeed brought her a lot of surprises, especially his performance in the tomb, which can be said to be amazing and brilliant. I'm afraid even the old man in the valley didn't think of it. It is simply unimaginable that his inheritance would be obtained by a cultivator of the Golden God realm. And now, Xiao Xuan can be so confident. Bai Ling really wanted to see what surprising thing he could come up with. So you two have decided? The waiter looked at the two of them tentatively and asked cautiously. That's right, go ahead and get ready. We'll leave in the afternoon. Xiao Xuan waved his hand coolly and said, by the way, help us find out how many talented disciples there are in True Fire Academy and what their strength is. For the waiter in this shop, he was still somewhat interested, at least since he got to know this guy. The latter had provided him with a lot of useful information. It would be great if you could also tell him some information about True Fire Academy. Okay, two guests, please wait a moment. After hearing this, the waiter nodded slightly and continued, don't worry. You two, I will come up with information that satisfies you. Say this. The waiter also slowly left. Now, on the land of the Little Holy Fire, some cultivators wearing fiery red robes also came to a hall of flames. The person taking the lead was Huazhong, the sect master of True Fire Academy. As a 3-star cultivator of the Dragon God realm, Huazhong practices a 6th grade flame technique, and his strength is considered top-notch even in the entire flame cemetery. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 13:23 Xiao Leiyan's Holy Fire Trial, Powerful Flame. With Huazhong's words, the elders and guardians of the True Fire Academy had nothing to say, but this time they suffered a lot for the core disciples of the True Fire Academy. Perhaps in normal times, as core disciples, they still have a high status in the Little Holy Fire Land. Moreover, it is time to enter the youth conference in Zhongzhou. They all know that entering Zhongzhou is equivalent to another improvement in strength, which is naturally a completely new thing for them. But the problem is, at the youth conference, there will be core disciples from various sects, as well as strong casual cultivators who have been hiding in the world for many years, and even evil cultivators who wear makeup to hide their identities. Facing such a disciple, one must be strong enough. Otherwise, whether you can survive the youth conference is unpredictable. As for the current situation, let them enter Xiao Leiyan's holy fire to temper their bodies. They all know that the Huazhong sect master is doing it for their own good and wants them to quickly improve their strength. But as far as they themselves are concerned, they really don't have much confidence. After all, although Xiao Leiyan's holy fire is just a branch of Leiyan's holy fire, its power is definitely not that simple. Accidentally, maybe they would be swallowed up directly by the flames. By then, I'm afraid they won't even have a chance to cry, which is also what makes them feel embarrassed. Is there such a thing? With our strength, can we withstand such a strong flame? Didn't the sect master want us to die? At this moment, the core disciples of True Fire Academy were a little panicked. Although they are considered the best among the disciples in the sect, they still have some idea of their own strength. Let them practice in Xiao Leiyan's holy fire, wouldn't this cost their lives? Therefore, there was a lot of discussion among them, and all of them looked a little embarrassed. At the same time, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling are almost ready. They plan to go to the place of Xiao Leiyan's holy fire to see what Xiao Leiyan's holy fire looks like, and by the way, they will also meet the core disciples of the True Fire Academy. Compared to the two of them who were relaxed, the waiter looked nervous. They can roughly understand this. After all, for ordinary people, cultivators are inherently unattainable. It can be said that it is extremely simple for a cultivator to kill an ordinary person. However, except for some evil cultivators, practitioners in normal sects would not easily cause trouble to ordinary People, and ordinary people would not dare to provoke practitioners, and would actively avoid practitioners if something happened. But today is different. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling, two outsiders who had just arrived in the little holy fire land, were going to contact the core disciples of the True Fire Academy? Isn't this just seeking death? However, the waiter in the shop had taken advantage of Xiao Xuan, and he couldn't shirk it at this time, so he could only move forward bravely. However, he also made up his mind. At that time, he just led the two of them to the outskirts of Xiao Lein's sacred fire, and didn't care about what happened after that. But even though this was the case, the waiter in the shop was also very anxious. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1324, The Power of Flame, the Powerful Holy Fire. Is this the power of the holy fire? That's not true. Didn't I tell you to? There were even Dragon God Realm experts here before, but didn't they all honestly admit defeat in the end? The waiter in the shop also said proudly. When these words came out, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling didn't pay much attention. They just had some curiosity on their faces. For Xiao Xuan, the purpose of his coming here is to devour this little Lei Yan holy fire, so the power of this holy fire is naturally the bigger the better. Now, seeing how powerful this Lei Yan holy fire can be, he nodded secretly in his heart. Okay, you two. I can only take 2 people here. As for the front, no matter how much money I pay, I can't go there. The waiter said. Regarding this, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling looked confused. They are also well informed and have their own knowledge and understanding of some cultivation places. At this time, the waiter left them halfway. Isn't it a bit too much? I said, waiter, isn't this a little too much? Xiao Xuan was somewhat dissatisfied. You at least want us to see Xiao Lein's sacred fire, right? Is it possible for us to be directly outside? You two don't know, but you are already within the influence of Xiao Lein's holy fire, the waiter said. What? How can this be? Why don't I feel anything? There was a look of doubt on Xiao Xuan's face. Didn't you tell me how powerful Xiao Lein's holy fire is? Why don't I even feel the burning sensation now? He said this. He also received a surprised look from the waiter. At this time, Xiao Xuan took a look at the waiter and realized that the waiter's face was already covered with sweat. The whole person felt like he was in a furnace. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling next to them were a little surprised. Speaking of which, although they also felt that the temperature in this valley was rising, it was not to the level of the waiter. Why didn't you react at all? Impossible? For ordinary people, this kind of temperature is almost the limit that can be tolerated. Why didn't you react at all? The waiter looked at Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling in surprise. Seeing him like this, Xiao Xuan became a little interested and said directly. She and I both suffer from cold syndrome. This time we came to contact Xiao Lein's holy fire, hoping to use the flame to cure the cold syndrome. Don't get me wrong. After explaining this, the waiter finally understood a little bit. But despite this, he still had some doubts. After all, Xiao Lein's holy fire was no joke. How can ordinary people have this ability? Fight against Lei Yan's holy fire? Although this is only on the periphery, and it is only on the periphery of Xiao Lein's holy fire, it is still a great thing to achieve such results. More importantly, even if Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling had cold symptoms, they should still seek a doctor. Why did they come to the place where Xiao Lein's holy fire was? What's more, he didn't seem to realize that Xiao Xuan was a doctor before. Think about it. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1325, The Treasure of True Fire Academy, the flame of Xiao Xuan's holy fire. The leading disciple of the True Fire Academy spoke. A powerful flame aura appeared out of thin air, and then enveloped the heads of Xiao Xuan and the others. Then, a scorching orange flame appeared instantly and suppressed them. This frightened the waiter so much that he turned pale and sat down on the ground. You know, for the vast majority of ordinary people, there is no room for resistance when faced with attacks from practitioners. It can be said that as long as cultivators attack ordinary people, the latter will die. But compared to the waiter in the shop, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling did not dodge, they just stayed in place and looked at the disciples of the True Fire Academy with smiles on their faces. This time, these disciples were a little annoyed. In fact, for these disciples of True Fire Academy, they did not really want to kill Xiao Xuan and the other three, they just wanted to scare the latter. But the performance of Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling, this made them a little angry. After all, in their hearts, cultivators were superior to ordinary people. Just a casual word from them. Ordinary people should kneel down and beg for mercy as a matter of course, so they may not actually kill these ordinary people. This is also their dignity as cultivators. But who knew that Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling's performance would severely slap them in the face? In the land of Little Holy Fire, True Fire Academy is the undoubted ruler, and as elite disciples of True Fire Academy, their status are naturally higher than those of people like Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling. The latter looked so smiling and nonchalant. Don't you just look down on them? Thinking of this, the leading disciple also had anger on his face and sneered. It seems that you don't take us seriously. I don't dare, it's just that I don't quite understand. Why would you take the lead in attacking us if we don't know each other? Xiao Xuan shook his head, looking puzzled. Humph. This Little Holy Fire land is my True Fire Academy's territory. As disciples of the True Fire Academy, we protect ordinary people like you. If it weren't for us, you would have been killed by someone from some sect. Why don't you kneel down when you see us? The leading disciple said with an unkind expression. When these words were said, the waiter was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground with fear on his face. However, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling showed a bit of disdain on their faces after hearing these words. You must know that with Bai Ling's talent, he is considered an elite core disciple in Baiyan Valley and the Tomb Spirit sect. His strength is not weaker than Hualai, let alone the disciple in front of him. Therefore, Bai Ling did not take these people seriously from beginning to end. As for Xiao Xuan, not to mention these disciples of the True Fire Academy, even a strong dragon God realm expert from the True Fire Academy would find it impossible to get him to kneel down. It doesn't matter that these people are arrogant. Xiao Xuan didn't bother to argue with them, but if they didn't know what was good and insisted on coming up to compete, then he wouldn't mind teaching these people a lesson. Now, face these people. He also had a stern face, looking neither humble nor arrogant. And this time, the waiter in the shop was frightened. He quickly pulled Xiao Xuan and said, Brother, you are not from our Little Holy Fire land, but you still have to be in awe of the True Fire Academy, so hurry up. Kneel down. The waiter's words also aroused laughter from all the disciples of the True Fire Academy. For them, the waiter's words are correct. At the same time, this is also their purpose. They really want to see how this tough-talking Xiao Xuan will react in the end. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1326. You took the initiative to cause trouble, so you can't blame me for being beaten, right? Seeing Wu Chong's furious look, Xiao Xuan didn't care at all. After all, if he was a strong man in the Dragon God realm of True Fire Academy, he might still be afraid of it. But now, a few golden god realms are not worthy of his fear. As for facing the person in front of you, he really didn't have any other ideas. For Xiao Xuan, a disciple like Hua Chang needs talent but not talent, and strength but not strength. How can he gain a foothold in this flame cemetery? What do you want? Do you know whose territory this is? If you dare to act arrogantly in front of our true fire academy, is it because you are impatient? Senior brother Huachang, there is no need to be polite to him. A cultivator actually pretends to be an ordinary person. He must be a shady guy. He might be an evil cultivator, so just kill him. Huachang remained silent. On the contrary, some of the true Fire Academy disciples around him looked cynical, as if they were about to rush out in the next second. Regarding this, Xiao Xuan looked relaxed. For him, the performance of the disciples of the true Fire Academy did not make him feel that amazing. As for the Huachang in front of him, although he was pretty good among the ordinary Golden God Realm disciples. But don't talk about the youth conference. Even among the disciples in the tomb of the old man in the valley at that time, their strength was not that amazing, not even as good as Hualai before. Such a person naturally does not pose much of a threat to him. That's all. Since you are here to observe Xiao Leiyan's holy fire, there should be a holy fire stone, right? Huachang's face was a little uncertain, but he still said, if so, you are indeed qualified to observe. Say this. Except for Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling, everyone around them was stunned. The waiter couldn't believe his ears. To him, weren't Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling two ordinary people with no cultivation? Facing the true Fire Academy at this time, you should be frightened and trembling. Why is it that he can't understand the way you look now? More importantly, Xiao Xuan actually used an iron sword he found from somewhere to block Hua Chang's active attack? To the waiter, this was simply unimaginable. Not to mention, from the tone of Hua Chang's words to them now, he could also feel Hua Chang's respect for them. This feeling gave the waiter an unusual feeling. After all, as an ordinary person, the shop waiter may have never received this kind of respect in his life, let alone, he is still a core disciple of Zhenhua Academy and respects him so much. If such a thing were told, absolutely no one would believe it. Of course, we were originally curious to see Xiao Leiyan's holy fire. Naturally, there is a holy fire stone. Xiao Xuan took out the holy fire stone. Then go in. Our true Fire Academy is naturally reputable. Huachang also nodded, stepped away from the road, and said seriously. Please, three of you. Such a scene. For Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling, it was relatively normal, but the waiter and the disciples from the true Fire Academy were stunned. They didn't quite believe it. Huachang, the core disciple of their academy, was so polite to Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling, and even invited them? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1327, Hidden Strength, visit Xiao Leiyan's Sacred Fire Up. Close. Now. Walking on the road to the place of Xiao Leiyan's holy fire, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling were relatively calm, but the waiter next to him had an embarrassed look on his face, feeling speechless when looking at the person in front of him. After all, before this, he had shamelessly said that he would help them get closer to Xiao Leiyan's holy fire. But who knows? Finally, he discovered that the clown was actually himself. Not to mention anything else, just relying on Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling to make so many people in True Fire Academy pay so much attention to them is enough to prove their strength. You two, you were really a little rude before, but I didn't expect that you two are also hidden masters. The waiter followed behind. Although he was sweating profusely from the heat, he did not dare to stop. Not really a master, just self-defense. Xiao Xuan said casually. No, no, no. You two are really too humble. With your strength, since you can make Hua Chang take it so seriously, I'm afraid, even if you face other people who go to True Fire Academy, you won't be too scared, right? The waiter also stammered a compliment. Xiao Xuan didn't care about such words and just shook his head. I just want to see the legendary Xiao Leiyan's holy fire this time. I don't care so much about other things. What he said was an understatement. The waiter and Bai Ling couldn't help but be a little surprised. You know, even the Dragon God realm is extremely afraid of the power of Xiao Leiyan's holy fire, but now Xiao Xuan is only in the Golden God realm. Why can he be so confident? Is it just because he is interested in Xiao Leiyan's holy fire? Isn't this somewhat surprising? Do you two really want to be so close? If my guess is correct, there should be a group of core disciples of the True Fire Academy in front of me. Even the sect leader of the True Fire Academy, Hua Zhong, will be among them. If we are not sure enough, we should not get close, right? Following Xiao Xuan and the others walked over. The waiter in the shop also became nervous. Although he was aware of Xiao Xuan's strength, if he wanted to get closer to Xiao Leiyan's holy fire, it would not only be the power of the holy fire itself, but also the threats from the True Fire Academy. These two threats were not something he could contend with. You know, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling are both cultivators. Maybe for them, facing the True Fire Academy is not so nervous, but it is different for the waiter. He is just an ordinary person, and he is just fighting against Xiao Leiyan's holy fire. Sweating profusely. How? If not, can you go back first? Xiao Xuan didn't pay much attention. For him, the waiter was of great help to them. Under such circumstances, if the waiter was willing to stay, he could protect him, but if he himself was not willing, that would be fine. So now, Xiao Xuan also gave the waiter the power of choice. Now, the waiter is really hesitant. For him, an ordinary person, it is absolutely dangerous to get involved in things between cultivators. Under normal circumstances, he should naturally leave quickly. But things are different now. After what happened just now, people at True Fire Academy may have remembered what happened to him. If he encounters Hua Chang again, without the protection of Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling, there will probably be no one left here after more than 10 years of his death. No. On that note, please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1328 Leiyan's Holy Fire, the True Fire Academy's Troubles. What's wrong? Looking at you, it seems you still have something to say, right? After Xiao Xuan saw Bai Ling's appearance, he also smiled and asked directly. Looking at you, you don't seem to trust me very much, do you? I still trust you, but how do you plan to face the True Fire Academy? Do you just say trust to the True Fire Academy? Bai Ling couldn't help but ask. Looking at what you two mean, it seems that you are here for Xiao Leiyan's holy fire? The waiter is a smart man. After seeing the looks of Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling, he was also thoughtful. Good. Do you have any ideas? Now that things have developed to this point, Xiao Xuan was too lazy to hide it and said directly, if there is any, you can tell me now. Hear this. The waiter hesitated for a moment and said, if you two are really cultivators and want to devour Leiyan's holy fire, there may still be a chance. Today may be the time when Xiao Leiyan's holy fire is at its weakest. At this moment, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling became interested instantly. In fact, although Xiao Xuan was calm on the surface, he was still a little worried in his heart. Relying on the cultivation experience on the first two continents, He can also roughly judge that if you want to conquer the holy fire, even if it is just a small holy fire, you must pay a high price. But now, he really doesn't have much choice. After all, for the upcoming youth conference, Xiao Xuan may only have the only way to improve his strength by swallowing the holy fire. Maybe for others, this kind of challenge is almost impossible to complete. Even if it is completed, it is extremely difficult. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. However, for Xiao Xuan, this is the only chance. He knows very well that anyone who does not advance on the path of cultivation will retreat. If he cannot find ways to quickly improve his strength, he will eventually be surpassed by more talented cultivators. This has been proven time and again on various roads. This is also the reason why Xiao Xuan is so determined to swallow Xiao Lian's holy fire. But now, the waiter in the shop actually told such a piece of information, and he was still very interested. How do you say this? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. You don't know something. Although the Lei Yan holy fire is a thing of heaven and earth, it also has its peak period and its decline period. According to the previous inference, there is one peak period and one decline period in a year. Recently, it is the decline period of this little Lei Yan holy fire. The waiter said seriously. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would have such luck by accident. Not only that, if the disciples of the True Fire Academy were to conduct the trial of Xiao Lian's holy fire today, then the power of Xiao Lian's holy fire would be reduced again. This is also the time of year when Xiao Lian's holy fire is at its weakest. The waiter said. How do you know this? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1329, The Leader of the True Fire Academy, Huazhong. Under such circumstances. After hearing what the waiter said, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling also looked more curious and dignified. The leader of the True Fire Academy? Heavy fire? If what they expected was correct, this sect leader should also be a strong man at the level of the Dragon God realm. Moreover, since the True Fire Academy can gain a foothold in a place like the Flame Cemetery, it naturally has its own advantages. It should not be a surprise that there are several Dragon God realm powerhouses in the sect. For such strength, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling combined are just two Golden God realm cultivators. How can they fight against the powerful Dragon God realm? This is one of the things he must consider. It seems like you know a lot, waiter. Xiao Xuan was also interested and couldn't help but ask, why do you want us to target Huazhong? Don't you know that Huazhong is at least a strong man in the Dragon God realm? In response, the waiter laughed. But this time, Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling were a little confused. What did this mean? Isn't the waiter just an ordinary person? How could he appear so calm? He doesn't look like an ordinary person at all, does he? It seems, waiter, you really know something that ordinary people don't know? In that case, why don't you come and listen? Xiao Xuan also said directly. By the way, you can also open our eyes? Don't dare to take it seriously. It's just that what I want to say next is that judging from the strength of the two of them, let alone the Golden God realm, even if they face the Dragon God realm, they are not without the power to fight. The waiter said, that's why I dare to ask you two to pay attention to Huazhong. Say something like this. Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling also looked at each other, with solemn expressions on their faces at the same time, and began to think about the waiter's words. Because of the previous life-saving grace, they were not worried about the waiter deliberately trying to trick them, but they really had to think carefully about how to defeat a group of Dragon God realm experts with the strength of 2 golden god realms. If such a problem is placed on others. Perhaps, some people think this is fanciful and fantasy. But now it's different when it comes to Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan has always been a person who can create miracles. He has counterattacked and defeated people stronger than him countless times before. Therefore, Xiao Xuan did not feel how difficult it was. Master, what do you think? Bai Ling couldn't help but ask, if we really want to confront Huazhong and the others, we may need to make more preparations. There's no rush for this. I think Huazhong and the others wouldn't have thought that there would be anyone in the little holy fire land who would do anything with them, right? Xiao Xuan shook his head and said. After saying this, the waiter at the shop next to him was also stunned, and then nodded with a wry smile. It is exactly what Xiao Xuan said. In the land of little holy fire, True Fire Academy is indeed the undoubted overlord, and as the sect master of True Fire Academy, Huazhong is naturally the person with the highest status among them. Now, after what Xiao Xuan said, the waiter and Bai Ling also realized this. If they wanted to compete for Shaolian's sacred fire, they would inevitably conflict with Huazhong, so they still had to do a lot of preparation work. At least, if they don't have enough power, their end may be very tragic. Figure this out. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1330, Taking Risks, A Way to Find Wealth in Danger. So, Master, you have already decided? Bai Ling also looked at Xiao Xuan seriously and asked, if this is true, maybe we should start preparing to go. Say it. The waiter at the shop next to him was stunned. A nervous look appeared on his face involuntarily. Prepare? Are you preparing to target the fire heavy of True Fire Academy? Do Xiao Xuan and Bai Ling really think that their strength has reached such a level that with a little preparation, they can deal with the dragon god realm? Fire heavy? Is this a little too confident? This actually made him feel quite nervous. If this comes up, I'm afraid most people really can't get it if they don't have enough strength. The waiter in the shop was also secretly surprised and swallowed the pill given by Xiao Xuan just in one gulp. After the elixir entered his mouth, it turned into a cool breath in an instant and was instilled into his body. This time, he also felt that the breath of fire was not as strong as before. Then keep walking. Speaking of which, this is the first time in my life that I have been to such a deep place. The waiter in the shop seemed to have made up his mind and said to Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan was quite moved by this. He also knew that for ordinary people, the power of cultivators was absolutely terrifying. Not to mention close. Even if you are just approaching, you will feel the danger. Now that the waiter is willing to lead them, it is considered very bold. After the 3 people discussed it, they also walked forward together. Along the way, they also saw the changes in the scenery in the valley. Xiao Xuan discovered that whether it was rocks, plants, or even animals, they would be affected to some extent by the small Lei holy fire. He tried attacking with fire techniques and found that the fire attribute resistance of these monsters was frighteningly high. If he hadn't attacked with all his strength, he wouldn't even be able to harm them. The waiter also explained this. These thickly armored monsters are called fire beasts. Although he looks cute, he has a bad temper. Once he gets angry, even 5 or 6 powerful people in the Golden God realm will find it difficult to subdue him. But now, these guys behaved very well when facing Xiao Xuan. This actually aroused the curiosity and doubts of the waiter. It turns out that when the waiter was at the inn, he also saw some teams of cultivators who specialized in hunting fire beasts. Although these teams of fully armed cultivators were well equipped and well prepared. But in the end, almost all teams will suffer injuries. Even if they succeeded in catching or killing a fire spirit beast, they would suffer serious losses. According to a team of cultivators and hunters, this kind of fire spirit beast in the land of the little holy fire has devoured and understood the power of the little Lei holy fire since childhood and is stronger than the monster beasts of the same level outside. But at the same time, the quality of the demon claws and demon pills on this fire spirit beast will be higher. Therefore, since the true Fire Academy opened the little holy fire land to everyone, more and more cultivators have come here to hunt fire beasts. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1331, Xiao Xuan's Plan, a way to take advantage of the situation. Xiao Xuan said these words. For a moment, Bai Ling and the waiter's eyes lit up, and they looked at him with incredulous expressions. For them, Xiao Xuan's words were simply earth-shattering. Command the fire spirit beast? Or command the fire spirit beast herd? Is such a thing something that a Golden God Realm cultivator can do? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Indeed, on the Dao continent, there is indeed a kind of beast master with considerable strength. It is said that this kind of beast master can control monsters below level 5 to fight for them. However, this is only below the 5th level. Now these fire spirit beasts are at least 7 or 8 levels, and they have also comprehended the holy fire and opened some intelligent monsters. Their fighting power is not inferior to the ordinary golden gods. Realm cultivator. If we say that there are thousands of fire beasts within the little holy fire, then there must be a beast king among the fire spirit beasts. The strength of the beast king is at the 9th level at least, which is already equivalent to the strong dragon god realm of the human race. Could Xiao Xuan be able to command a monster of this level? If that's the case, so let's not talk about whether Xiao Xuan can successfully swallow Xiao Leiyan's holy fire. At least, he can become a strong man in the small living place. Did not expect. Things have come to such an extent. I have heard before that this fire spirit beast is extremely powerful. Even an ordinary strong person in the Golden God realm may not be able to win with certainty. The waiter couldn't help but said, but judging from your appearance, master, you don't seem to be afraid of these fire beasts at all? You even have the intention to tame them. This is simply something that people can't believe. In fact, not only the waiter, but also Bai Ling next to him was surprised by the scene in front of him. She could actually think of it. With Xiao Xuan's perseverance and tenacity, he might really be able to devour this little Lei Yan holy fire, but he didn't expect that the latter would have such means to try to devour it. It was simply unbelievable. I saw Bai Ling and the waiter in the shop. Xiao Xuan was not surprised. After all, with his current strength, it is indeed a bit unbelievable to say that he wants to swallow Xiao Leiyan's holy fire, but this is not the reason for Xiao Xuan to give up. On the contrary, he just smiled slightly and said, there is indeed a 9th grade beast king among this group of fire spirit beasts. As long as we surrender the 9th grade beast king, we can control the entire fire spirit beast group. At that time, let alone the true Fire Academy, even if the entire flame cemetery sects unite, they will not be a match for the beast herd. This is indeed true, but the 9th grade beast king has almost possessed spiritual intelligence, so how can he surrender? The waiter in the shop was a little hard to understand. This requires some means. Xiao Xuan smiled and said no more. In fact, for ordinary people, if they want to subdue a 9th level beast king, they should at least be in the Saint realm. This might give you some confidence. But it was different for Xiao Xuan. As the creation spirit, he originally had the power to create all things with this power, he could be naturally close to the ninth-grade monsters. This feeling of closeness can increase his favorability towards all monsters. This is also the reason why this fire spirit beast has no desire to attack when facing Xiao Xuan. At the same time, this is also the key to increasing Xiao Xuan's confidence and having the confidence to surrender the ninth grade monster. Xiao Xuan said this. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1332 The only Taoist saint, comprehends the great way of heaven and earth. Hey. Brother system, there is no need to look down on people like this. After all this time, don't you still have the most basic understanding of my talent? Xiao Xuan smiled. In fact, if he had just arrived in Dao continent, he would not have dared to say such words. But things are different now. Since entering the Golden God realm, he obviously felt that his understanding of some avenues had improved a lot. Therefore, he also felt qualified to speak like this. But this time, facing the system, Xiao Xuan also asked confidently, could it be said that the Golden God realm has already had the opportunity to explore the origin secrets of the Dao continent? Is it true? If it were normal times, there would be no chance. However, what happened to you today is indeed a bit remarkable. Maybe you really have a chance to understand the true Dao before the Dragon God realm or even the Dragon God realm. The system also said. After hearing such words, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but feel interested. After coming to the Dao continent for such a long time, he naturally knew how important it was to understand the Dao on the Dao continent. In that case, doesn't it mean that I will use the fastest speed to understand the true origin of the Dao continent? Xiao Xuan also had a solemn look on his face. He can know what is the most important thing on this great continent. Since you can rely on such an opportunity to gain enlightenment on the great road, then he naturally has to seize such an opportunity. At least, he cannot just watch such an opportunity slip away from him. However, when he saw the hesitation of the system, I also roughly understood something. For such a long time, he still has 100% trust in the system on his body. If the system has not given him a reply for the time being, it means that the matter has not reached the point where he can get it. That being the case, all he has to do now is probably wait. Alright. Since you don't want to say it, brother system, then that's all. At this time, Xiao Xuan was a little helpless and could only say, it seems that I can't get these powers for the time being. Not really. If you can successfully swallow Xiao Lian's holy fire, this time, maybe it will be possible to enter the Dragon God realm or even the Saint realm all at once. The system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly said. This time, Xiao Xuan was stunned and couldn't believe his ears. Dragon God realm? Even the realm of saints? Xiao Xuan had considered these realms before, but he took it for granted that even with his cultivation progress, it would take a long time to reach this realm. Unexpectedly, the system actually said this. This really surprised him. Could it be said that he really has the means and methods to quickly improve his strength? Suddenly enter the Dragon God realm, or even the Saint realm? Is this possible? According to the previous nature of the system. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1333 Taming, the Fire Spirit Beast King. How? You don't believe me? Questions about Bai Ling and the waiter. On the contrary, Xiao Xuan acted relatively calmly, just smiled slightly, and then said, you don't have to worry, since I have made this decision, I am sure to accomplish this matter. Speaking of which, although Bai Ling still seemed hesitant to speak, he finally said no more. She also knew that coming to the small place of life with Xiao Xuan, this time, was a big gamble. If it succeeded, her strength would naturally increase and she would be ready for the next youth conference. But if they fail, they will not only be hunted by the true fire academy, but they may even die in the holy fire of Xiao. This is definitely something that could happen. As for what Xiao Xuan said, going alone to conquer the 9th grade monsters might not be that simple. But now, it seems that they have no better way. At least, if Xiao Xuan is not allowed to do this, they may be helpless in the face of Xiao holy fire. Figure out these joints. Bai Ling and the waiter also looked at each other, with a little more expectation for Xiao Xuan on their faces. They both knew that if Xiao Xuan really got the support of the fire spirit beast group, he would be very helpful in conquering Xiao holy fire. Help. At this time, the waiter also felt like he was in a dream. After all, just yesterday he was a waiter in a shop. Who knew that now, he would become a thief intent on stealing Xiao sacred fire? He had never dared to think about such a thing before. But now, it has become a real reality? This. So, is your goal really Xiao holy fire? After watching Xiao Xuan leave, the waiter in the shop only reacted belatedly and looked at Bai Ling beside him in disbelief. Could it be that the young master just now really went to find the leader of the fire spirit beast group? In this regard, Bai Ling had nothing to hide, and just nodded slightly. Actually. Really tell me what's going on inside her. She was still shocked in her heart. At least, Xiao Xuan would not have made such a choice if he did not have strong enough power. Could it be said that Xiao Xuan really has the ability to conquer the leader of the fire spirit beast group? The other side. Xiao Xuan also walked alone towards the depths of Xiao holy fire land. In fact, when he saw this fire spirit beast, he vaguely felt an unusual and familiar aura. It seemed that he had encountered this kind of aura in both the Tianxian continent and the prehistoric continent. This was also what aroused his curiosity. You know, he was not a cultivator of the demonic beast path before, and he only had some basic understanding of the demonic beast path. However, he later came into contact with the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Unicorn Clan, which are large races of monsters. Therefore, he still has the most basic understanding of the monster clan, at least more familiar with it than ordinary cultivators. Just now, when Xiao Xuan came into contact with the fire spirit beast, he seemed to feel that the familiar aura in the body of the fire spirit beast seemed to be something he could use, and it might even become his way to conquer the leader of the fire spirit beast group. The essential. Go all the way. Under the leadership of the fire spirit beast. He could also feel that the atmosphere around him was becoming more and more familiar, which made Xiao Xuan feel a little excited. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1334, The Trump Card, The Confidence of the Creation Yuan Ling. Facing the hostility of a group of fire spirit beasts, Xiao Xuan acted quite calmly. He just stretched out his hand and waved his hand gently, and a thin milky white origin chi appeared in his hand. At first, these monsters looked with disdain and contempt. However, when they saw the origin chi in his hand, even the red-robed woman had a look of surprise on her face. Who are you? Why do you have these great avenue source energy in your hands? A look of surprise appeared on the red-robed woman's face, and she couldn't help but say, you are only in the Golden God realm, how come you have such great source energy in your body? In this regard, Xiao Xuan just smiled and said, in this case, we will just open the skylight and speak openly. If you want to transform into a human form, perhaps what you need most is this source of energy, isn't it? Say it. The monsters present were also a little silent. Indeed, as Xiao Xuan said, these monster beasts are practicing here in order To transform into human form. But it's been so long. Only their leader has the chance to turn into a human form. For the entire fire spirit beast group, what they long for most is the trace of source energy that they can comprehend from Xiao Yan's holy fire. But now, Xiao Xuan can actually have origin qi in his body. This really surprised all the monsters, but immediately, their faces became a little greedy. For their monster tribe. If you want to transform into a real human form, what you need most is a trace of the source energy of the great avenue bred between heaven and earth, and it is extremely difficult to obtain this source energy. Even their orc leader. It was only after hundreds of years of hard training that he realized a trace of the remaining source energy from Xiao Yan's holy fire, and then got the chance to transform. Now, there is such pure origin qi in Xiao Xuan's body. To those monster beasts in the herd, this is no different than a hungry man seeing delicious and plump barbecue. At that moment, several 8th-level monsters couldn't bear it anymore and were ready to go up and snatch it. However, after realizing his subordinate's intentions, the woman in red robe stopped them directly. She could see that Xiao Xuan's strength was only at the golden god level, but he had an extraordinary bearing and might have some trump cards. She looked at Xiao Xuan seriously at the moment. Although your excellency is in the golden god realm, your origin qi is quite surprising. The red-robed woman said directly, since you have such origin qi, why are you still interested in the holy fire? It's true. I can give this source energy to you for free, as long as you help me drive away the people from the True Fire Academy. Xiao Xuan also said directly, if this is the case, I can guarantee that at least 5 of you can transform into human form. Say this. All the fire spirit beasts present also became excited. Among the monster beasts, the final state of cultivation is to transform into human form, but for so many years, they have been unable to find enough source energy to help them transform into human form. But now, Xiao Xuan can actually take out origin qi so generously? This is definitely a huge temptation. At the moment, some of the elder guardians of the fire spirit beast were also looking at the red-robed woman. Huiyan ran with concern. As the leader of the fire spirit beast, Huiyan is the only 9th-level monster among the fire spirit beasts. With such a powerful force, her decision is also the decision of the entire fire spirit beast herd. Only now. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 13:35 Origin Qi, the power that brings all things back to their origin. Figure this out. Huiyan also felt a little bit in her heart. She vaguely felt that the source qi in Xiao Xuan's hand seemed to have some insight she had gained after practicing for thousands of years. And more importantly, she felt that her own 1,000-year understanding was not even as good as the source qi in Xiao Xuan's hand, which really made her a little excited to know. For monsters, it is not an easy thing to embark on the path of cultivation. Perhaps, what is easy for human cultivators to understand will take a long time for monsters to understand. If it weren't for the monster's innate body and soul, it would be strong. I'm afraid that on the Great Tao continent, the demon clan has long been wiped out by the human race. Now, Huiyan also clearly felt that the origin energy in Xiao Xuan's body indeed contained a great understanding that she could not understand, which really surprised her to know. He has been practicing for thousands of years. She can be regarded as one of the monster beasts among the monster beasts who has a relatively deep understanding of the avenues. Basically, she can analyze some of her own insights when facing most avenues. But now, facing the origin qi of a person in the golden god realm, she has no clue. This is something she would never dare to imagine. However, This also proves from the side that Xiao Xuan's origin qi is indeed extraordinary. Chief of the Fire Clan, do you think we should agree? An elder of the Fire Spirit Beast Clan couldn't help but ask. It sounds like a good opportunity. Another elder nodded and said. Indeed, if 2 more 9th grade experts can appear in our tribe, we can also have a place in Nanzhan Haizhou. Huiyener nodded slightly and looked back at Xiao Xuan. I agree with your suggestion. Good. Thank you very much. Xiao Xuan was not surprised by this result. He knew very well how tempting it was to transform into a demonic beast, but this time he came to the Fire Beast group alone, and his purpose was not just to find help. He also needs the Fire Spirit Beast's understanding of Xiao Leiyan's holy fire. Although the store waiter had given some help before, he was just an ordinary person after all, and his understanding of it was not very deep. But the Fire Spirit Beast group is different. These Fire Spirit Beasts have been in the land of Xiao Leiyan's holy fire for many years, and their understanding of Xiao Leiyan's holy fire is probably no worse than that of True Fire Academy. If Xiao Xuan can get some understanding of Xiao Leiyan holy fire from them, so next, it will naturally be of great help to him to swallow Xiao Leiyan's holy fire. This is Xiao Xuan's real purpose. At the same time, Huiyener's heart also moved after feeling Xiao Xuan's strong origin qi. She had worked hard to cultivate in Xiao Leiyan's land for thousands of years. And then she was lucky enough to get a trace of origin qi. Take this opportunity. Perhaps she can help the Fire Spirit Beast clan get rid of the painful training method every day and cultivate into human form as soon as possible, so that the Fire Spirit Beast clan can become a large and powerful tribe above Nanzhan Haizhou. Figure this out. Huiyener also smiled sweetly and said, do you know that it is not difficult for us to defeat the True Fire Academy, but it is difficult for you to reach the sky if you want to devour little Leiyan's holy fire? If you are not careful, you may be swallowed by the flames. Xiao Xuan was also prepared for this. He knew that now his realm was only the Golden God realm, and perhaps he could be regarded as the core disciple of the sect in the Flame Cemetery. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1336 Cooperation, the requirement of the Fire Spirit Beast Clan. That's fine. In that case, tell me, what do you need me to agree to? Xiao Xuan laughed helplessly. He was also prepared for this. As long as Huiyener didn't make excessive demands, he wouldn't be unable to agree. Also curious were the monster beasts from the Fire Spirit Beast clan. Because of their blood relationship, Huiyener was the undoubted leader and clan leader to them. As long as it was something Huiyener promised, they would naturally follow it. Only now, they were also a little curious, why did Huiyener, who was usually aloof, suddenly act like this? For a human cultivator in the Golden God realm, make such a request? Isn't this a bit strange? After all, it is understandable that Huiyener agreed to help them fight against the True Fire Academy in order to get the origin energy from Xiao Xuan. But now there are other requests? Wouldn't this be a bit much? After all, origin qi is already extremely precious on the Dao continent. For their Fire Spirit Beast tribe, it is not impossible to directly destroy the True Fire Academy, let alone just blocking the True Fire Academy. But now Huiyener can still make demands. This had to arouse their curiosity. They really wanted to see what demands their clan leader could make. I request that you sign a blood oath with our Fire Spirit clan, Huiyener said. What? You said you want to sign a blood oath with me now? Xiao Xuan couldn't help being stunned. In fact, not only him, but also the elders of the Fire Spirit Beast clan next to him were stunned. They did not expect that their clan leader Huiyener would propose such a condition? You know, Xiao Xuan is only in the Golden God realm now. Even if he is good at understanding flames, it is just some understanding, and he is still slightly inferior to them in terms of strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here specifically to beg them to deal with the True Fire Academy. However, if a blood oath is signed, it means that Xiao Xuan and the Fire Spirit Beast clan already have an unbreakable relationship. Under such circumstances, Huiyener actually made such a request, which surprised all the tribesmen. Blood oath? You mean, you want to sign a blood oath with me? Xiao Xuan was a little surprised and asked proactively, I don't know, what does the Fire Clan leader want? He could see it too. The Huiyener in front of him was a 9th-grade monster, far superior to him in strength, but now, it was a bit strange that he took the initiative to sign a blood oath. However, Xiao Xuan would not really think that this was his personal charm. On the contrary, he knew clearly that Huiyener probably had another cemetery, so he asked directly, what does Chief Hu want me to do? You might as well just say it directly. Say this. Huiyener seemed to understand. It seemed that Xiao Xuan's question was not beyond her expectation. Therefore, she also said directly, in this case, I will say it bluntly, I need you to swallow the real Lei Yan holy fire. Say it like this. Not only Xiao Xuan, but also the surrounding fire spirit beast groups were completely stunned, looking at Huiyener in disbelief. They all couldn't believe that this sentence actually came out of her mouth. To know. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1337 Terrifying Power, the Fire Spirit Beast's Charge. Seeing such great power, Xiao Xuan also nodded, slightly satisfied. It is worthy of being the place of Xiao Leiyan, the most powerful orc group. Judging from the strength, there are at least 5 or 6 8th level monsters. This is equivalent to 5 or 6 human dragon god realm experts. Coupled with thousands of 6th and 7th level monsters, with such power. Not to mention the True Fire Academy, even if the other sects in the Flame Cemetery combined, they would not be able to match them. We can guarantee that we will take down the True Fire Academy within an hour. How much time do you need to comprehend Xiao Leiyan's holy fire? Huiyener said confidently, if you don't have enough confidence, you can also choose to avoid the edge temporarily. Hear these words. Xiao Xuan also shook his head slightly and said with a smile, you don't have to worry about this. Since I said I would fight against these forces, I will not give up easily. Xiao Leiyan's holy fire, I am bound to win it. As for time? 1 hour is enough. What? You said you could swallow Xiao Leiyan's holy fire within an hour, are you bragging? Do you know that countless powerful people in the Dragon God realm have tried to swallow Xiao Leiyan's holy fire over the years, but they all failed in the end? Do you think you are stronger than them? I think it's better to be cautious. Some of the monster beasts in the Fire Spirit Beast group said. In this regard, Xiao Xuan also nodded. In fact, he understood that although the words of these monster beasts were straightforward, the truth behind them was indeed correct. With his current strength, it does seem a bit arrogant to say such a thing. However, he might have felt a little guilty before, but it was different now. After gaining insights into Origin Qi, he found that the great avenues on the Great Avenue continent were not so difficult to comprehend. As long as there are enough opportunities. Perhaps it is not impossible to have a chance to understand this Lei Yan holy fire. What's more, even if he can't understand it, there will be a system to tell the truth, so Xiao Xuan is not so nervous. Figure out these joints. Xiao Xuan also followed the Fire Spirit Beast group towards the direction of True Fire Academy. With the guidance of these people, Xiao Xuan soon saw a group of disciples from the True Fire Academy. He noticed that these disciples were sitting cross-legged on the ground, seeming to be patiently meditating on something. This actually aroused his curiosity. You know, he has been coveting Lei Yan's holy fire for such a long time, but he has never had the opportunity to come into contact with it. As for the little Lei Yan holy fire in this place of little holy fire, he was really interested. But now, he really wanted to see how Huyener would drive away these disciples from the True Fire Academy, and how the people from the True Fire Academy would resist. So this time, Xiao Xuan simply stayed where he was, wanting to watch Huyener's performance. However, it may be that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. When he saw a group of fire spirit beasts appearing, Huizhong actually ran away in a hurry with a group of disciples. This really made Xiao Xuan a little bit dumbfounded. He originally thought that the True Fire Academy was a sect with some status in the little holy fire land. Who knew that it would run away so easily now? Is it possible that Qingqing is so afraid of the fire spirit beasts? Impossible? What does it mean? Why do you give up so easily now? Regarding the current situation, Xiao Xuan also looked at Huyener in front of him curiously and said directly, "It seems that your group of fire spirit beasts is very strong, but the True Fire Academy is actually afraid of it?" Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1338 Lei Yan's Holy Fire, the True Way of Enlightenment. At this time, hearing Xiao Xuan's words, the fire spirit monster beasts were also stunned. They didn't expect that Xiao Xuan could say such words. I really want to talk about it. Xiao Xuan still has some strength. Perhaps he has some unusual understanding of the avenue of flames, but relying solely on these, it is still a bit impossible to understand the holy fire that swallows Lei Yan. Now after hearing these words, all the fire spirit beasts were non-committal, but Huyener looked at Xiao Xuan and narrowed her eyes. Intuitively, she seemed to feel that Xiao Xuan did not say this casually. On the contrary, she also vaguely felt that in just half an hour, Xiao Xuan's strength seemed to have improved a lot. This really made her a little confused. After all, as a 9th grade monster, Huyener's strength is already infinitely close to the saint realm of the human race. Under this realm, not to mention Xiao Xuan, who is in the golden god realm, even a strong dragon god realm like Huizhong must take the initiative to avoid him. But now, even she feels it. Xiao Xuan's strength has changed, and she can easily deduce that Xiao Xuan must have benefited a lot from Xiao Leiyan's holy fire. This was something she couldn't understand. After all, she herself could see clearly that Xiao Leiyan's holy fire was still staying where it was and had not been swallowed by Xiao Xuan. So why did his strength improve so quickly? For a while, Huyener really couldn't understand what Xiao Xuan meant. However, at this moment, Xiao Xuan acted relatively calmly and took the initiative to take out 3 balls of origin qi. This is the origin qi promised to the leader of the fire clan. See this pure white origin energy. Huyener was really surprised. She didn't expect that Xiao Xuan could be so generous and true to his word. For the fire spirit beast clan, this is undoubtedly the most precious treasure. At that moment, Huyener also accepted the origin qi, and then looked at Xiao Xuan with suspicion. If my guess is correct, your current strength has already swallowed up Xiao Leiyan's holy fire, right? When these words were said, the fire spirit beasts were also surprised. Then, they looked at each other with solemn expressions on their faces. They didn't expect it either. Xiao Xuan, who is in the golden god realm, can actually have such great abilities. Swallowing Xiao Leiyan's holy fire? Although this is just Xiao Leiyan's holy fire, the power of the holy fire is no joke. If Xiao Xuan can really swallow Xiao Lian's holy fire, his strength should have reached the dragon god realm by now. The fire clan has good eyesight. Xiao Xuan nodded, and then waved his hand, and Xiao Lian's holy fire took the initiative to get into his hand. At the same time, there was a hint of red between his eyebrows. Swallowed, successful. This young master actually swallowed Xiao Lian's holy fire. It's unbelievable. A person in the golden god realm actually swallowed up Xiao Lian's holy fire. It's really a unique thing. The group of fire spirit beasts were also shocked. For so many years, the monster beast clan has also tried to devour little Lian's holy fire, but no one has been able to succeed. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1339 Enlightenment, the Holy Fire of the World. Okay. I would like to see what kind of person can become your friend. Huiyener had a smile on her face, and after giving a few instructions to the fire spirit demon clan behind her, she followed Xiao Xuan. After feeling Huiyener approaching, Xiao Xuan still really felt that something was a little different. After all, this Huiyener was also a 9th grade monster, so it goes without saying that she was strong. With her by my side, at least he should have no one to fear in the flame cemetery. Therefore, he took Huiyener and walked outside. Halfway there, he felt that the environment in the valley had also changed to a certain extent. It's no longer the burning feeling before. On the contrary, after Xiao Lian's holy fire was swallowed up, the valley became a lot cooler. Soon, Xiao Xuan also found Huiling and the waiter. These two people were also waiting anxiously at this moment. For them, after feeling the changes in the little holy fireland, they were also very nervous. At this moment, they were slightly relieved to see Xiao Xuan walking out safe and sound. Master, are you okay? After you left, I'm still a little worried after thinking about it. There have been too many changes in this little holy fireland. I'm really worried about what will happen to you. Bai Ling also said anxiously. Seeing Bai Ling's anxious look, Xiao Xuan also smiled and said, "What are you worried about? Didn't I come out well?" At this moment, it seemed that he heard Xiao Xuan's words. Bai Ling also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Master, have you seen the leader of the fire spirit beast group? It seems that some unusual changes have occurred in this little holy fire place just now." Yes, the flames seem to have disappeared. The waiter also said. Of course, because Xiao Lian's holy fire has been swallowed up. Xiao Xuan also said without concealment, now, the name of this place may need to be changed. What? Little Lian's holy fire was swallowed up? What's going on? Could it be that he was swallowed by Huazhong, the sect leader of True Fire Academy? Bai Ling was stunned. She couldn't help but ask, this seems a little abnormal, doesn't it? Regarding this, Huiyener was relatively calm and said directly, yes, this little Lian holy fire has been swallowed up, and the person who swallowed it is right in front of you. Are you? Bai Ling couldn't help but ask after seeing Huiyener. My name is Huiyener. He is the leader of the fire spirit beast clan. Huiyener looked at Bai Ling with interest and said directly, I didn't expect that in this flame cemetery, there would be a human race with an innate flame holy body. It's really rare. Hear this introduction. Bai Ling couldn't help but be stunned, while the waiter next to him sat down on the ground. The fire spirit beast, the king of beasts? It's actually a woman? The waiter's eyes widened, as if he had heard some strange story. After the 9th grade monster, you also have the ability to transform, so it naturally looks like a human form. Xiao Xuan said directly. This. Even with Xiao Xuan's explanation, the waiter was too surprised and speechless. However, just now you said that my master swallowed Xiao Lian's holy fire. Is this true? Bai Ling was more concerned about the fact that he couldn't believe that Xiao Xuan really swallowed Xiao Lian's holy fire. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1340 Devour, the Holy Fire of the World Unifies. The following few days. Relying on the natural sensitivity of monsters to flames, Huiyener took Xiao Xuan to search all over Nanzhan Haizhou, looking for various holy fires. From the bottom to the top. All kinds of holy fires, as long as they face Xiao Xuan, they will be able to understand the origin of the avenue like threads. This scene also left the cultivators, including Huiyener, dumbfounded. At the same time, as Xiao Xuan's Tao origin gradually increased, his strength also increased by leaps and bounds, and he soon broke through the Dragon God realm and reached the Saint realm. Moreover, as the number of devoured holy fires increases, his strength is still increasing and rising, as if there is no end, which makes Huiyener present stunned. Saint realm, demigod realm, true god realm. Soon, under Xiao Xuan's almost heaven-defying cultivation speed, his aura and strength also increased rapidly. For such a powerful force, Xiao Xuan also felt that the origin on the Tao continent was indeed extremely mysterious, and even a trace of it was enough to become a genius treasure between the world. At last, when Xiao Xuan devoured the last trace of the number 1 golden flame holy fire, he completely became a cultivator of the true God realm on the Tao continent. At this moment, his face is like a crown jade, and his body is like jade. Xiao Xuan's movements were filled with endless majesty of the great avenue. And he responded to the endless responses from heaven and earth. It can be said that the current Xiao Xuan is Tao, and Tao is Xiao Xuan. Huiyener, kneel down and worship the true God Emperor. Huiyener also had a respectful face and knelt on the ground with great respect. Xiao Xuan was not stingy with this 9th grade fire spirit beast that had been following him all the time. The source of the Zhenwu Dao flew over and was directly instilled into Huiyener's body. Suddenly, bursts of golden light shone in Huiyener's body. The aura of the great Tao in her body also continued to grow, directly breaking through the 9th level and becoming the strongest 10th level monster on the great Tao continent. Is this the true origin of the Great Avenue? After feeling the changes in your body, Xiao Xuan also felt like he was suddenly separated from another world. He had been on the Tao continent for a long time, but it was not until today that he had some unusual understanding of the Tao continent. Sitting cross-legged in the cave where the golden flame is located, Xiao Xuan's gaze was like a torch, as if he could penetrate the entire world. And he could also feel the surge of the great avenue between heaven and earth. Brother system. It seems that I have lived up to your expectations and finally figured out some great ways. Xiao Xuan also said with a smile. At this time, the system became silent. This couldn't help but arouse Xiao Xuan's curiosity. Although his strength is now different from what it used to be, it seems that he has not reached the point of silencing the system. Understand the power of the holy fire. Such a speed of cultivation is indeed a bit unusual, but this is also what makes Xiao Xuan outstanding. For the next plan, Xiao Xuan was really curious. After all, before coming to Dao continent, his purpose was to solve the disasters in Tianxian continent and Anhuang continent. Now he has become the true god. It seemed that it was time for him to solve the disaster. The system's silence also made him a little curious and suspicious. After all, at this moment, the system was the external thing that had been following him for the longest time. Logically speaking, the system should at least be pleased with his increase in strength. Why is there no attitude at all? Is it possible that he really doesn't feel anything about the growth of his strength? For a moment, Xiao Xuan was a little curious and suspicious. Please, log in to continue reading.